You asked for it. So here it is. One massive compilation featuring over 1,200 of our most mind-blowing, ridiculous, and completely useless facts. This video brings together full episodes in one place, making it easier than ever to binge everything you might have missed. From space to sloths, science to saliva, prepare to waste your time wisely. This is The Useless Show, Ultimate Compilation Edition. Let's begin.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
There's a whole universe of mind-blowing facts out there, and trust me, some of them will totally change the way you see the world. We're here to drop some wild knowledge on you that'll make your brain work overtime. Here is the first one. If you add up all the time you spend sitting on the toilet throughout your entire life, it comes out to about 1 full year. That's 12 whole months just sitting there. Imagine what you could do with that time instead. A squid's brain is shaped like a ring, and right through the middle of that ring, its esophagus. That means if a squid tries to swallow something too big, it can literally damage its own brain just by eating. Talk about a risky meal. Back in the 1920s, a French surgeon named Serge Voronoff thought he found the secret to eternal youth, grafting monkey testicle tissue onto men. It sounds insane, but around 2,000 men actually went through with it, hoping to feel younger. Science has come a long way since then, thankfully. The Kola Superdeep borehole is the deepest hole ever drilled by humans, going down over 40,000 feet. That's deeper than Mount Everest is tall. Scientists dug it to learn more about Earth's crust, but at those depths the heat was so intense that they had to stop. The size difference between an atom and a grain of sand is about the same as the difference between a grain of sand and planet Earth. Just try to wrap your head around that. The smallest things in existence are way, way smaller than we can even imagine. There are only 2 countries on Earth that are doubly landlocked, meaning they're landlocked and surrounded entirely by other landlocked countries. Those 2 are Liechtenstein and Uzbekistan, so if you ever find yourself there and want to see the ocean, good luck. In 1987, American Airlines had a genius idea. Remove just 1 olive from every first-class salad. That tiny change saved them $40,000 every single year. Who knew an olive could cost so much? Before he became the soft-spoken painter we all love, Bob Ross was actually a military drill sergeant. He spent years yelling at people, until one day he decided he never wanted to raise his voice again. That's when he picked up a paintbrush, and the rest is history. There are around 200 bodies on Mount Everest, frozen in the snow, and most of them are impossible to move. Climbers even use some of them as markers to find their way. It's a chilling reminder of just how dangerous the mountain really is. McGuire's Irish Pub in Florida has a strange decoration choice, more than $500,000 worth of real dollar bills hanging from its walls and ceiling. That's $500,000 just dangling over people's heads. Hope they have good security. Most people think SOS stands for Save Our Souls or Save Our Ship, but that's actually a myth. It was chosen simply because it's the easiest Morse code signal to remember. 3 dots, 3 dashes, 3 dots. In the late 1800s, the movie industry packed its bags and moved from New York to sunny Southern California. Not for the weather, but to escape Thomas Edison's patents. Edison had control over many of the technologies used in filmmaking, and staying in New York meant dealing with endless legal battles. By heading west, filmmakers found freedom, and without that move, Hollywood might not even exist today. Believe it or not, some foods and luxury cosmetics have been flavored or scented using beaver anal secretions. Known as castoreum, this substance has been used as a vanilla substitute, though thankfully it's not as common today. Makes you wonder what's really in those fancy perfumes. Fernando Tatis Sr. made baseball history by doing something no one else ever has, hitting 2 grand slams in a single inning. His son, Fernando Tatis Jr., is now one of the biggest stars in Major League Baseball. Talk about a family tradition of greatness. Back in 1922, El Azizia, Libya, became the hottest place ever recorded on Earth when temperatures soared to a scorching 136 degrees Fahrenheit. That's hot enough to fry an egg on the ground, or maybe even cook a whole meal. There's a rare condition called Anton syndrome, where a person becomes completely blind but has no idea. Their brain makes up fake visual images, so they still believe they can see, even when they can't. It's like the brain refuses to accept reality and just makes up its own version of the world. Ever wonder why so many great ideas seem to pop up in the shower? It turns out that warm showers increase dopamine flow in the brain, boosting creativity. So, the next time you have a $1 million idea while washing your hair, thank your brain chemistry. The waters off the coast of North Carolina, known as the Outer Banks, have a chilling nickname, the graveyard of the Atlantic. Over the years, thousands of ships have sunk there, thanks to the region's low waters, hidden sandbars, and powerful currents. It's a sailor's nightmare and a treasure hunter's dream. Lake Superior isn't just a lake, it's a giant. It's so big that its surface area is larger than the entire country of Scotland. Imagine an entire nation fitting inside a single lake. That's how massive it is. That little division symbol, division sign, that we all learned in school, it actually has a name. It's called an obelisk, fancy name for something most of us just called the divide sign. Before he became one of the most legendary U.S. presidents, Abraham Lincoln was dominating a very different kind of arena, wrestling. He competed in nearly 300 matches and only lost once. If politics didn't work out, he could have had a solid backup career in the ring. In the middle of the Pacific Ocean, there's a spot called Point Nemo. At certain times of the day, it's actually closer to the International Space Station than to any land on Earth. If you ever feel isolated, just remember, Point Nemo has it way worse. The famous Hollywood sign wasn't always like that. Originally, it spelled out Hollywoodland as part of a real estate advertisement. Over time, the last 4 letters were removed, leaving us with the iconic sign we see today. The English language loves to mess with people. Take the words raise and raise. They sound exactly the same but mean the complete opposite. One means to build something up, while the other means to tear it down. The very first movie ever released on DVD wasn't some classic film. It was Twister. So if you ever watched that tornado-filled movie on DVD, you were experiencing a little piece of cinematic history. Shaquille O'Neal once walked away from a $40 million sneaker deal with Reebok because a woman told him his shoes were too expensive for kids. Instead, he teamed up with Walmart and brought in Reebok designers to make affordable shoes that still looked great. That's how you turn criticism into something amazing. Tennis legend Andre Agassi figured out how to beat Boris Becker by noticing a tiny detail. Whenever Becker served, he stuck his tongue out in the direction the ball was going. Once Agassi caught on, he won 10 out of 11 matches against him. In baseball, there's a similar thing called tipping pitches, where a pitcher unknowingly gives away what kind of throw is coming. Small details can change the game. In Spanish, the word for wives is esposas, which is also the word for handcuffs. Coincidence? Maybe. Back in 1920 and again in 1927, Babe Ruth hit more home runs by himself than any other entire team in Major League Baseball. That's how much of a beast he was at the plate. The voices behind Mickey and Minnie Mouse weren't just on-screen lovebirds. Wayne Allwine and Russie Taylor, the actors who played them, actually got married in real life in 1991. Talk about a fairy tale romance. When you add it all up, the average person spends about 1 full year of their life just sitting on the toilet. That's a lot of scrolling time. Mount Everest may be the tallest mountain above sea level, but it's not the tallest mountain overall. That title goes to Mauna Kea in Hawaii, which is actually taller than Everest if measured from its base at the bottom of the ocean. It just doesn't get all the credit because most of it is underwater. The 7 Tour de France titles from 1999 to 2005 remain unclaimed because not just Lance Armstrong, but many of the top finishers behind him were linked to doping scandals. That entire era of cycling is basically one big asterisk. Your fingers don't actually have any muscles of their own. The muscles that control them are located in your palm and forearm, working like tiny puppet strings to move your fingers. Some modern names, like Jessica, Olivia, and Miranda, can be traced back to William Shakespeare. He either created them or was the first to popularize them in his plays. So, if you know anyone with those names, they have a little Shakespearean legacy. That little patch of skin between your eyebrows, it has a name, glabella. Now you've got a fancy word for it. In baseball, a team only needs 3 outs per inning, right? Well, the record for most strikeouts in a single inning is actually 4. This happens when a batter strikes out, but the catcher drops the ball. If the runner reaches first base before being thrown out, the strikeout still counts for the pitcher, but no actual out is recorded. A blue whale's heartbeat is so powerful that you can hear it from over 2 miles away. Their heart alone weighs nearly 400 pounds. That's heavier than a full-grown lion. The first vegetable ever grown in space wasn't lettuce or carrots, it was potatoes. NASA experimented with growing spuds in zero gravity, proving that potatoes are truly out of this world. Benin, a country in Central Africa, has the highest birth rate of twins in the world. While the global twin birth rate is around 1.3%, Benin's rate is more than double at 3%. Ever wonder where Pepsi got its name? It comes from pepsin, a digestive enzyme. Caleb Bradham, the drink's inventor, originally thought Pepsi was a health tonic that helps with digestion. Fast forward to today, and it's mostly known for its caffeine and sugar rush. Before becoming a global phenomenon, Harry Potter was rejected by 12 different publishers before Bloomsbury finally gave it a chance. Just goes to show, never give up on a good story. More than 2,000 years ago, a Greek mathematician named Eratosthenes managed to estimate the Earth's circumference using nothing but math, shadows, and pure genius. Without ever stepping outside of Egypt, he came up with a number that was only off by about 2%. That's right. Without satellites, GPS, or modern tools, he did what many people today still struggle to believe. He proved the Earth wasn't flat. Imagine being one roll away from a perfect bowling game, the crowd watching, tension in the air. And then disaster strikes. A bowler named James Blackstone once scored a nearly perfect 299.5, yes, half, after his final roll caused a pin to crack in half. The top half fell, but the bottom half remained standing. He came so close, only for physics to betray him in the most ridiculous way possible. The year 46 BC was so chaotic that historians literally named it the Year of Confusion. Why? Because Julius Caesar decided that the calendar was all out of whack and added 3 extra months, making the year a ridiculous 445 days long. People must have felt like time was stretching forever, and honestly, considering how long some years feel, maybe he was onto something. The Shawshank Redemption, often hailed as the greatest film of all time, wasn't even an original movie script. It was actually based on a Stephen King novella called Rita Hayworth and Shawshank Redemption. Funny enough, despite writing horror classics like It and The Shining, King's most critically acclaimed film adaptations are often not horror at all. Just look at The Green Mile and Stand By Me. Guess the king of horror also had a soft spot for deeply emotional storytelling. Hippos may look like goofy, oversized water cows, but these creatures have a fascinating superpower. They have 2 different ways of hearing. One through their ears, like most land animals, and another through their massive jawbones, which pick up underwater vibrations. This ability lets them pinpoint sounds even when they're submerged, making them surprisingly skilled at navigating and communicating in water. Maybe that's why they seem so unbothered. While we struggle to hear someone across the room, they can hear through 2 different worlds. Books can be expensive, but nothing beats this price tag. The most expensive book ever sold is Leonardo da Vinci's Codex Leicester, a collection of the legendary artist's scientific writings. It was purchased by Bill Gates for a mind-blowing $30 million. That's right. While most of us hesitate to buy a $20 book, Gates casually spent millions on a handwritten journal from 500 years ago. NFL legend Brett Favre's first completed pass in the league wasn't to a teammate. It was to himself. He threw the ball, it got deflected, and he caught it, only to get tackled for a 7-yard loss. Not exactly the dream start, but hey, considering his Hall of Fame career, it's proof that even legends can have awkward beginnings. A tiny wood frog in Alaska holds a bizarre record. It can hold its pee for 8 months straight. No, it's not a weird party trick. During hibernation, these frogs freeze solid, and their urine actually helps keep them alive by preventing deadly ice crystals from forming inside their bodies. So while we struggle to hold it in on a long road trip, these frogs have mastered the art of bladder control on a whole other level. Right now, as you sit reading this, your body is shedding over 30,000 dead skin cells every single minute. That means by the time you finish this fact, you've already left behind enough skin to make a tiny ghost version of yourself. Kinda gross, but also kinda cool, right? The United States technically has a permanent lease for Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, but there's one problem. Cuba refuses to cash the rent checks. Since 1953, the U.S. has been sending a yearly payment of about $4,500, and Cuba just ignores it, except for one time in 1959 when someone accidentally deposited it by mistake. Imagine ignoring rent payments for decades and then cashing one check by accident. If you were bitten by 2 million mosquitoes, you'd lose around 2 liters of blood, which is enough to be life-threatening. So while one mosquito buzzing near your ear might be annoying, imagine millions of them draining you dry. Suddenly, bug spray seems like the best invention of all time. Imagine being so bad at your job that your company sends you back to your old boss. That's exactly what happened to MLB catcher Harry Chiti. He was traded to the New York Mets in exchange for a player to be named later. After just 15 terrible games, the Mets decided that the player they would send back was Harry Chiti himself. That's right, he was traded for himself. Procrastination isn't always about laziness. Scientific studies suggest that it's actually linked to poor mood management. Basically, when we procrastinate, we're avoiding feelings of stress, anxiety, or boredom by distracting ourselves. So next time you put off a task, don't beat yourself up. Your brain is just trying to avoid discomfort. The trick? Find ways to make the task less painful, so your brain doesn't fight so hard to escape it. During the 18th century, the British had a weird name for cucumbers. They called them cowcumbers. Why? Because they believed cucumbers were only fit to be food for cows. Fast forward a few centuries, and cucumbers are a staple in salads, spa treatments, and even cocktails. Looks like the cows lost their exclusive snack rights. Kool-Aid, the beloved sugary drink, was invented in Hastings, Nebraska in 1927. What started as a simple powdered drink mix turned into an American icon. And of course, we can't forget the oh yeah of the Kool-Aid man smashing through walls. Who knew a sugary beverage could have such a dramatic entrance? The name Lego comes from the Danish phrase læs godt, which means play well. But here's something even crazier. In Latin, it also means putting together. That's right, whether by coincidence or design, Lego was literally named for what it does, bringing pieces together to create something awesome. Once upon a time, well, in 1912, Olympic gold medals were actually gold. Not plated, not mixed with anything else, just pure, shiny, heavyweight gold. But after that, the medals became silver with just a thin layer of gold on top. So if you've ever dreamed of winning Olympic gold, just know that technically, you're winning silver with a fancy makeover. In 1955, almost every U.S. state agreed that highways should have a white stripe down the middle. All except one, Oregon. They stubbornly believed a yellow line was safer. And guess what? 16 years later, the federal government admitted they were right and changed the rule. That's right. Oregon single-handedly convinced the entire country to repaint its roads. Now that is dedication to being right. Imagine a tree so small you could step on it without noticing. That's the dwarf willow. Growing just a few inches tall, this tiny tree thrives in the harshest places on Earth, like the Arctic tundra. It's basically nature's proof that size doesn't matter, just resilience. The first living creature in space wasn't a human. It was a monkey named Albert the First. NASA wanted to see if he could survive space travel before they sent people. Unfortunately, poor Albert suffocated before he could make it back home. It's a heartbreaking start to space exploration, but his sacrifice paved the way for every astronaut who followed. In Switzerland, it's illegal to own just one guinea pig. Why? Because they get lonely, and the Swiss government considers it animal abuse. Imagine a country so compassionate that it forces you to give your pet a best friend. Honestly, we should all strive for this level of kindness. If you gathered all the gold ever mined in human history, every wedding ring, every buried treasure, every Olympic medal, it would only make a cube about 22 meters wide on each side. That's smaller than an Olympic swimming pool. Think about that next time someone says gold is rare. Mondays just got even worse. Turns out heart attacks are most likely to happen on this dreaded day. Men have a 20% higher risk and women a 15% higher risk. So if Mondays feel like they're trying to kill you, well, science says they might be. Shaquille O'Neal made more than 11,000 shots in his NBA career. But out of all of them, he only made one three-pointer. Just one. Considering how dominant he was, it's hilarious to think he had the same number of successful threes as, well, your average random guy who once got lucky at the park. During the Apollo 13 mission, a NASA scientist went into labor, but before heading to the hospital, she printed out one of the mission's unsolved problems. While in labor, she solved it, and her work helped bring the astronauts back home safely. Oh, and the baby she gave birth to? None other than Jack Black. That's right, he was literally born into greatness. History is full of weird sports, but fox tossing has to be one of the strangest. In 17th and 18th century England, people would literally throw foxes into the air to see who could toss them the highest. It was a real sport, with rules and competitions. And if that's not proof that humans will turn anything into a game, I don't know what is. Outback Steakhouse sounds Australian, right? It has kangaroo decor, menus full of Aussie vibes, and a name that screams Down Under. But here's the twist. It was founded by 4 Americans, and none of them had ever been to Australia. That's right. Your favorite Australian restaurant is actually as American as a cheeseburger. Owe the IRS more than $100 million? Well, first of all, congratulations. Or condolences. But here's the thing. The IRS doesn't accept checks over that amount. You either need to send multiple checks or use electronic payment. So, yes, there is actually an amount of money that's too big for a single IRS check. Mystery-flavored Dum-Dums weren't some secret recipe or special flavor mix. They were actually the leftover bits of 2 different batches, blending together between runs. Instead of wasting the in-between flavors, the company just called them mystery and sold them like that. Genius. The Wright brothers only flew together once, not because they didn't want to, but because they made a promise to their father. They would never fly together, just in case of a crash. That way, one brother would always survive to continue their work. The only time they did fly together? It was in 1910, when their dad finally gave them permission. And thankfully, they landed safely. Home field advantage? Not in the 2019 World Series. The Houston Astros and Washington Nationals played 7 games, and in a bizarre twist, the home team lost every single one. That's 4 losses in Houston and 3 in Washington, D.C. It's like the baseball gods collectively agreed, nah, let's keep it interesting. When President James Garfield was shot, his doctors were so incompetent that they arguably did more damage than the bullet itself. The assassin even used this as his defense in court, claiming he wasn't responsible for Garfield's death. The doctors were. The jury didn't buy it, though, and he was found guilty and executed. But honestly, if medical malpractice were a legal loophole, this guy might have walked free. The pistol shrimp isn't just a tiny sea creature, it's a biological flamethrower. It snaps its claw so fast that it creates a bubble with temperatures reaching 4,800 degrees Celsius. That's nearly as hot as the sun's surface. This little guy is basically packing a microscopic sun gun, proving once again that nature is terrifying. Ever met someone who confidently explains things they clearly know nothing about? There's a word for them. Ultra-crepidarian. Next time someone lectures you on quantum physics because they watched one YouTube video, just smile and say, an ultra-crepidarian. They'll have no idea what it means, and that's the beauty of it. Ever wondered why Facebook is so blue? It's because Mark Zuckerberg is red-green colorblind, meaning blue is the most vivid color for him. So, basically, Facebook's entire aesthetic is built around what one guy can see best. Talk about personal branding? California's official state animal is the grizzly bear. Sounds cool, right? One problem. There hasn't been a single grizzly bear spotted in California since 1922. Imagine being the mascot for a state you no longer exist in. The NFL goes through a ridiculous amount of footballs in a season. How ridiculous? It takes around 3,000 cows just to produce enough leather for all of them. That's a small army of cows, all sacrificed for the sake of Sunday night touchdowns. If you ever need proof that math is weird, here it is. -40 degrees Celsius is exactly the same as -40 degrees Fahrenheit. It's the only temperature where the two systems agree. So, whether you're Canadian, American, or just really cold, -40 is -40 no matter what. In 1976, a Princeton student named John Phillips decided to write a paper on how to build a nuclear bomb. Using only publicly available books and research papers, he nailed it. He got an A on the assignment. And then the FBI immediately confiscated his paper because it was way too accurate. That's a whole new level of your work is too good. Ostrich farms have a surprisingly awkward problem. Sometimes male ostriches would rather flirt with their human caretakers than the female ostriches. Farmers trying to breed them have to find ways to convince these birds that no, Steve the Zookeeper is not an option. In the early 1990s, rapper LL Cool J was worried his career was over. Gangsta rap was taking over, and he thought he couldn't compete. So he vented to his grandmother, and she gave him the simplest, most legendary advice. Oh, baby, just knock 'em out. That phrase inspired the Grammy-winning hit Mama Said Knock You Out. Moral of the story? Listen to your grandma. Ever said, I'll be there in a jiffy? Well, technically, a jiffy is a real unit of time, specifically 1/100th of a second. So if someone actually held you to that, you'd be the fastest human alive. In 2013, Jamie Siminoff pitched his startup Doorbot on Shark Tank. He asked for a $700,000 investment but walked away empty-handed after rejecting Kevin O'Leary's offer. He later rebranded the company as Ring and in 2018 sold it to Amazon for over $1 billion. That's right. He left Shark Tank a loser and ended up richer than all the sharks combined. Howler monkeys are basically the rock stars of the jungle. Their tails can be 5 times longer than their bodies, and their howls can be heard from 3 miles away. That means if a howler monkey yells at you, you'll hear it long before you see it. Nature's original surround sound system. The tree with the largest trunk in the world isn't some towering redwood. It's the African baobab. This absolute unit can grow nearly 50 feet in diameter with a circumference of 155 feet. That's wider than some houses. If trees had gym memberships, the baobab would be the one hogging all the equipment. Alaska isn't just the biggest state. It also has more coastline than all the other 49 states combined. That's right. If you took every sandy beach, rocky shore, and jagged edge from the entire US and put them together, Alaska would still have more. The state is basically one giant water park, just with more bears and less sunscreen. In the early 2000s, tech giants like Google, Apple, Intel, and Adobe pulled off a sneaky move. They secretly agreed not to hire each other's employees to keep salaries low. This backroom deal eventually led to a $400 million class action lawsuit. Turns out, even billion-dollar companies can't resist an old-fashioned, you scratch my back, I scratch yours scheme. In the 1930s, a map-making company decided to set a trap for potential plagiarists. They invented a fake town called Glow and placed it on their maps. Years later, another map company copied the name thinking it was real and was about to get sued. But when investigators checked, to everyone's surprise, a real settlement had popped up, calling itself Aglow. The people literally built a town because they saw it on a map. Back in the 1980s, the average pet cat lived 7 years. Fast forward to 2021, and that number jumped to 15 years. That means cats have officially doubled their lifespans, which is either a medical breakthrough or proof that they've unlocked immortality. Either way, they still don't respect personal space. Dean Karnazes holds the world record for the longest nonstop run, a mind-blowing 80 hours and 44 minutes, covering 350 miles. That's like running 13 full marathons back-to-back without sleep. Meanwhile, most of us struggle to jog for 30 minutes before questioning our life choices. That little scoop of dirt under your shoe? Yeah, it's alive. 1 teaspoon of soil contains more microorganisms than there are people on Earth. If bacteria had a civilization, soil would be their bustling metropolis, except instead of skyscrapers, it's just microscopic chaos. The hottest temperature ever recorded on Earth was a scorching 136 degrees Fahrenheit in El Azizia, Libya, back in 1922. That's not just too hot to go outside weather. You're basically a rotisserie chicken levels of heat. The 3 most read books in the world? The Bible, quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong, and Harry Potter. That's right. Somewhere out there, a person could be reading spiritual wisdom, political ideology, and wizard duels at the same time. Ever wondered why your best ideas come to you in the shower? It's because warm showers increase dopamine flow, which boosts creativity. That means every time you randomly think of a brilliant idea while shampooing your hair, your brain is literally on creative overdrive. Maybe we should all just start working from the bathroom. The first book ever typed on a typewriter? The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. That means Mark Twain not only wrote one of the most famous novels of all time, but also had the patience to deal with early clunky typewriter mechanics. Imagine rewriting an entire page because of one typo. The man was a legend. Ken Jennings is the highest-earning American game show contestant ever, raking in over $4.5 million thanks to his 74-game winning streak on Jeopardy! But after so many wins, he ran out of fun facts about himself for the show's interviews, so he just started making them up. At that point, who was going to challenge him? He was already smarter than everyone in the room. The last letter added to the English alphabet wasn't Z, despite what your kindergarten teacher told you. It was actually J, which didn't officially become a letter until 1524. Before that, the J sound was just the letter I in disguise. So Indiana Jones might have been written as Iones, which just doesn't have the same ring to it. Tomatoes and potatoes may be staples in Italian and Irish cuisine, but neither of them were native to those countries. Tomatoes didn't show up in Italy until the 16th century, and potatoes weren't a thing in Ireland until the same time. That means true ancient Roman pizza didn't have tomato sauce. It was basically fancy bread with cheese. Here's a fun little bit of trivia. Actor Gary Oldman is actually 13 days younger than musician Gary Newman. No, this fact won't help you in life, but it's oddly satisfying to know. Animal Planet's hit show River Monsters was all about expert angler Jeremy Wade catching the biggest, baddest fish in the world. But after several seasons of reeling in literally everything, he accidentally completed the entire side quest of life. There were simply no more giant freshwater fish left to catch. The show had to end because he caught them all. The word pothole is actually redundant. The pot in pothole comes from Middle English, where it meant pit. So when you say pothole, you're actually saying hole. Just imagine hitting a pothole and yelling, "Damn hole." Not quite as satisfying, is it? In ancient Egypt, if you sailed into Alexandria, you were required to hand over every book you had to the royal library. Scholars would make a copy, return the duplicate to you, and keep the original. Basically, the Egyptians ran the most sophisticated book piracy operation in history, long before torrents were a thing. Your brain is basically a water balloon. It's made up of about 75% water. That's why dehydration can leave you with headaches, brain fog, and the mental sharpness of a potato. So, next time you're struggling to think straight, maybe don't blame a bad day. Blame the fact that you're running on low battery, aka drink some water. German chocolate cake? Yeah, it has nothing to do with Germany. It was actually invented by an English-American baker named Samuel German. So instead of picturing a fancy European pastry chef, imagine a guy named Sam in a 19th century bakery just vibing with his chocolate. James Patterson was the first writer ever to sell over 1 million ebooks. While most authors were busy complaining about the internet ruining book sales, Patterson was out here breaking records. Basically, he turned digital books into a bestseller empire before everyone else figured out what was happening. The English language is a mess, and the word set is proof. It has 430 different meanings, making it the single most versatile and confusing word in the dictionary. You can set the table, set a record, set a plan in motion, or just feel set for life. Good luck explaining this one to someone learning English. About 1 in every 5,000 babies is born with a missing or blocked butthole, a condition called imperforate anus. Yes, it's exactly as concerning as it sounds. Thankfully, doctors can perform surgery to fix it. But still, imagine being born and already needing an upgrade. Life comes at you fast. Cockroaches are basically nature's most stubborn survivors. One of these creepy crawlers can live for 9 whole days without its head before finally starving to death. So, if you thought squishing them was enough, think again. These little guys are basically built-in horror movie villains. Ever eaten a pineapple? Well, that delicious fruit took its sweet time to get to your plate. A single pineapple can take anywhere from 1.5 to 3 years to fully grow. That means the pineapple on your pizza was probably older than some of your relationships. Before it became a toy in the 1920s, the yo-yo was actually used as a weapon in the 16th century Philippines. Imagine someone swinging a yo-yo in a battle instead of a sword. 1 second, it's looping around in a cool trick. The next, it's knocking someone out cold. Basketball before 1937 was absolute chaos. Instead of simply handing the ball to the other team after a basket, the referee had to throw a jump ball after every single point. Imagine how exhausting that must have been. These guys weren't just playing basketball, they were basically doing cardio marathons. Babies are born with around 300 bones, but over time, some of them fuse together. That's why the average adult only has 206 bones. So, technically, babies are born more advanced than us, at least in the bone department. Before the year 1800, nearly 43% of all people died before turning 5 years old. Yep, back in the day, just surviving childhood was considered an achievement. No vaccines, no modern medicine, just raw survival. Kids today complain about Wi-Fi speed, while kids in the 1700s were out here trying to dodge smallpox. The Mali Emperor Mansa Musa was so rich that while on a pilgrimage to Mecca, he gave away so much gold, it caused an economic crisis. Today, Mali itself is one of the poorest nations in the world. When it comes to counting the number of planets in the known universe, experts have estimated that there are about 27 septillion planets out there. If you wanted to count them all, one by one at a rate of 1 per second, it would take you an unfathomable amount of time. More than the age of the universe multiplied by 4.6 million. It's mind-boggling how vast and endless the cosmos really are. Reading isn't just a way to escape reality or pass the time. It actually rewires your brain to become smarter and more empathetic. Regular reading challenges your mind and helps increase your intelligence by exposing you to new ideas and perspectives. It also improves your ability to understand others by developing empathy. So every time you crack open a good book, you're not just entertaining yourself. You're making your brain work harder and grow. Male bees are pretty harmless. Despite their reputation, they don't have stingers and instead hover around you like a bunch of awkward doofuses. When a male bee bumps into you, it's not trying to sting, but rather attempting to shoo you away, kind of like a confused kid trying to clear the area. The reason they can't sting is that their stinger is actually a modified egg-laying tube called an ovipositor, and that's a feature only females have. So, next time you see one, don't be too quick to freak out. The term checkmate in chess has an interesting origin. It comes from a 14th century Arabic phrase, shamatat, which translates to "the king is helpless." This phrase was used to describe a situation where the king was completely cornered and unable to move, marking the end of the game. It's wild to think how a phrase from centuries ago still holds such power in one of the most strategic games today. Ever wonder why the sky is blue? It's because of how sunlight interacts with the gases and particles in Earth's atmosphere. Blue light gets scattered more than the other colors because it travels in shorter, smaller waves. So when sunlight hits the atmosphere, the blue waves are spread all over the sky, creating that beautiful blue hue we see. It's a simple yet incredible example of nature's beauty. When Czechoslovakia split into two countries, it wasn't just the land and government that were divided. Even the national anthem had to be split. The anthem had verses in both Czech and Slovak. So when the countries separated, they ended up with two versions of the same song. It's a reminder of how even small things like a national anthem can carry so much history and meaning that it gets affected by big changes in a country. Your oral health is about so much more than just keeping your teeth clean. Poor oral hygiene can lead to a whole host of other problems, including heart issues, infections, and even complications in pregnancy. It's wild to think that something as simple as brushing your teeth regularly can protect you from serious health risks. So, taking care of your mouth is not just about fresh breath. It's about your overall well-being. A comma isn't just a punctuation mark, it's also the hybrid offspring of a camel and a llama. This fascinating animal has a funny name, but it's actually quite strong and sturdy, just like its camel relatives, while also having the temperament of a llama. It's like the perfect blend of two very different species. And nature, sure, has a way of mixing things up in unique ways. Have you ever heard of cyberchondria? It's when someone constantly searches online for medical information about their symptoms, often leading them to think they have serious health issues. While it's natural to seek answers when you're not feeling well, constantly looking up symptoms online can make things worse by causing unnecessary anxiety. It's a modern-day problem that more and more people are dealing with in the age of endless information. It's wild to think how some people get so wrapped up in their health worries that they end up diagnosing themselves with all sorts of illnesses. Searching online for answers is becoming more of a problem, as people often misinterpret symptoms or jump to conclusions that lead to unnecessary anxiety. It's definitely something worth being cautious about, especially with the vast amount of medical misinformation on the internet. The Latin and Irish languages don't have standalone words for yes or no, which is totally mind-blowing considering how crucial those words are in everyday language for most other cultures. Instead, speakers of these languages rely on context to understand whether something is affirmative or negative, which makes you realize how much language shapes our communication in different ways. There's a wingless moth species whose caterpillars trick ants into taking them in, and then they eat all the ant larvae. This sneaky little survival tactic is quite the example of nature's trickery, with these caterpillars effectively playing the role of a parasite to get a free ride and dinner. If you've ever thought about getting a tattoo in South Korea, here's a weird twist. You actually need to have a doctor's license to legally perform tattoos there. Talk about a rule that definitely makes tattooing a more official process compared to many other places around the world. Here's a mind-boggling fact. The number of hydrogen atoms in a single teaspoon of water is greater than the number of teaspoons of water in the entire sea. That's some serious perspective on the scale of atoms and molecules, isn't it? Water is a lot more densely packed with tiny particles than we might realize. The ancient Romans were the original graffiti enthusiasts, and they especially loved scribbling on bathroom walls. Some of their writings were quite personal, such as one that reads, "Atomus got me pregnant," showing that even back then, graffiti wasn't just about marking your territory, but also about leaving behind a piece of your life for future generations to find. Several species of ants are known to farm aphids, similar to how humans raise cows for milk. They protect these aphids from predators while the aphids feed on leaves and secrete honeydew, a sugary liquid that the ants love to consume. It's fascinating to see how nature creates such complex symbiotic relationships between species. The chemical that makes fireflies glow is called luciferin. It's named after Lucifer, meaning light bearer in Latin. I guess it makes sense that the chemical responsible for such a magical phenomenon would have a name rooted in light. Jumping spiders have incredibly sharp vision, so much so that some of them will even chase after a laser pointer. It's fascinating how they can track small, quick movements, but it's also worth noting how other creatures, like the tiger beetle, can run so fast that they temporarily lose sight of their surroundings. They'll actually stop to reorient themselves before continuing on. There's a species of mushroom in the northern hemisphere that can get people high when consumed. The crazy part is that reindeer can eat the same mushroom without getting sick, as their bodies filter out the toxins, leaving only the hallucinogens, which then show up in their urine. In certain cultures, people have historically gotten high from drinking reindeer urine, definitely one of the more unusual ways to catch a buzz. Did you know that Yoda and Miss Piggy were voiced by the same person? Frank Oz is the talented voice actor who brought both characters to life, which just goes to show how versatile he was in creating such distinct personalities for both. He's basically the master of puppet voices. And finally, a fun fact about British teens in 2008, 58 of them believed Sherlock Holmes was a real person, while 20% didn't think Winston Churchill was. It's kind of amazing how history, fiction, and public perception can get so muddled up in people's minds. Airlines actually make more money selling air miles than they do from selling seats on planes. It's surprising, but they earn between 1.5 to 2.5 cents for each mile you fly. When you think about it, it's a pretty big source of revenue for them, probably more than we realize. The German word for nightmare is Albtraum, which translates to elf dream. In old German folklore, elves were believed to be mischievous and dangerous beings who could control your dreams, often turning them into nightmares. So, next time you have a bad dream, just blame it on an elf. The now extinct Ubykh language, spoken in the Caucasus region until 1992, holds the record for having the most consonants in any language. It had 83 consonants, but only 2 vowels. It's incredible to think that such a complex and unique language once existed and then disappeared from the world. In Goa, India, cashews are used to make alcohol. This might sound surprising, considering how sweet and nutty cashews are, but it's a traditional drink over there. The cashew juice is fermented to create a local alcohol. Natural gas has no smell on its own. The stinky odor we associate with it is actually added intentionally. It's a safety measure to help people detect leaks before they turn into a dangerous situation. A specific compound is added to make it smell like rotten eggs, so you can catch any leaks in time. Pretty clever, right? Car warning lights come in different colors to indicate how serious the issue is. Red lights are the ones you need to pay attention to immediately, like brake problems or engine temperature issues. Amber lights are important but not as urgent, such as an ABS issue or airbag warning. Blue and green lights are usually harmless, like low washer fluid, but still good to keep an eye on. Cat fleas and dog fleas are unique because they have spines on their bodies called combs. These combs help them avoid getting licked away by their hosts. Humans don't have this feature, so fleas on us are much easier to get rid of. Nature's way of helping them survive. A teaspoon of water contains around 500 quintillion atoms in it. That's a mind-boggling number, right? Just one tiny teaspoon, yet it holds so many atoms that it's hard to even fathom. It's amazing how much is packed into even the smallest things around us. The Titanic's chief baker nonchalantly stepped off the stern of the sinking liner and calmly paddled around in the freezing waters until he was rescued at dawn. Experts say he survived the disaster by getting completely drunk before the ship went down. His state of intoxication likely helped him stay calm and focused enough to survive the cold, harrowing ordeal. What a bizarre way to escape disaster. Spiders move their legs through a system that uses blood as a hydraulic mechanism. It's a bit like how we use muscles to move, but spiders rely on the pressure of blood to control their movements. In fact, some species even start losing their eyesight if they don't eat for a long period. In 2008, an octopus with an insane 96 tentacles was caught in Japan. That's not a typo. 96. Normally, octopuses only have 8 tentacles. So imagine the surprise of catching an octopus that defied nature's norm. Nature sure has its own way of surprising us with the weirdest creatures. The term moonglade refers to the beautiful reflection of the moon's light on the surface of water. It's one of those peaceful, serene sights that makes you feel like you're in a movie. Picture the moon's glow stretching across a calm lake, creating a magical path on the water. It's a perfect moment of nature's beauty. The word panther is often used to describe animals with a condition called melanism. Melanism is when an animal has an abundance of dark pigmentation, making it look black, and it's the opposite of albinism. Some examples of this include black leopards and black jaguars, who have this sleek, dark fur that makes them both mysterious and majestic. Did you know that snakes can't close their eyes? They can't blink either, so they have to sleep with their eyes wide open. It's one of the strangest things about them. While most of us can close our eyes and rest peacefully, snakes must always be alert even when they sleep. Hippos produce milk that's actually pink in color. It might sound strange, but the pink color comes from 2 special acids produced in their milk: hipposudoric acid and norhipposudoric acid. These acids give the milk its distinctive pink tint, which is one of those odd but fascinating facts of the animal world. Centipedes are actually really good mothers. They carry their eggs with them, and when the babies hatch, the mother curls around them to protect them, keeping them safe in a ball of legs until they are old enough to venture out on their own. Relatively speaking, our atmosphere is incredibly thin, and it's the only thing protecting us from the harsh, painful conditions of space. Without it, we wouldn't survive even for a moment. It's crazy to think that this thin layer of air is all that stands between us and an incredibly painful death in the vacuum of space. We really do take it for granted. Oxford University is actually older than the Aztec civilization. The university's long history dates back to the 12th century, while the Aztecs didn't start their civilization until much later. It's fascinating how ancient institutions like Oxford have existed for centuries, far before many of the great civilizations we know today. Takeout coffee cups are generally recyclable, but billions of them are wasted every year. It's shocking how much we toss away without thinking twice about the environmental impact. These cups, often lined with plastic to prevent leaks, aren't as easy to recycle as we'd like to think. If only we could swap them for reusable alternatives, It would make a huge difference. The term coccyx, also known as your tailbone, comes from the Greek word kukos, meaning bird's beak. This is because the shape of the tailbone resembles a bird's beak, all curved and pointy. It's one of those little facts that make you realize how much our body parts are named after the things they resemble in the natural world. When you donate your body to science, it can be used in ways you might not expect, like as a crash test dummy for medical training, forensic research, or to help save lives through organ transplants. It's an incredible gift, allowing your body to contribute to science and help others long after you're gone. It's truly one of the most selfless acts you can make, even after death. The John Wayne Gacy case is horrifying for many reasons, but one of the most disturbing details is how the bodies under his house were so crammed together that they melted into each other. The bones had to be sorted for more than 2 years to piece together the skeletons. What's even more chilling is that Gacy would call the police station to report fake sightings of his victims, distracting them while he continued his terrible acts. Indonesians are known to be the world's shortest people, with an average height of 5 feet 2 inches. It's fascinating to think about how people from different parts of the world can have such distinct physical traits. Height differences like this are a result of a complex mix of genetics, environment, and lifestyle. Argentinian ants have an incredible ability. They can recognize members of their species even if they're from different continents. There's an enormous super colony of these ants that stretches for 3,700 miles along the coastline of southern Europe. It's like an ant empire with members scattered across the globe, all working together like one big family. The pre-Incan people are still living on man-made floating islands made of grass on Lake Titicaca, just as they have for hundreds of years. These incredible people have maintained their unique way of life, living in harmony with nature on these islands that they build and maintain themselves. While studying brain scans to find patterns associated with psychopathic behavior, neuroscientist James Fallon discovered something quite startling. His own brain fit the profile for psychopathic behavior. Imagine his shock when he realized that his brain scan looked eerily similar to the ones of people with psychopathic tendencies. The most popular item sold at Walmart isn't something you'd expect, it's bananas. These humble fruits are the #1 selling item, flying off the shelves faster than anything else. People love them for being affordable, healthy, and easy to snack on, making them a staple in nearly every household. The eggplant got its name simply because when it's young, it looks like an egg. It's such a curious little vegetable that starts out small and white, almost like an egg, before turning purple as it matures. Imagine going to your garden and seeing tiny eggs growing on your plants. Sounds like something from a fantasy novel. In 2023, tipping was abolished in Japan in an attempt to eliminate the practice. Japan is known for its culture of politeness, so the idea of tipping was seen as unnecessary and even awkward. Instead, workers are paid fairly for their hard work, which is a refreshing change from the tipping culture found in many other countries. Henry Ford raised his workers' pay from $2.50 to $5 per day. And this move wasn't just for their benefit. It was aimed at increasing efficiency in his factories. Ford understood that if workers were paid better, they'd be more motivated, leading to higher productivity. His decision not only improved the quality of life for his employees, but also revolutionized the way businesses treated their workers. In 1876, Bell's telephone patent was rejected by Western Union, who deemed it useless. It's hard to imagine now, given how essential phones are in our daily lives, but back then, the idea of a telephone was so revolutionary that even experts couldn't see its potential. The rejection was one of those "you'll regret this" moments in history. President Theodore Roosevelt was known for saying, "I can either run the country or I can attend to Alice, but I cannot possibly do both." This was in reference to his daughter, Alice Roosevelt, who was known for being a bit of a handful. Dennis Compton, an English cricket legend, was famous for his absent-mindedness. He once played a match using an antique bat from a museum because he forgot his kit bag at home. It's a funny and humanizing moment in the world of sports. Judge Judy earned $47 million annually for her role on the show Judge Judy. It's no surprise, though. Her no-nonsense attitude and sharp wit made her a beloved figure in the legal world, and people tuned in to see her dish out justice. she's proof that a strong personality can really pay off. Palm trees are actually part of the grass family, not true trees. They don't have the woody growth that most trees do. Instead, they grow in a unique way that allows their trunks to be tall, thick, and strong. They might look like classic tropical trees, but they're technically just giant grasses. At the time of the French Revolution, most people in France didn't speak French. Instead, they spoke regional languages like Occitan, Breton, and Basque. Instant coffee was first created for World War II rations. It was a quick and easy way to give soldiers a caffeine boost on the go without the need for brewing. While it wasn't the best cup of coffee, it served its purpose and became a staple for many, even after the war ended. The longest official German word is a legal term that's used to describe the process of transferring monitoring tasks for the labeling of beef. It's so long and specific that it's almost like a tongue twister. It's hard to imagine trying to fit something like that into casual conversation. But hey, that's the beauty of languages. They evolve to meet unique needs, even if that means creating an extremely long word. LVMH Moet Hennessy Louis Vuitton, or simply LVMH, is the parent company of some of the world's most iconic luxury brands. We're talking about names like Louis Vuitton, Tiffany, Dior, Fendi, and so many others. It's basically the powerhouse of high-end fashion, accessories, and luxury goods. So, if you've ever admired a fancy Louis Vuitton bag or ogled over a beautiful Tiffany necklace, now you know who's behind it all. Your brain is wired to prefer moods that you've gotten used to. It's almost like a default setting that you can train yourself to go back to, whether it's feeling happy, sad, or even anxious. It's crazy how the brain works, right? It wants to keep things consistent, so if you're used to being in a certain emotional state, your brain will kind of nudge you back to that feeling, even if you want to break free from it. In Thailand, if your spouse cheats on you, you can actually sue them for damages under the Thai Civil and Commercial Code. It's wild to think that infidelity can cost a lot more than just the relationship. It can lead to a hefty compensation. The law allows you to potentially claim up to 5 million Thai baht, which is equivalent to around $140,000. So, it's a serious matter there. Netflix was actually founded before Google. It's crazy to think about, considering how massive Google is now. Netflix came into existence in 1927. While Google followed just a year later in 1998. And get this, back in the year 2000, Netflix offered itself for sale to Blockbuster for about $50 million. Blockbuster thought it was a fleeting trend and turned it down. Oh, how they must regret that now. In Germany, there's a town called Nordling, which is built within a 15-million-year-old meteor crater. The town is so connected to the meteor that parts of it have been integrated into its structures. St. George's Church, for instance, is encrusted with meteorites and even has microscopic diamonds in its walls. It's like living in a place where ancient history is literally built into the buildings around you. The word typewriter holds the title of being the longest English word that can be typed using just one row of a QWERTY keyboard. It's like the QWERTY keyboard's hidden claim to fame. Next time you're typing away, just think. You're typing the longest possible word with one row of keys. The moon actually moves away from the Earth by about 1 centimeter every year. It's a slow but steady drift. It's hard to wrap your head around this, but in millions of years, this tiny change can add up to something significant. So, in the long run, Earth and Moon will slowly grow further apart. Scotland banned Christmas for around 400 years due to the Protestant Reformation in the 1500s. It wasn't until the late 1950s that Christmas was made a public holiday again. Can you imagine not celebrating Christmas for centuries? It must have been a strange time, but eventually the holiday made its return, and people embraced it with open arms. And just like that, you've got another mind-blowing fact to keep in your back pocket. The universe is full of surprises, and we're just getting started. So keep showing support to the channel and punch that subscribe button. Remember, we've got all the wild facts you never knew you needed. Catch you next time for more fun.
At the end of this video, you'll be thanking me in the comments for these incredible facts. Here's the first one. You might think your bed is the safest, most comfortable place in the world, but in reality, it's home to millions of tiny, unwanted guests. Dust mites, microscopic creatures you can't even see, thrive in the warmth of your mattress and survive by feasting on your dead skin cells. Every night, you're unknowingly sharing your bed with an entire invisible colony that's living off you, sweet dreams. Disneyland's Pirates of the Caribbean ride is already eerie, but imagine riding it knowing that some of those skeletons were once real people. Back in the 60s, fake bones weren't realistic enough, so Disney engineers actually got human skeletons from a university anatomy department. At some point, they replaced most of them with props, but some say a few real ones might still be there. Public toilets get cleaned regularly, but your phone, probably not. Scientists found that the device you're holding right now is covered in more bacteria than a toilet seat. That means every time you touch your screen, then eat, scratch your face, or rub your eyes, you're transferring germs that are dirtier than a restroom. Kinda makes you want to wash your hands, right? The Apollo 11 moon landing was closer to disaster than most people realize. When the lunar module Eagle was about to land on the moon, Neil Armstrong had to take manual control to find a safe spot. By the time they touched down, there were only 25 seconds of fuel left. One small miscalculation, and they could have run out of fuel, stranded in space forever. Ever smelled something so bad that you immediately regretted it? Well, here's the nasty truth. When you smell something, tiny particles of that thing actually enter your nose and stick to the sides. So when you catch a whiff of garbage, sweaty socks, or worse, you're literally carrying a piece of it inside your nostrils. No wonder bad smells linger in your memory. A Nightmare on Elm Street isn't just some horror movie, it's based on a terrifying true story. Director Wes Craven was inspired by a real case where a boy was haunted by such terrifying nightmares that he refused to sleep for days. Eventually, exhaustion won, and he finally fell asleep, only to wake up screaming in terror before suddenly dying. No one ever figured out what truly happened, but that story became the foundation for Freddy Krueger's nightmare-filled world. Butterflies may look innocent, but some of them have a creepy secret. They drink blood. Certain species go through a process called mud puddling, where they search for nutrients and moisture, and if they come across blood, they won't hesitate to sip on it. So the next time you see a butterfly gracefully fluttering around, just remember, it might be hunting for its next eerie little snack. The Amazon River stretches for over 4,000 miles, making it one of the longest rivers in the world. But here's something strange. There isn't a single bridge crossing it. The river flows through dense, ever-changing rainforests, making bridge construction nearly impossible. So if you need to get across, you'll have to take a boat, just like people have done for centuries. During the dry season, the Amazon River is already massive, stretching about 7 miles wide. But when the wet season hits, it becomes an unstoppable force, expanding up to 24 miles across. That's the kind of river that doesn't just flood a little, it swallows entire areas, turning what was once land into an endless stretch of water. The Portuguese man-o-war is one of the strangest creatures in the ocean. Instead of giving birth to a baby like most animals, it reproduces through a process called budding, where tiny creatures called zooids pop off its body and form a connected colony. So technically, a man-o-war isn't just one animal, it's a bunch of living organisms fused together into one jelly-like floating nightmare. Your skull isn't just a solid block of bone, it actually has large empty spaces inside called sinuses. The biggest one, called the maxillary sinus, sits right under your eyes, behind your cheekbones. They help with breathing, voice resonance, and making your head lighter, but they're also the reason you get that awful stuffed up feeling when you have a cold. If you could take all the planets in our solar system and line them up side by side, they would actually fit in the space between Earth and the moon. That means the distance between us and the moon is way bigger than most people think. It's not just a short hop into space, it's an entire solar system's worth of emptiness. Otters might be some of the cutest animals around, but they've got a tough side too. These little guys keep a personal collection of their favorite rocks tucked inside hidden pockets under their arms. Why? Because they use them to smash open clams. Some otters even carry the same rock their whole lives, like a treasured tool they never want to lose. Squirrels work hard to collect and hide food for the winter, but here's the funny part. They forget about almost 80% of the nuts they stash away. While that might seem like a massive failure, it's actually great for nature. Those forgotten nuts eventually grow into trees, which means squirrels are basically accidental forest planters. If you're enjoying these facts so far, make sure to hit that like button. It really helps. The deepest place on Earth isn't in some cave or valley. It's deep underwater in the Pacific Ocean. The Mariana Trench plunges down about 7 miles, so deep that if you dropped Mount Everest inside, it would still be completely underwater with miles to spare. Down there, the pressure is crushing, the light never reaches, and bizarre creatures survive in complete darkness. The Nile River isn't just long, it's the longest river in the world, stretching for nearly 7,000 miles. It flows through 11 different countries, bringing life to places that would otherwise be nothing but desert. For thousands of years, civilizations have depended on its waters, and even today, millions rely on the Nile just to survive. Lobsters have a strange ability that makes them seem almost immortal. They produce a special enzyme that keeps repairing their cells, allowing their bodies to keep regenerating over and over again. While they don't actually live forever, this little trick is why some lobsters can grow to be over 100 years old. Pineapples may look bright and tropical, but growing one is a serious test of patience. These spiky fruits take 2 whole years to fully grow, which makes it even more surprising how cheap they are in grocery stores. So the next time you eat a pineapple, just remember, someone waited over 700 days for that fruit to be ready. Trees don't have mouths or voices, but that doesn't mean they can't communicate. Acacia trees in Africa have a secret way of talking to each other. They release airborne chemicals to warn nearby trees when danger is near. When a giraffe starts munching on one tree, the others nearby get the message and start producing bitter toxins to make themselves taste bad. Nature's version of a neighborhood watch. Armadillos are basically real-life mini-tanks. Their bodies are covered in a tough, bony armor called a carapace, which is made of overlapping plates. This natural shield protects them from predators, but despite looking like little warriors, armadillos are actually pretty shy and will roll up into a ball when they feel threatened. Each block of limestone and granite in the Great Pyramid of Giza weighs about 2.5 tons. Now, imagine stacking nearly 2,300,000 of these massive blocks. Without modern machinery, built over 4,000 years ago, the pyramid still stands strong, proving just how incredible ancient engineering truly was. Walking the entire Great Wall of China would take approximately 18 months. That's over 5,000 miles of pure endurance, with steep climbs and rugged terrain. Originally built to keep out invaders, it now attracts millions of tourists who hike parts of it just to experience the sheer scale of one of history's greatest constructions. The American Revolution, which lasted from 1765 to 1783, actually took place before the French Revolution, which occurred from 1789 to 1799. Many people assume the French led the charge in overthrowing the old order, but America set the stage first, inspiring revolutions across the world in the years that followed. In 2019, scientists discovered the oldest known artwork on Indonesia's Sulawesi Island. The cave painting, which is about 44,000 years old, depicts half-human, half-animal figures engaged in what appears to be a hunt. This suggests that even ancient civilizations had a deep imagination, capable of storytelling through art long before written language existed. The word sandwich comes from the 4th Earl of Sandwich, an 18th century aristocrat. He was so obsessed with gambling that he refused to leave the table, asking for meat to be placed between slices of bread so he could eat without stopping. His lazy meal choice accidentally created one of the world's most popular foods. Every single second, about 6,000 tweets are sent worldwide. That means by the time you finish reading this fact, tens of thousands of new thoughts, memes, and debates will have already flooded the internet. Whether it's breaking news, heated arguments, or cat videos, social media never stops churning out endless streams of content. Leonardo da Vinci's Salvator Mundi is the most expensive painting ever sold, fetching a mind-blowing $450 million. That's more than the cost of a private island, multiple luxury yachts, or even a small country's annual budget. Art collectors will truly pay any price for a piece of history, no matter how outrageous. France holds the title for the most visited country in the world, welcoming 90 million tourists in 2018 alone. From the Eiffel Tower to the French Riviera, its mix of history, food, and culture keeps visitors coming. Spain, the second most visited, also attracts millions, proving that Europe remains the ultimate travel hotspot. Only about 8% of the world's money exists as physical cash, while the remaining 92% is purely digital. This means that most of the money people own is just numbers on a screen. If banks ever had to convert all digital funds into cash, they wouldn't even have enough physical bills to do it. Your brain is constantly eating itself through a process called phagocytosis. It removes unnecessary cells and molecules by literally consuming them, which helps keep the brain brain functioning properly. Without this self-cleaning mechanism, your brain would get cluttered with dead cells and useless information, making it harder to think, learn, and remember things efficiently. The universe has an official average color called cosmic latte. In 2002, astronomers analyzed the light from thousands of galaxies and discovered that when all colors in the universe are mixed, they form a shade of beige. So despite all the vibrant cosmic explosions, the universe is basically the color of a coffee with too much cream. India's Statue of Unity holds the record as the tallest statue in the world, standing at a towering 182 meters, nearly twice the height of the Statue of Liberty. Built to honor Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, this colossal monument serves as both a tribute to India's history and an engineering marvel that attracts thousands of visitors daily. Brazil has the highest biodiversity on Earth, with over 50,000 species of plants and trees. Thanks to the vast Amazon rainforest and a variety of ecosystems, Brazil is home to more unique life forms than any other country. If there were a championship for nature, Brazil would be taking home the gold medal. Animals experience time differently from humans. For smaller animals like flies, the world around them appears to move in slow motion. This is why they seem to dodge swats so effortlessly. Their brains process images at a much faster rate than ours, making human movements look sluggish and giving them a split-second advantage to escape. If you stacked all the bacteria on Earth in a single column, they would stretch over 10 billion light years. That's far enough to wrap around the Milky Way more than 20,000 times. Even though bacteria are microscopic, their sheer numbers make them one of the most dominant and influential life forms on the planet. Most world maps are completely inaccurate. The Mercator projection, which has been used since 1569, greatly distorts the sizes of countries. For example, Greenland appears 14 times larger than it actually is, and Alaska looks the same size as Brazil, when in reality, Brazil is over 5 times bigger. Geography lessons just got trickier. Comets smell absolutely awful, like rotten eggs, urine, burning matches, and almonds all mixed together. Scientists found that Comet 67P contains hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, and hydrogen cyanide, which give it its terrible stench. So while comets may look beautiful streaking across the sky, you definitely wouldn't want to get close enough to smell one. You can actually die from laughing too hard. Extreme laughter can cause a heart attack, suffocation, or even a deadly drop in blood pressure. Some people in history have literally laughed themselves to death. So while laughter is the best medicine, too much of it could ironically be the last thing you ever do. The Tyrannosaurus rex likely had feathers, at least in some capacity. Fossils discovered in China show that earlier relatives of the T-Rex had feathers covering their bodies. While scientists are not certain how much of an adult T-Rex was feathered, it is likely that its ancestors and possibly even young T-Rex individuals had a feathered coat. A study of football matches over 55 years revealed that teams wearing red uniforms tend to perform better in home games compared to those in other colors. The theory suggests that red might be perceived as a dominant or aggressive color, influencing both the player's confidence and their opponent's perception. Wind turbines, while great for producing clean energy, also have a downside. In the United Kingdom alone, they are responsible for the deaths of an estimated 10,000 to 100,000 birds every year. Conservationists continue to look for ways to reduce the impact of wind farms on wildlife. Snails may seem slow and simple, but their mouths are filled with thousands of tiny teeth. Depending on the species, a snail can have between 1,000 and 12,000 teeth, arranged in rows on a structure called a radula. These teeth help them scrape food from surfaces. Sound can actually reach negative decibels, meaning it is quieter than what the human ear can detect. The quietest place on Earth is Microsoft's anechoic chamber in Redmond, Washington, which has been measured at minus 20.6 decibels. In this chamber, people report hearing their own heartbeat and even the movement of their bones. Pause for a second. Did you like the video yet? No? Go ahead, I'll wait, okay? Let's continue. Your signature might reveal more about you than you think. A 2016 study suggested that in men, larger signatures are linked to social dominance and confidence. Meanwhile, in women, bigger signatures have been correlated with narcissistic tendencies. Handwriting experts believe signature size can reflect personality traits and self-perception. About 1 in 18 people have a third nipple, a condition known as polythelia. These extra nipples are often mistaken for birthmarks or moles and can appear anywhere hair along the milk line, a developmental feature in mammals. In some cases, they may even develop tissue similar to regular nipples. There is technically no such thing as a perfectly straight line. If you zoom in far enough, even the straightest looking objects reveal microscopic imperfections. This applies to everything from laser beams to pencil drawings, as small-scale irregularities prevent absolute straightness in any material or medium. Deaf individuals have been observed using sign language in their sleep. A study of a 71-year-old man with a severe hearing impairment found that he used fluent sign language while dreaming. This suggests that the brain processes sign language similarly to spoken language, continuing communication even in an unconscious state. Sylvester Stallone wrote the script for Rocky in just 3 days after watching a boxing match. At the time, he was struggling to find work and was even homeless. Studio executives wanted a famous actor for the lead role, but Stallone refused, accepting a lower budget so he could star in his own film. Before Rocky made him famous, Stallone was so broke that he had to sell his dog for survival. After the movie's success, he spent $5,000 tracking down the new owner and buying his dog back. The dog, named Butkus, even appeared in Rocky alongside Stallone. Despite technological advancements, all professional tennis rackets are still strung by hand. Machines can assist with tension adjustments, but the final process of weaving the strings into place is done manually. Professional stringers ensure perfect precision, which plays a crucial role in a player's performance on the court. Hip fractures can be extremely dangerous for the elderly. Studies show that up to 33% of older adults who suffer a hip fracture will die within a year due to complications such as infections, reduced mobility, and other health declines. Proper post-surgery care is crucial for recovery. Whale milk has an unusual texture. It is thick like toothpaste. This high-fat consistency helps baby whales nurse efficiently underwater without the milk dispersing in the water. Whale milk can contain up to 50% fat, providing essential energy for the rapid growth of young calves in their early stages. The Michelin Man, the mascot of the Michelin Tire Company, actually has a real name, Bendum. He was created in 1898 and originally depicted holding a glass of nails and broken glass. Over the years, he evolved into the friendly, puffy character we recognize today. The 4 spikes on the tail of a stegosaurus have a name, the Thagomizer. This term was humorously coined in a Far Side comic strip by Gary Larson in 1982. Paleontologists later adopted the word as an official scientific term for the defensive tail spikes of Stegosaurus and similar dinosaurs. Scientists estimate that about 117 billion people have ever lived on Earth. This calculation includes ancient civilizations and accounts for historical population growth rates. With a current global population of over 8 billion, modern humans make up a relatively small percentage of everyone who has ever existed. The process that makes office laser printers work is called xerography. It involves using static electricity to attract plastic toner powder to paper, which is then melted in place by heated rollers called a fuser. This explains why freshly printed pages feel warm, because the plastic toner has been fused into the paper fibers. In 2005, a discovery in paleontology led to the creation of a new term for baby pterosaurs, flaplings. These young flying reptiles were previously just referred to as juveniles, but scientists needed a specific term to describe their early development when they were learning to fly. The name flapling captures their early wing use. The peregrine falcon holds the record for the fastest dive in the animal kingdom, reaching speeds of over 200 miles per hour. When hunting, it soars high before tucking its wings and diving straight down to strike prey with incredible force, making it one of nature's most efficient predators. Dragonflies may have 6 legs, but they don't walk at all. Instead, their legs act like a built-in hunting net, positioned perfectly to snatch prey mid-air. They rely entirely on their incredible flight skills, swooping down at lightning speed to catch insects. Their legs aren't even built to support walking, proving that nature has designed them for one thing, dominating the skies as agile and efficient predators. Gummy bears have a fun origin rooted in the 1920s in Germany. Hans Riegel, founder of Haribo, created these chewy treats inspired by dancing bears from traveling circuses. Originally called Tanzbären, or dancing bears, they were larger and stretchier than today's version. These playful candies quickly became a hit, bringing joy to kids and adults alike, eventually evolving into the bite-sized gummy bears we know and love. Sea otters have the densest fur of any animal, with nearly 1 million hairs per square inch. Unlike most marine mammals that rely on blubber for warmth, otters trap air in their thick fur to stay insulated. They spend hours grooming daily, making sure their coat stays clean and fluffy. If their fur gets dirty, it loses its insulating power, putting them at risk of hypothermia in the freezing ocean waters. The tailbone, or coccyx, gets its name from the Greek word for cuckoo because it resembles a cuckoo bird's curved beak. It's a leftover piece from our evolutionary ancestors, who once had tails. Though small, it plays a role in posture, supporting various muscles and ligaments. Even though we no longer need a tail, this tiny bone still serves a purpose in keeping us balanced and stable. Newborns experience the world through taste far more intensely than adults. They have nearly 30,000 taste buds spread across their tongue, cheeks, and even the roof of their mouth. This heightened sensitivity helps them recognize nutritious food and avoid harmful substances. As they grow, most of these extra taste buds disappear, leaving adults with only around 10,000, which may explain why children are more sensitive to strong flavors. Many pet owners love their furry companions so much that they even share ice cream with them. In fact, studies show that 3 out of 4 pet owners have done this at least once. While it's a sweet bonding moment, not all ice cream is safe for pets. Some flavors, like chocolate, can be harmful. Humans only exchange about 15% of the air in their lungs with each breath, but dolphins are far more efficient. Every time they surface, they replace around 90% of their lung air, maximizing oxygen intake. This allows them to hold their breath for long periods while swimming and hunting. Their ability to use oxygen so efficiently is a fascinating evolutionary advantage that helps them thrive underwater. In a bizarre turn of events, wild pigs in Italy stumbled upon and devoured $22,000 worth of hidden cocaine. Drug traffickers had stashed the illegal goods in a remote forest, thinking it was safe, but the curious pigs dug it up and consumed it. The entire stash was lost, leaving both criminals and authorities baffled. This unexpected incident quickly became a viral, almost comedic news story worldwide. Pablo Picasso, one of the most influential artists of the 20th century, was known for his unpredictable behavior. He reportedly carried a pistol loaded with blank cartridges, which he would fire in social situations when bored, or when someone insulted Paul Cézanne, a painter he deeply admired. This dramatic gesture was a playful yet intense display of his artistic passion, which solidified his reputation as an unconventional and rebellious figure. Monarch caterpillars breathe through tiny holes called spiracles along their bodies, connected to a network of tubes that distribute oxygen. Unlike humans, they don't have lungs, but this system efficiently supports their rapid growth. Since they consume massive amounts of milkweed to fuel their transformation into butterflies, their oxygen intake must keep up. Lobsters have a strange way of communicating. They urinate on each other. Their bladders are located in their heads, and during territorial fights or mating rituals, they release urine to send chemical signals. These signals convey information about size, strength, and reproductive status, helping determine whether a fight continues or if one backs down. The word oysterhood describes a strong desire to withdraw from social life and stay at home, much like an oyster retreating into its shell. While rarely used, it perfectly captures the comfort of solitude and the feeling of being safe in one's own space. In an era of constant connectivity, embracing a bit of oysterhood can be refreshing, offering a way to recharge and find peace away from social pressures. The phrase "knock on wood" comes from ancient Celtic beliefs that trees house protective spirits. Knocking on a tree was thought to summon these spirits for good luck or to thank them for their protection. Over centuries, the tradition evolved into a superstition still used today, where people knock on wood after saying something fortunate, hoping to prevent bad luck. Ever noticed your nails seem longer after a sunny vacation? It's not just in your head, it's science. Warm temperatures improve blood circulation to your fingertips, which naturally speeds up nail growth. Surprisingly, it has nothing to do with diet or how active you are, so if you ever feel like you need a manicure more often in summer, now you know why. Imagine going home from the hospital with a baby. That isn't yours. Sounds like a nightmare, right? Well, believe it or not, mix-ups like this happen more than you'd expect, about 12 times every single day. Thankfully, hospitals have strict ID systems to catch mistakes early, but it's a crazy reminder of how one small error could change lives forever. Chocolate lovers, brace yourselves. Your favorite treat likely contains tiny insect parts. Due to food processing, the average chocolate bar has around 8 insect legs in it. Before you swear off chocolate forever, don't worry. It's totally harmless and even meets safety standards. But let's be real, this is one fact you might want to forget before your next snack. Running on solid ground is one thing, but sprinting on ice, that takes a whole new level of skill. In the year 2006, a man named Nico Suring set a world record by running 100 meters on ice in just 17.35 seconds. With special shoes and insane balance, he pulled off a feat most people would barely dare to try. Turns out, our ancient relatives might have been smarter than we think. Neanderthals had brains that were actually larger than modern humans. About 1,500 cubic centimeters compared to our 1,350. Scientists believe they use this extra brain power for better vision and body control, helping them survive in brutal ice age conditions. Maybe they weren't so primitive after all. Subscribe now so you never miss out on more mind-blowing facts. Think you don't sweat that much? Think again. A hard-working adult can sweat up to 4 gallons in a single day, especially in hot weather or during intense activity. Most of it evaporates before you even notice, keeping your body cool. It may not be glamorous, but sweating is a survival superpower. So next time you're drenched, just remember, it's your body doing its job. Ever wonder why some fears feel natural while others don't? Turns out humans are only born with 2 fears, the fear of falling and the fear of loud noises. Everything else, from a fear of spiders to the dark, is learned over time through experiences or culture. It's crazy to think that most of our fears aren't instincts but things we pick up as we grow. Ever feel hungrier when you see a McDonald's sign? It's not a coincidence. It's psychology. The colors red and yellow are proven to trigger appetite by creating a sense of urgency and warmth. That's why so many fast food brands use them in their logos. Next time you crave a burger just from looking at a sign, you'll know it's all part of a clever marketing trick. One of history's most infamous gangsters, Al Capone, had a business card that claimed he was a used furniture dealer? Yep, while secretly running a massive criminal empire during Prohibition, he disguised himself as a simple businessman. It's a perfect example of how the biggest criminals often hide in plain sight, fooling the world while running illegal operations behind the scenes. If you hate snakes, there's one place on Earth you'd love: Antarctica. It's the only continent where reptiles and snakes simply can't survive. Since they're cold-blooded and rely on external heat, Antarctica's freezing temperatures make it impossible for them to live there. Instead, the land is ruled by penguins and seals, proving that some places truly belong to the cold-loving creatures. There are over 100 ways to cook an egg. From scrambling and poaching to making omelets and soufflés, eggs are a culinary staple worldwide, showcasing their incredible versatility. In fact, the pleats on a traditional chef's hat symbolize mastery of these techniques. Eggs aren't just delicious, they're a canvas for creativity, making them essential for cooks of all skill levels. Armadillos are the only animals besides humans that can contract leprosy. This surprising fact is due to their low body temperature, which provides the ideal environment for the bacteria that cause the disease. While transmission to humans is rare, scientists study armadillos to better understand leprosy. We're just getting started. Stick around because the best facts are coming up. Baby robins have insatiable appetites, devouring up to 14 feet of earthworms daily to fuel their rapid growth. Their parents work tirelessly to find enough food to ensure their chicks develop strong muscles and feathers for flight. Red is the first color that babies can see clearly. Since red has the longest wavelength, it's easier for a newborn's developing eyes to detect. Over time, babies begin to recognize other colors, but red often grabs their attention first. This fascinating insight into early visual development is one reason why red is commonly used in toys and nursery decorations. In 2016, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart outsold Beyoncé in CD sales. A deluxe box set of his music, released to commemorate the 225th anniversary of his death, included over 200 CDs. Despite being centuries old, Mozart's timeless compositions found modern popularity. Musician Jim Sullivan vanished without a trace in 1975, 6 years after releasing his eerie album UFO, known for its alien-themed lyrics. His abandoned car was later found in the New Mexico desert, deepening the mystery. Fans have speculated about his fate for decades. Was it foul play, a tragic accident, or even something extraterrestrial? His disappearance remains one of music's most chilling unsolved mysteries. At any given moment, around 0.7% of the world's population is drunk. That's about 55 million people. This surprising statistic highlights alcohol's widespread role across cultures, from celebrations to relaxation. While moderate drinking is common, this number also underscores the potential for overindulgence. The praying mantis is the only insect that can turn its head, a unique ability that gives it an advantage when hunting. This flexibility allows it it to scan its surroundings with precision, making it a masterful predator. Combined with camouflage and lightning-fast reflexes, the mantis is one of nature's most fascinating and efficient hunters. It takes a lobster about 7 years to grow just 1 pound. This slow growth rate is one reason why lobsters are considered a delicacy, with high prices reflecting their rarity. Unlike many other creatures, lobsters keep growing throughout their lives, shedding their shells multiple times. Their long lifespan and fascinating biology make them both a symbol of patience in nature and a prized dish on dinner tables worldwide. In 17th century Japan, squeaky floors, known as nightingale floors, were used as a clever security measure. These specially designed wooden floors would chirp underfoot, alerting residents to intruders. Found in temples and castles, they helped guard against spies and assassins. This ancient innovation blends practicality with artistry. Half of all bank robberies in the United States occur on Fridays. Experts speculate that robbers target Fridays because banks are often busier, making it easier to blend in. Additionally, Friday is payday for many people, so banks are likely to have more cash on hand. This surprising trend reveals how criminals take advantage of routine behaviors, making Friday a particularly risky day for bank employees. Ostriches do not actually bury their heads in the sand. This myth likely comes from their habit of lowering their heads to the ground when checking on eggs or searching for water. Rather than an act of fear, this behavior is a clever survival instinct, just one of the many ways these massive birds have adapted to harsh environments. Tasmania is home to only 3 types of snakes, and all of them are venomous. These include the tiger snake, the copperhead, and the white-lipped snake. Despite their danger, snake bites in Tasmania are rare thanks to strong healthcare systems and public awareness campaigns about venomous wildlife. Emus and kangaroos cannot walk backward due to the structure of their hips and legs. This unique trait symbolizes forward progress, which is why both animals are featured on Australia's coat of arms. Rubber bands last longer when stored in the refrigerator. The cooler temperature slows the breakdown of the rubber's molecular structure, preventing it from becoming brittle or sticky. This simple storage trick can extend the life of rubber bands significantly, especially in hot climates. Bees really do have knees. The phrase comes from the fact that they store pollen in hairy baskets located on their knees. This clever adaptation helps them efficiently carry nectar and pollen back to their hives, playing a crucial role in pollination. Octopuses and squids have beaks made of keratin, the same material as bird beaks and human fingernails. Their sharp, parrot-like beaks help them crack open shells and consume prey, making them surprisingly effective hunters despite their soft bodies. The average person has over 1,460 dreams each year, which means about 4 dreams per night. These dreams occur during the REM, rapid eye movement stage of sleep when the brain is highly active. While most dreams are forgotten upon waking, they can range from mundane to fantastical. The band Duran Duran got its name from a fictional character, Dr. Duran Duran, in the 1968 science fiction film Barbarella, starring Jane Fonda. This quirky name choice reflects the band's eclectic and futuristic style, aligning with the film's themes. The unusual origin is a nod to the creativity and pop culture influences that shaped their identity, making it an iconic part of 1980s music history. February was once the last month of the year in the ancient Roman calendar, which began in March. When the calendar was restructured, February became the second month, but it retained its reputation as the shortest. Its association with endings is still reflected in traditions like leap years. Colorblind individuals often have better night vision due to their heightened ability to detect contrasts and shapes in low light. Without the distraction of color, their eyes adapt more efficiently to darkness. This unique advantage, though unintended, highlights how differences in perception can offer unexpected strengths. It's an example of how the human body compensates for what might seem like a limitation. In the mid-20th century, shoe stores used X-ray machines called fluoroscopes to measure foot sizes. These devices allowed customers to see their feet inside shoes for a precise fit. However, they were discontinued due to health risks from radiation exposure. Antarctica has its own international telephone dialing code, 672. Despite having no permanent residents, this icy continent relies on telecommunications for its researchers and staff at scientific bases. The code symbolizes global cooperation in studying one of Earth's most remote and inhospitable regions. London's iconic Elizabeth Tower, which houses Big Ben, has a noticeable lean that is now visible to the naked eye. Over time, underground construction and soil shifts have caused this tilt. While the lean isn't considered dangerous, engineers carefully monitor the structure to ensure its stability. Ever furiously press the closed door button in an elevator, hoping it would speed things up? Hate to break it to you, but in most cases it doesn't actually work. Many of these buttons are just placebos designed to make us feel in control. Safety regulations and automatic timers often override them. Australia is a beach lover's dream come true. With over 10,000 beaches lining its stunning coastline, you could visit a different one every single day for more than 27 years and still not see them all. From the iconic Bondi Beach to secret slices of paradise along the Great Ocean Road, the country's shores are a mix of crystal clear waters, golden sands, and breathtaking landscapes. No wonder Australia is considered one of the greatest coastal destinations on the planet. Every year, your eyes blink over 5 million times. That's millions of tiny unconscious movements keeping your eyes hydrated, clean, and protected. And here's something wild. Blinking isn't just about eye health. Your brain actually rests for a split second with each blink, which is why we blink more when we're tired. It's one of those tiny miracles of the human body that we never really think about but couldn't live without. The terrifying shark from Jaws, the one that haunted an entire generation, was actually named Bruce. Not exactly the name you'd expect for a cinematic nightmare, right? Steven Spielberg's crew gave it that name after his lawyer, which is pretty hilarious when you think about it. But behind the scenes, Bruce wasn't all that scary. He constantly malfunctioned, causing massive headaches for the film crew. Yet despite all the issues, Bruce became one of the most iconic villains in movie history, proving that sometimes the most unexpected details become legendary. Over a lifetime, the average person eats 35,000 cookies. That's enough to fill a small swimming pool. Imagine diving into a sea of chocolate chip, oatmeal raisin, and buttery shortbread. Whether it's childhood snacks, late night cravings, or holiday treats, cookies hold a special place in our hearts. They're more than just dessert. They're nostalgia. They're comfort. They're the taste of home. White chocolate lovers, I've got some news. You're technically not eating chocolate. Real chocolate contains cocoa solids, which white chocolate completely lacks. Instead, it's made of cocoa butter, sugar, and milk, giving it that creamy melt-in-your-mouth goodness. But does that stop people from loving it? Absolutely not. Sometimes it's not about the technicalities. It's about the pure joy of every sweet, smooth bite. A single lit candle produces about 1 million tiny diamond-like particles per second. For a fleeting moment, these miniature gems form inside the flickering flame before burning away. Of course, they aren't real diamonds, but there's something magical about knowing that even the simplest things, like a candle, hold secrets of incredible chemistry. Ever wondered why minions are so funny even when they're speaking nonsense? That's because their language, Minionese, is a mix of real words from multiple languages blended with absolute gibberish. The creators of Despicable Me designed it to be universally silly and relatable, making the minions even more lovable. It's proof that you don't need to understand every word to feel the humor. Sometimes pure energy and enthusiasm say it all. In the tiny town of Talkeetna, Alaska, a cat named Stubbs was mayor for 20 years. Yes, you read that right. An actual feline politician. Though the title was honorary, Stubbs was deeply loved by the townspeople, drawing tourists and ruling his domain with quiet dignity. He even had a fancy habit, drinking water from a wine glass. Despite all the possibilities for travel and adventure, nearly half of Americans live within 50 miles of where they grew up. It's a reflection of the deep roots we have to our childhood homes. Whether it's family, memories, or just that comforting sense of familiarity, even in a world where moving has never been easier, home is still home. Sometimes the place where our story begins is the place where we feel we truly belong. Ever wonder why insects obsessively circle lights at night? It's because their natural navigation system is based on the moon. Artificial lights throw them into total confusion, causing them to spiral endlessly. It's a tiny but powerful example of how human inventions can unintentionally disrupt the natural world, making you feel just a little guilty the next time you leave your porch light on. DreamWorks, the studio behind Shrek and Kung Fu Panda, was born out of pure creative rebellion. Co-founder Jeffrey Katzenberg left Disney in 1994 and, determined to build something new, joined forces with Steven Spielberg and David Geffen. Together, they built an animation empire that changed the game forever. A survey found that 80% of American men would marry the same woman all over again. In a world where love stories can be messy and unpredictable, this heartwarming statistic proves that for many, love truly does last. Eleanor Roosevelt wasn't just just a first lady. She was a force to be reckoned with. She was the only first lady known to carry a loaded revolver. Traveling alone to dangerous areas, she refused to be defenseless. This fearless woman didn't just fight for human rights. She also knew how to handle herself in a fight. Netflix spent $0 marketing its DVD rental service, yet over 6 million people signed up. The secret? Word of mouth. The idea was so convenient and revolutionary that people couldn't not talk about it. It's proof that a great idea backed by a great user experience can go further than any ad campaign. If you suffer from ingrown toenails, you might have your ancestors to blame. This painful condition is actually hereditary, meaning that no matter how carefully you cut your nails, your genes might be working against you. Bert and Ernie from Sesame Street weren't just random names. They were inspired by two minor characters from It's a Wonderful Life. Bert was a cop and Ernie was a taxi driver. While the show never officially confirmed this connection, it's a fun little Easter egg linking two beloved classics. Got bad breath but no gum? Try coffee beans. Chewing on roasted coffee beans or drinking black coffee can neutralize strong odors like garlic or onions. So next time you forget to pack gum, just grab a handful of beans. Your breath and everyone around you will thank you. A jumbo jet's full fuel tank has enough energy to power a car for 4 trips around the world. That's a mind-blowing amount of fuel, highlighting the immense power needed to keep planes in the sky. When snakes are born with 2 heads, they don't exactly live in harmony. Each head has its own brain, leading to constant fights, even over food. Some frog species can freeze solid in winter and come back to life in spring. Their bodies produce a natural antifreeze that protects their cells, letting them survive extreme cold. It's like a real-life superpower, one that would make any sci-fi fan jealous. Illinois drivers love personalized license plates more than anywhere else in the US. Whether it's funny, sentimental, or just plain weird, these plates let drivers turn their cars into rolling expressions of personality. Surrealist artist Salvador Dali had a genius way to avoid paying restaurant bills. He'd doodle on the check. Since his drawings were valuable, restaurants often kept them instead of cashing the bill. It's an artistic life hack only a true legend could pull off. A regulation golf ball has 336 dimples, precisely designed to reduce drag and increase lift. These dimples help the ball travel farther and more accurately, making them essential for performance. Without them, the ball would wobble and fall short, behaving unpredictably in the air, much like throwing a smooth stone. Major League Baseball attracts 56 million fans annually, more than the population of many countries. These spectators fill stadiums to enjoy the quintessential American pastime, complete with hot dogs, peanuts, and the thrilling 7th inning stretch. The electric atmosphere of cheers and traditions like the wave makes each game a communal celebration of sport. Antares, a colossal red supergiant star, is 60,000 times larger than our sun. If the sun were the size of a softball, Antares would loom as large as a house. Each year, 16 million gallons of oil run off pavement into U.S. waterways, more than the Exxon Valdez oil spill. This pollution harms aquatic ecosystems, killing fish and contaminating drinking water. The staggering amount highlights the need for better infrastructure and environmental practices to prevent this invisible yet devastating disaster. Batman and Predator exist in the same fictional universe, collaborating in 3 comics since 1991. These stories pit Gotham's Dark Knight against the extraterrestrial hunter in battles of wit and strength. The crossover delighted fans by blending Predator's eerie atmosphere with Batman's gritty detective skills, making for an unforgettable matchup. A Harvard study reveals that having no friends can be as deadly as smoking, affecting blood clotting proteins linked to heart health. Loneliness is more than just an emotion, it impacts physical well-being. The research underscores the critical importance of social bonds, making time with friends just as vital as exercise or a balanced diet for longevity. Even when you're awake, your brain experiences microsleeps, brief cycles mimicking sleep-like brain activity in tiny sections of the brain. This helps recharge the mind, explaining moments of zoning out, especially when tired. Tupac Shakur made history as the first US artist to have a Billboard #1 album while in prison. His 3rd studio album, Me Against the World, released during his incarceration in 1995, resonated deeply with listeners. Bookworms aren't just a metaphor, they're real insects. A major culprit is the paper louse, which feeds on mold growing in poorly stored books. These tiny pests can bore holes through pages, causing significant damage. Proper book preservation is key to protecting literary treasures from these destructive critters. Japanese macaques, also known as snow monkeys, play with snowballs for fun. These intelligent primates roll snow into balls and even steal them from each other. Much like children, this playful behavior showcases their advanced cognitive abilities, making them one of the most fascinating species to observe. Leonardo da Vinci invented scissors, blending his artistic genius with practical engineering. Known for masterpieces like the Mona Lisa, da Vinci also designed tools and devices far ahead of his time. Scissors remain one of his enduring contributions. Recycling a single glass jar saves enough energy to power a TV for 3 hours. This small act has a big impact, reducing the need for raw materials and lowering greenhouse gas emissions. Glass is endlessly recyclable, meaning it can be reused infinitely, making it one of the most sustainable materials available. Only real ones are still here. If you're one of them, comment Fact Gang. The Roman-Persian Wars, lasting over 680 years, are history's longest conflict. Beginning in 54 BC and ending in 628 AD, they shaped the political and cultural landscapes of Europe and the Middle East. These titanic struggles influenced trade, religion, and diplomacy, leaving legacies that still echo in modern geopolitics. Indiana University's main library sinks over an inch annually because engineers overlooked the weight of the books. They calculated the building's structural support but forgot to factor in the massive collection. This oversight has turned the library into a slow-motion marvel of architectural miscalculation and an amusing campus legend. Each year, 100 people choke to death on ballpoint pens, often used as stress-relieving chew toys. These everyday objects become lethal when inhaled during moments of distraction. This surprising statistic is a reminder to handle common items with care, especially when multitasking or deep in thought. Only primates, humans, and opossums possess opposable thumbs, a key evolutionary trait for grasping and tool use. The opossum stands out as the only one lacking thumbnails, using its unique digits for climbing and survival. This shared adaptation demonstrates nature's creative solutions for navigating different environments and lifestyles. San Francisco's cable cars are the only moving national monuments. Iconic symbols of the city, they have been operating since the late 19th century. These historic vehicles navigate steep hills while providing breathtaking views, blending nostalgia with practicality as they continue to charm tourists and locals alike. The term bi-weekly has two meanings, twice a week or once every 2 weeks, often causing confusion. The ambiguity stems from inconsistent usage in English over time. To avoid misunderstandings, people often clarify with phrases like every other week or twice per week, highlighting the quirks of the language. February 1865 is unique as the only recorded month without a full moon. This celestial oddity happens due to the lunar cycle's alignment with the shortest month of the year. It's a rare astronomical event that underscores the delicate balance of our planet's relationship with its natural satellite. Chewing gum boosts mental sharpness more effectively than caffeine. Studies suggest it enhances concentration, memory, and cognitive performance, though the reason remains unclear. The simple act of chewing may increase blood flow to the brain or provide rhythmic stimulation, making it a curious and convenient tool for focus. The pistol shrimp, just 2 centimeters long, produces a sonic boom louder than a Concorde jet. It snaps its claw so rapidly that it creates a bubble collapsing with immense force, stunning prey instantly. This underwater marvel showcases how tiny creatures can wield extraordinary power in the natural world. Pointing your car keys at your head can actually increase the remote signal range. The fluids in your brain act as a conductor, amplifying the signal. While it may sound like a party trick, it's a surprisingly practical way to unlock your car from a greater distance. A group of parrots is called a pandemonium, a name that perfectly captures their lively, noisy gatherings. These intelligent and social birds thrive in groups, constantly squawking, chattering, and showing off their playful antics. Whether in the wild or as pets, their energy is always entertaining. A single cow produces up to 115 pounds of manure every day. That's over 21 tons per year. While this natural fertilizer helps enrich soil, it also contributes to methane emissions, highlighting the need for sustainable livestock waste management. When you exercise, the fat you burn doesn't just disappear, it's metabolized into carbon dioxide, water, and energy. Astonishingly, most of the fat is exhaled as carbon dioxide. This means every breath plays a role in shedding weight. In South Dakota, teens can get a driver's permit at just 14 years old with parental consent. By 16, they're eligible for a full license. This early driving privilege reflects the rural lifestyle, where traveling long distances for school, work, and community activities is often necessary. Nutmeg may be a common spice, but it's extremely toxic if injected intravenously, potentially leading to fatal effects. Though harmless in small amounts while cooking, its chemical compounds can cause hallucinations, seizures, and even death when misused. The Nile crocodile has the most powerful bite in the animal kingdom, delivering a jaw-crushing force of 5,000 pounds per square inch. This immense power easily crushes bones, making the crocodile one of nature's most fearsome predators, perfectly adapted to dominate its aquatic environment. La Paz, Bolivia has an average annual temperature below 50 degrees Fahrenheit, yet it has never recorded a 0-degree day. Similarly, Stanley, Falkland Islands, and Punta Arenas, Chile, share this unique weather phenomenon, remaining cold but never experiencing extreme sub-zero temperatures. The Black Death devastated Europe in the 14th century, wiping out so many people that global population levels didn't recover until the 17th century. This catastrophic plague reshaped societies, economies, and entire civilizations, leaving lasting lessons on pandemics that still resonate today. IKEA's name is actually an acronym. It stands for Ingvar Kamprad Elmtarida Gunnarid, a combination of its founder's name, his family farm, and his hometown in Sweden. What started as a humble beginning turned into a global empire, making Scandinavian simplicity and affordable design a household standard worldwide. Green areas are home to an average of 50,000 spiders per acre. While that might sound unsettling, most are harmless and play a vital role in controlling insect populations. Their silent work keeps ecosystems in balance, proving that even the creepiest creatures have an important job. According to Genesis 1:20, the chicken came before the egg. This biblical perspective suggests that God created fully formed birds, bypassing the egg stage. While science continues to debate the origins of eggs, this passage reflects humanity's long-standing curiosity about life's beginnings. The highest recorded fall without a parachute happened in 1972, when flight attendant Vesna Vulovic survived a 33,333-foot plunge. Despite severe injuries, she recovered after months in the hospital. The gray-headed albatross can circle the entire globe in just 46 days. Using its powerful wings and oceanic winds, it covers vast distances with minimal effort, proving why it's one of nature's greatest long-distance travelers. The NYPD once assigned an officer to follow Andre the Giant whenever he went out drinking. Standing 7 feet 4 inches tall and weighing over 500 pounds, Andre's sheer size posed a risk if he fell. The officer's sole job to ensure his safety during his legendary drinking outings. Women blink nearly twice as often as men, averaging 19 blinks per minute compared to men's 11. This difference is partly due to hormonal factors that keep their eyes more hydrated. Blinking may seem like a small action, but it plays a vital role in eye health and preventing dryness. More than half of the world's pigs, over 440 million, are raised in China. By comparison, the United States has just 73 million. This massive disparity highlights China's dominance in global pork production and its deep culinary connection to pork-based dishes. Giant anteaters consume up to 35,000 ants and termites daily. Their 2-foot-long sticky tongues help them efficiently capture prey, making them essential for controlling insect populations and maintaining ecological balance. The 6th largest pyramid in the world isn't in Egypt. It's a Bass Pro Shops in Memphis, Tennessee. Standing 32 stories tall, it houses an aquarium, hotel, bowling alley, and the tallest freestanding elevator in the United States. This modern marvel proves that pyramids aren't just ancient relics, they can also be shopping and entertainment hubs. The average person falls asleep in just 7 minutes. This rapid transition into slumber shows how the body naturally seeks rest after a long day. However, stress, screen exposure, and poor sleep habits can delay this process, making the ability to fall asleep quickly an enviable skill for many. Chinese acupuncture identifies a pressure point near the ear that is believed to help control appetite. Located in the hollow just in front of the ear's flap, pressing this spot is said to reduce hunger. Naked mole rats can survive in environments environments with almost zero oxygen. Unlike most mammals, they can endure up to 20 minutes without harm. Their secret? A unique ability to switch to fructose metabolism, allowing them to thrive in extreme conditions, making them a true marvel of evolution. Norway enforces a 25-year statute of limitations on murder. Crimes committed more than 25 years ago cannot be prosecuted. Italy built an entire courthouse in the 1980s to prosecute the mafia. With 474 defendants, the trial lasted from 1986 to 1992, making it the largest in history. Snakes are true carnivores, feeding only on other animals. Their diet includes rodents, birds, and even other reptiles, but never plants. This strict carnivory is due to their highly specialized digestive systems, which allow them to swallow prey whole, often without chewing. Mount Rushmore cost less than $1 million to construct. Built between 1927 and 1941, over 400 workers carved the iconic faces. Despite its modest budget, the monument remains a symbol of American ingenuity. The stonefish, measuring just 12 inches long, is the most venomous fish in the world. Its 13 sharp spines contain venom that can kill a human if left untreated. Often camouflaged among rocks, it poses a serious threat to swimmers who accidentally step on it, making it both fascinating and fearsome. Julius Caesar's only son, Caesarion, was Egypt's last pharaoh. Though Cleopatra claimed Caesar was his father, he never officially acknowledged him. Caesarion's tragic death at 17 marked the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty and Egypt's independence before it became a Roman province. A tiger's rear legs are so powerful that they have been observed standing upright even after death. This incredible strength allows them to leap great distances and wrestle prey. Built for power and agility, tigers are among the most formidable predators in the animal kingdom. Horses cannot vomit due to their powerful lower esophageal sphincter, which only allows food to move one way. While this adaptation helps with digestion, it also makes them vulnerable to colic, a potentially fatal digestive issue. Their unique system is a perfect example of how evolution tailors animals to specific lifestyles. In 1998, David Bowie launched his own internet provider called BowieNet. Subscribers gained exclusive access to music, videos, and even personalized email addresses. Though it shut down in 2006, it was ahead of its time, blending technology with fan engagement in a way that was revolutionary. Dinoflagellates, a type of plankton, can cause bizarre symptoms when consumed. They can reverse your perception of hot and cold and even induce hallucinations that last for weeks or years. This is part of ciguatera poisoning, which occurs when humans eat fish that have consumed toxic dinoflagellates. A rhinoceros horn is made entirely of keratin, the same protein found in human hair and nails. Unlike the horns of other animals, it has no bony core and is instead a compacted mass of fibers. This unique structure, while fascinating, has sadly made rhinos a target for poaching due to misguided beliefs in its medicinal value. Eagles are powerful hunters, capable of killing and carrying prey as large as a young deer. Their incredible strength, combined with razor-sharp talons, makes them apex predators in their ecosystems. Watching an eagle hunt is a breathtaking display of nature's raw power and precision. Since the death penalty's reinstatement in 1976, Washington and New Hampshire have reintroduced hanging as an execution method. Though rarely used, it remains a legal option under specific circumstances. English dominates the internet, accounting for half of all web pages, despite only 26% of users speaking it. The second most common language, Russian, makes up just 6%. This massive gap highlights English's global influence as the default language for digital communication and content creation. The Alpine Swift can stay airborne for over 6 months without touching the ground. It sleeps, eats, and even mates while flying, using air currents to stay aloft. This unmatched endurance makes it one of nature's most remarkable aviators. The world's youngest recorded parents were just 8 and 9 years old in 1910 China. Their story remains one of history's most astonishing records, reflecting the cultural and societal norms of the time. The Japanese spider crab boasts the longest leg span of any arthropod, reaching up to 12 feet. Found in deep waters, these gentle giants use their spindly legs to navigate and scavenge the ocean floor. Despite their intimidating size, they are not aggressive toward humans. In the 16th and 17th centuries, drinking coffee in Turkey was punishable by death. Authorities feared it threatened social and political order, leading to harsh prohibitions. So that's it for today. I hope you enjoyed these unique facts. Comment down below which one was your favorite, or just say whatever's on your mind. And hey, give this video a like even if you don't want to. Until next time.
You're about to witness a double dose of pure mind-melting madness. We've taken not one, but two epic fact-packed videos and smashed them together into a wild ride full of bizarre truths, hilarious oddities, and the most random knowledge the internet has to offer. We know you'd love these longer videos and crazy compilations, so buckle up, grab a snack, and get ready for a back-to-back fact attack you didn't know you needed. What if I told you a man shot himself in the head, and it made his life better? Or that there's a planet where it rains glass sideways? The random facts that sound too crazy to be real, but trust me, they are. And you won't believe the last one? Here is the first one. The four ghosts in Pac-Man follow programmed behaviors. Blinky aggressively chases Pac-Man. Pinky predicts movements to cut him off. Inky moves unpredictably based on Blinky's position. And Clyde behaves randomly. This AI-driven design keeps the game challenging, ensuring players never feel safe, making Pac-Man more strategic than it appears. In the 1980s, a man known only as George was trapped in a relentless battle with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Every waking moment was consumed by rituals, fears, and anxieties. Desperate for an escape, he did the unthinkable. He shot himself in the head. But fate had a twisted sense of humor. The bullet destroyed the part of his brain responsible for OCD, and 5 years later, George wasn't just alive. He was thriving, earning straight A's in college. Science still struggles to explain how this happened, but one thing is clear. His darkest moment became an impossible second chance at life. Imagine being trapped in an endless grind. 7 days a week, no breaks, no weekends. That was reality until Henry Ford flipped the script. In the early 1900s, he did the unthinkable. He gave his employees Saturdays and Sundays off. But this wasn't generosity, it was genius. With more free time, people needed cars for leisure, skyrocketing Ford sales, and revolutionizing work culture forever. Your lazy Sundays? Thank Henry Ford. Ever been told cracking your knuckles will ruin your hands? That's a myth. The sound isn't your bones breaking, it's tiny gas bubbles popping inside your joints. But here's the catch. While it won't give you arthritis, excessive cracking can weaken your grip over time. So, crack away. But maybe not too much. Stepping on a Lego is pure agony, but did you know its design could save a life? Look closely at a Lego head. You'll see a tiny hole in the top. That's no accident. It's a life-saving air passage, designed so that if a child swallows one, they can still breathe. Painful underfoot, but genius in design. Think your phone's camera is impressive? Your eyes leave it in the dust. If human vision were measured in pixels, your eyes would have a jaw-dropping 576 megapixels. That's over 50 times sharper than a high-end DSLR. Your eyes autofocus, work in 3D, adjust to light instantly, and never need charging. Nature's perfect camera. 63 light-years away, there's a planet straight out of a nightmare. Scientists found a deep blue planet that looks stunning, but don't be fooled. Its winds scream at thousands of miles per hour, and it rains molten glass sideways. Imagine being shredded by razor-sharp shards flying at hypersonic speed. Earth's storms suddenly seem relaxing. Rome's Trevi Fountain isn't just a tourist spot, it's a €1 million wish machine. Every year, visitors throw over €1 million into its waters, hoping for luck. But here's the twist. That money doesn't go to waste. It's collected and used to fund a supermarket for the poor. Every coin tossed is a wish turned into a lifeline. Cuddling is great until your arm goes numb. Someone finally solved this tragic problem. A mattress with built-in grooves for your arm. No more awkward adjustments, no more circulation cutoffs, just uninterrupted, perfect snuggles. The real question, why did it take humanity this long to invent? Meet the Leopon, a freakishly rare hybrid born from a leopard and a lioness. It has the agility of a leopard, the mane of a lion, and the wild unpredictability of both. These creatures are so rare that only a handful exist in captivity. In the wild, they're practically legendary. The ocean is brutal, but nothing compares to what happens inside a sand tiger shark's womb. Before they're even born, these shark embryos fight to the death. The strongest one eats its weaker siblings, ensuring only the fittest survive. It's survival of the fiercest, before birth even begins. The assassin bug isn't just deadly, it's horrifying. This insect kills its prey, then wears their corpses as armor. It stacks dead bodies on its back as camouflage, making it a walking graveyard of its victims. If insects had horror movies, this thing would be the main villain. Veronica Sider wasn't just another person. She was a real-life superhuman. Her eyesight was so powerful she could see someone's face from a mile away. That's 20 times better than an average human. Forget glasses. This woman had vision so sharp it was practically a built-in telescope. Cake frosting or Nutella? If you're worried about calories, go for the frosting. A tablespoon of cake frosting has less fat, sugar, and calories than the same amount of Nutella. So next time someone judges you for eating frosting straight from the jar, just tell them it's the healthier option. Think you know fonts? The word font doesn't mean what you think. When people mention Times New Roman or Helvetica, they're actually talking about a typeface. Font only refers to the variations like italics, size, or boldness. So technically, you've been using the wrong word your whole life. Grizzly bears aren't just terrifying. They're walking bone crushers. Their bite force is so powerful they could crush a bowling ball like it's a piece of bread. Imagine that kind of power clamping down on anything in its path. Yeah, you do not want to mess with a grizzly. In Churchill, Canada, locking your car could be the worst mistake you make. Why? Because there are over 900 polar bears roaming around. It's illegal to lock your car. People might need a quick escape. Imagine running from a polar bear and realizing every door is locked. Nightmare fuel? Madagascar's baobab tree isn't just weird looking, it's nature's ultimate water tank. This massive tree can hold up to 31,000 gallons of water in its trunk. In a drought, that's a lifesaver. It's like Mother Nature designed her own emergency water supply. Pandas may look cute, but they're technically China's property, no matter where they are. Every panda outside China is on loan, and their cubs? They legally belong to China, too. Even in a foreign zoo, pandas are still under China's control. Talk about an international custody agreement. Dry your hands? Choose wisely. Paper towels reduce bacteria by 40%, but air dryers? They can increase bacteria by up to 220%. Warm air plus moisture? Bacteria heaven. So next time you hit a public restroom, remember, the dryer isn't drying, it's blasting germs all over you. Australia is massive, but here's a shocker. Nearly 90% of its population lives within 50 kilometers of the coast. The vast outback? Mostly empty. Turns out, even Aussies don't want to live near the deadly spiders, snakes, and scorching deserts in the middle of the country. And finally, your brain is more powerful than you think. Even when you're asleep, it generates enough electricity to power a small light bulb. That's roughly 20 watts of constant energy firing through your neurons. So technically, even when you're doing nothing, your brain is still lit. The smallest cat in history was a Himalayan Persian named Tinkertoy. Fully grown at 7 years old, she measured just 3 inches tall and 7 inches long. Her tiny size made her appear like a kitten forever. Despite her miniature stature, she was healthy and lived a full life, holding the world record for smallest cat. Tiny 8-legged creatures called demodex live in the pores of your skin. Closely related to spiders, they feed on dead skin cells and natural oils. Nearly every human has them, but they are invisible to the naked eye. Completely harmless, they go unnoticed, living their entire lives in the tiny forests of your face. Iceland has no military and has been recognized as the world's most peaceful country for 6 years. In comparison, the United Kingdom ranks 44th, and the United States is ranked 100th. Despite lacking an army, Iceland remains secure due to strong international alliances and a culture that prioritizes diplomacy over armed conflict. The human hearing range spans 20 to 20,000 hertz. If our ears could detect frequencies lower than 20 hertz, we'd actually be able to hear our muscles moving inside our bodies. This means we'd constantly hear sounds from our own bodies, which would likely be extremely distracting and even overwhelming in everyday life. Washing hands with warm water does not kill more bacteria than cold water. Many believe hot water is more effective, but bacteria only die at boiling temperatures. The real key to cleanliness is soap and scrubbing, which physically removes bacteria from the skin, regardless of the water's temperature used during washing. Forgetting something after walking through a doorway is called an event boundary. Your brain resets its focus when transitioning between spaces, often discarding short-term memories. This phenomenon explains why you may enter a room and suddenly forget your purpose, only to remember once you return to your original location outside the room. There is a flower in Central and South America that looks like a pair of lips. Appropriately named hooker's lips, its bright red shape closely resembles human lips, making it one of the most unusual-looking flowers in nature. This striking appearance helps attract pollinators, ensuring the plant's survival in its tropical environment. The word orange was originally the name of the fruit before it became the name of the color. Before that, the color we now call orange was referred to as yeoler-eid. The fruit's widespread presence helped establish the name, permanently linking the bright, warm hue to the citrus fruit we know today. In early versions of Little Red Riding Hood, the story was much darker. The girl unknowingly eats her own grandmother, tricked by the wolf. Later, she climbs into bed with him, thinking he is her grandmother before being eaten. These early versions were far more disturbing than the sanitized fairy tale known today. In ancient Egypt, actors were considered professional liars and were banned from testifying in court. Their ability to portray false emotions and deceive audiences made them untrustworthy in legal matters. This shows how acting was once seen as manipulative rather than a respected art form, despite its importance in entertainment and storytelling. In 2010, 9-year-old Beatrice DeLay wrote a letter to Johnny Depp, asking for pirate help in staging a mutiny against her teachers. To her surprise, Depp actually arrived at her school dressed as Captain Jack Sparrow, fully in character. His unexpected visit delighted students and proved how dedicated he was to his fans. Bob Marley was buried with his red bison guitar, a Bible open to Psalm 23, and a bud of marijuana. These items represented his deep spirituality, love for music, and Rastafarian beliefs. His funeral was attended by thousands, honoring his legacy as a musician and cultural icon who spread messages of peace and unity. Papophobia is the irrational fear of the Pope. People with this condition experience anxiety, panic, or discomfort at the sight or mention of the Pope. While rare, this phobia can be extreme for some individuals, making it difficult to watch public events, religious ceremonies, or even see images of the Catholic leader. In the original version of The Little Mermaid, Ariel does not marry the prince. Instead, he falls in love with another woman, leaving Ariel heartbroken. She refuses to kill him to save herself and dissolves into sea foam. Unlike Disney's happy ending, Hans Christian Andersen's story is a tragic tale of unfulfilled love. Tigers, jaguars, and cheetahs are strangely attracted to the cologne Obsession by Calvin Klein. The scent contains a compound called civetone, derived from the glands of civet cats, which big cats find irresistible. Zoologists have used this cologne to lure large felines closer for research, proving its oddly strong effect on these wild predators. In 2012, a 63-year-old Florida man named Wallace Weatherhold had his hand bitten off by an alligator. Instead of receiving sympathy, he was charged with illegally feeding the animal. Authorities determined that his actions led to the attack, proving that interacting with wild animals can sometimes have unexpected and severe legal consequences. Jackie Chan's son will inherit none of his $130 million fortune. Chan believes his son should earn his own success, stating, "If he is capable, he can make his own money. If he is not, then he will just be wasting mine." This strict philosophy shocked many of his fans. Bruce Lee could perform one-handed push-ups using only his index finger and thumb. He was also known for his one-inch punch, where he could generate enough force from a single inch away to send an opponent flying backward. His unmatched strength, speed, and precision made him a legendary martial artist with near-superhuman abilities. In 2013, Vietnam unveiled a steel bridge shaped like a dragon, designed to breathe fire from its mouth. Known as the Dragon Bridge, it spans over the Han River and lights up at night. The stunning spectacle of fire and water displays has made it a major tourist attraction in Da Nang. Manuel Torres, a Spanish fashion designer, created the first spray-on clothing. This innovative fabric can be sprayed onto the body, forming a seamless outfit that can be removed, washed, and worn again. The technology revolutionized fashion by merging science and style, offering a futuristic alternative to traditional textile manufacturing. In 1983, Marvel introduced Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Ham, a parody of Spider-Man. This comic followed Peter Porker, a spider bitten by a radioactive pig, transforming him into a pig-like hero. The humorous series gained a cult following, later appearing in animated adaptations, including Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse. Bedbugs survive longer in made beds because tucked-in sheets trap moisture and warmth, creating a perfect environment. Scientists suggest leaving beds unmade occasionally, exposing them to dry air and sunlight, which helps eliminate bugs. This counterintuitive method challenges the belief that a tidy bed is always the healthiest option. During World War II, the British submarine HMS Trident housed an unusual crew member, a fully grown reindeer. Gifted by the Soviet Union, the reindeer lived on board for 6 weeks, wandering cramped spaces, and even learning to navigate ladders. The unexpected mascot boosted morale during the submarine's long and difficult missions. The concept of democracy originated in ancient Greece around 2,500 years ago. Athenian citizens participated in decision-making, laying the foundation for modern democratic systems. While early democracy was limited to free men, its influence shaped governments worldwide, emphasizing the principles of voting, civic responsibility, and public debate. Ancient Romans used urine as a teeth-whitening agent. Urine contains ammonia, a natural cleaning compound that removes stains. Romans even collected urine in pots for laundry and hygiene. Though the practice seems unpleasant today, it was surprisingly effective and remained common in Roman society for both oral and fabric cleaning. Every continent has a city named Rome. This unusual coincidence reflects the widespread influence of Roman culture, as explorers and settlers often named new cities after familiar places. These Romes exist in countries like the United States, Australia, and South Africa, connecting distant regions to the legacy of ancient Rome. The driest place on Earth is Antarctica, where some regions haven't seen precipitation for millions of years. Despite its icy appearance, these areas, known as the McMurdo Dry Valleys, experience extreme arid conditions, making them more like Mars than any other place on Earth. Saudi Arabia has 0 rivers, making it one of the few countries without any permanent natural water sources. Instead, it relies on underground aquifers and desalination plants to supply drinking water. The country's unique geography, dominated by deserts, has shaped its water management strategies and historical reliance on oasis settlements. Rubber, a bizarre 2010 horror movie, features a telekinetic murderous car tire named Robert. The sentient tire rolls through desert towns, causing destruction and killing people by making their heads explode. The absurd satirical film gained a cult following for its unconventional premise and dark, comedic storytelling. Clocky is an alarm clock designed for deep sleepers. It has wheels, and if you hit snooze, it rolls away, forcing you to chase it down. Created by an MIT graduate, Clocky ensures that waking up requires physical effort, making it difficult to go back to sleep after an alarm. Homemade Gatorade can be made by adding salt to Kool-Aid. While not identical to the original sports drink, it provides electrolytes, helping with hydration. The DIY version is a cheap, effective alternative for replenishing fluids, especially for athletes or anyone needing an energy boost without buying commercial sports drinks. On Good Friday in 1930, the BBC announced, "There is no news," then played piano music instead. The day was so uneventful that broadcasters had nothing significant to report. This moment remains a rare instance in history where a major news outlet openly admitted the complete absence of newsworthy events. Volvo invented the 3-point seatbelt, but made the patent open source so other car manufacturers could use it freely. The company prioritized safety over profit, saving millions of lives worldwide. This selfless decision set a precedent for corporate responsibility, proving that innovation can benefit humanity without being financially exploited. World War II's most successful interrogator, Hans Scharf, never used torture. Instead, he gained prisoners' trust by treating them kindly, taking them for walks, and offering coffee. His humane methods were so effective that the U.S. military later adopted his techniques, proving that empathy can be more powerful than brutality. London's Barbican Centre features an interactive art installation called the Rain Room. This exhibit uses motion sensors to detect movement, allowing rain to fall everywhere except directly where visitors walk. The surreal experience creates an illusion of controlling the weather, making it one of the most immersive modern art installations. Australia's Crocosaurus Cove features a terrifying attraction called the Cage of Death. Visitors are lowered into a clear enclosure inside a crocodile-infested tank, bringing them face-to-face with massive reptiles. The experience offers an up-close look at saltwater crocodiles, providing both an adrenaline rush and an educational encounter with dangerous wildlife. A Canadian company, Child's Own Studio, turns children's drawings into custom stuffed animals. Parents submit a kid's artwork, and the company transforms it into a real plush toy, complete with the child's unique artistic details. The heartwarming service brings kids' imaginations to life, creating one-of-a-kind keepsakes based on their creativity. Blaschko's lines are invisible patterns on the human body that only appear under specific conditions, such as UV light. These lines follow cellular development paths and are unique to every individual. Though typically unseen, They represent an incredible aspect of human biology. In the late 1990s, BMW had to recall GPS systems in Germany because male drivers refused to take directions from a female voice. German men disliked the idea of a woman instructing them while driving, revealing how cultural biases influence technology adoption, even in something as simple as navigation. In 2010, a black Nigerian couple living in the United Kingdom gave birth to a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white baby. The unexpected genetics baffled doctors and the parents themselves, as neither had European ancestry. The baby, named Nmachi, was called a miracle and sparked discussions about rare genetic mutations. That tiny dot above the lowercase letters I and J isn't just decoration, it has an actual name. It's called a tittle. The term comes from Latin and means a small mark or stroke. Though often overlooked, the tittle is crucial for distinguishing similar-looking letters in many languages worldwide. Atlophobia is the persistent fear of not being good enough or having imperfections. People with this phobia often experience extreme self-doubt, anxiety, and avoidance of situations where they fear failure. Unlike general insecurity, atlophobia can severely impact daily life, leading individuals to constantly seek perfection and struggle with self-acceptance. The letter U was first used as a substitute for the word you by William Shakespeare in his comedy Love's Labour's Lost, written around the year 1595. This early form of text abbreviation shows that shorthand communication isn't just a modern phenomenon. It has existed for centuries, even in literature. Rowan Atkinson, best known for playing Mr. Bean, once saved a plane full of passengers from crashing. While on a private flight, the pilot lost consciousness mid-air. Despite having no flying experience, Atkinson managed to control the aircraft long enough for the pilot to regain consciousness, preventing a potential disaster. In the summer of 1932, while sitting in a restaurant, Adolf Hitler designed the prototype of the Volkswagen Beetle. His goal was to create an affordable car for the German people. Years later, this design became the foundation for one of the most iconic and best-selling cars in history. In March 2013, a man got a tattoo of the word Netflix on his side just for fun. After sharing a picture of it on Twitter, Netflix noticed and rewarded him with a free one-year subscription. This bizarre stunt proves that extreme brand loyalty can sometimes pay off. To drink water, giraffes must spread their nearly 2-meter-long legs apart just to reach the surface. Their long necks surprisingly aren't enough to reach the ground easily. This awkward stance makes them vulnerable to predators, which is why giraffes prefer to drink quickly and remain alert while staying near water. The offspring of two identical sets of twins are legally cousins but genetically siblings. Since both sets of parents share identical DNA with their twins, their children inherit nearly the same genetic makeup. This phenomenon results in cousins who are as genetically similar as brothers and sisters, despite different parents. Doritos can actually be made without the famous orange powder and still taste exactly the same. However, the company intentionally adds the seasoning dust because they believe it enhances the Doritos experience. This dusty layer sticks to fingers, prompting people to lick them, reinforcing the craving and leading to more snacking. Ryan Gosling was cast as Noah in The Notebook because the director wanted someone who wasn't typically seen as handsome. Unlike Hollywood heartthrobs of that time, Gosling's softer, boy-next-door appearance was chosen to make Noah feel more relatable. Ironically, this role made him one of the most desired actors worldwide. When Charles Darwin first discovered the giant tortoises of the Galapagos Islands, he was so fascinated that he attempted to ride them. These enormous reptiles, capable of living over 100 years, were slow-moving, making them easy to mount. However, Darwin quickly realized they weren't built for carrying passengers. Since 1945, all British tanks have been equipped with tea-making facilities. British soldiers, famous for their love of tea, faced delays during battles when stopping to brew it. To solve this, tanks were redesigned with built-in kettles, allowing soldiers to make tea without leaving their vehicles during combat. Falling in love produces the same brain chemicals as taking cocaine. When someone falls deeply in love, their brain releases high levels of dopamine, creating intense pleasure and emotional highs. This explains why love can feel addictive and why heartbreak can lead to emotional withdrawal symptoms similar to drug withdrawal. In 1945, a man named Tsutomu Yamaguchi survived the atomic blast at Hiroshima, only to take the morning train to work in Nagasaki, where he experienced another atomic explosion. Despite surviving both blasts, he lived until the age of 93, becoming a symbol of resilience and human survival. There is a metal called gallium that melts at just under 30 degrees Celsius, which means it can melt in your hand. It's often used in science experiments and magic tricks to impress people. Despite its unusual properties, gallium is safe to touch, unlike mercury, which is highly toxic. Bruce Lee's reflexes were so fast that he could snatch a quarter off someone's open palm and replace it with a penny before they could close their fist. His speed and precision were legendary, allowing him to perform incredible feats that even trained martial artists struggled to replicate. In the late 1990s, Russia had a wild reality TV show called The Intercept, where contestants had to steal a car. If they evaded the police for 35 minutes, they got to keep the vehicle. If they were caught, they were arrested on live television, making for intense entertainment. Tourophobia is an unusual but real fear of cheese. People with this phobia experience extreme anxiety at the sight, smell, or even thought of cheese. While it may seem odd, tourophobia can be debilitating, forcing individuals to avoid restaurants, grocery stores, and any social situations involving cheese-based dishes. According to a study conducted by MacEwan University in Canada, playing video games before bed increases the ability to control dreams. Gamers are more likely to experience lucid dreaming, where they realize they are dreaming and can manipulate their surroundings. This suggests gaming enhances cognitive control even during sleep. Watermelons contain citrulline, a compound that helps relax blood vessels, similar to how Viagra works. Though not as potent, citrulline increases nitric oxide levels in the body, improving circulation. Some studies suggest that consuming watermelon could have mild effects on blood flow, making it a natural, refreshing alternative. Crocodiles are physically incapable of sticking out their tongues or chewing their food. Their tongues are attached to the roof of their mouths by a membrane, preventing movement. Instead of chewing, they perform a violent twisting motion called the death roll to tear off chunks of meat before swallowing. Marvel Comics once introduced a bizarre superhero named Throg, a frog who wields the power of Thor. Originally a human named Simon Walterson, he was transformed into a frog and later lifted a sliver of Mjolnir, gaining the abilities of the Norse god. Throg eventually joined a team called the Pet Avengers. The world's largest natural bridge, the Fairy Bridge in China, remained virtually unknown to outsiders until it was spotted on Google Maps. Spanning over 400 feet, it was hidden deep in the remote Guangxi region. Researchers only officially documented it after satellite images revealed its massive size. Erno Rubik, the Hungarian architect who invented the Rubik's Cube, struggled to solve his own creation. It took him an entire month to figure out how to realign the colors after scrambling them. His frustration led to the realization that his invention was more than a toy. It was a complex puzzle. In Switzerland, failing the driving test 3 times comes with an unusual consequence. Before being allowed to retake the test, the applicant must visit an official psychologist. The goal is to determine whether their repeated failures are due to anxiety, poor coordination, or a deeper cognitive issue. In 2011, a man named Richard James Verone deliberately robbed a bank for a single dollar. His motive wasn't money. It was to be arrested so he could receive free medical care in prison. Verone had severe health issues and couldn't afford treatment due to lack of insurance. A software company called PC Pitstop once hit a $1,000 prize in its terms of service to test if anyone actually read them. It took 5 months and 3,000 sales before someone finally noticed the hidden reward. The lucky customer received the cash, proving that almost no one reads fine print. Crying is surprisingly good for your health. It helps regulate emotions, flush out toxins, lubricate the eyes, and relieve stress. Researchers have found that emotional tears contain stress hormones, meaning crying can physically help the body recover from intense emotions, leaving people feeling calmer and more balanced afterward. In the United States, April 2nd is officially recognized as National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day. The classic sandwich combination, first popularized during World War II, remains a staple of American childhood. Celebrations often include themed food challenges, social media tributes, and special promotions at grocery stores and bakeries. A Russian novel called The Last Ringbearer retells the Lord of the Rings from Sauron's perspective. Unlike Tolkien's version, where Sauron is the villain, this book portrays him as a visionary trying to bring progress to Middle-earth, while the so-called heroes are painted as war-hungry aggressors. The first letters of the main characters in Inception, Dom, Robert, Eames, Arthur, Mal, and Saito, form the word DREAMS. This clever detail reflects the movie's central theme of dream manipulation. Director Christopher Nolan is known for such hidden messages, making his films even more engaging for observant viewers. Vern Troyer, famous for playing Mini-Me in Austin Powers, had to perform all his own stunts. At only 2 feet 7 inches tall, no stunt double existed that could match his size. This meant that every action scene, no matter how dangerous, had to be carefully choreographed for him. In 2006, scientists confirmed the existence of a rare grizzly polar bear hybrid called a pizzly or growler bear. These bears are a result of polar bears mating with grizzlies, due to melting ice caps forcing them into new territories. Climate change is making such hybrids more common. In 1993, a Chinese man named Hu Song-wen was diagnosed with kidney failure. After running out of money for hospital treatments, he built his own dialysis machine at home. He maintained the device for 13 years, managing his condition independently until he could no longer sustain it. In 1987, college freshman Mike Hayes launched an unusual campaign to pay for his tuition. He convinced a journalist to ask newspaper readers to send him a single penny each. The idea worked. Millions of tiny donations poured in, totaling nearly $29,000, covering his entire college education. After being eliminated from Hell's Kitchen, contestants undergo psychiatric evaluations and are sent to a recovery house for pampering. The show's intense pressure can cause extreme stress, and producers fear mental breakdowns. The recovery process includes massages, haircuts, and therapy to ensure contestants don't suffer long-term emotional damage. King Bhumibol Adulyadej of Thailand was actually born in Cambridge, Massachusetts in 1927. To ensure he was born on Thai soil, the hospital room where his mother gave birth was briefly declared Thai territory. This ensured that he remained eligible for the throne despite his foreign birthplace. Switzerland has more nuclear shelters than necessary, capable of housing 114% of its population. By law, every citizen must have access to a protected space near their home. This preparedness stems from Cold War fears, making Switzerland one of the most fortified nations in the world. A study in 2010 by Loma Linda University found that laughter reduces stress, increases antibody production, and even kills tumor cells. It's not just about feeling good. Laughing can genuinely make you healthier, proving that humor is one of the best natural medicines. A chimpanzee named Zhora in a Russian zoo became addicted to alcohol and cigarettes because visitors kept giving them to him. By 2001, the addiction got so bad that he had to be sent to rehab. Yes, a chimp really went to rehab because of too much booze and smoking. Ioannis Economou, the chief translator in the European Commission, can speak 32 languages. His native language is Greek, and he's the only in-house translator trusted to work on classified Chinese documents. He didn't just study languages, he mastered them at a level few in history have achieved. In 1860, Abraham Lincoln received a letter from an 11-year-old girl named Grace Bedell, who suggested he grow a beard because all ladies like whiskers, and they would convince their husbands to vote for him. Lincoln took her advice, grew his iconic beard, and became president. In 2013, Sean Conway became the first person to swim the entire length of Great Britain. His 900-mile journey took 135 days, with 90 spent swimming and the rest avoiding bad weather. The level of endurance required for such a feat is nearly unimaginable. The Tetris effect is a phenomenon where people who spend too much time on an activity start seeing its patterns everywhere, even in their dreams. It happens to gamers, musicians, and even factory workers, proving that repetition can rewire how the brain processes reality. Experts believe New York City is home to around 800 languages, making it the most linguistically diverse city in the world. Walk a few blocks, and you could hear languages from every continent. If a language exists, chances are someone in New York speaks it. The red mushrooms from Mario games are based on a real fungus called Amanita muscaria. This mushroom has hallucinogenic properties and can distort perception, making objects seem bigger or smaller. The same mushroom appears in Alice in Wonderland, influencing both literature and gaming in surreal ways. In 2013, France banned child beauty pageants, stating that they encourage the hypersexualization of minors. Organizing one could lead to 2 years in prison and a fine of up to 30,000 euros. Before he became Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr. spent time in prison due to drug addiction, struggling with his career and personal life. His journey from rock bottom to becoming one of Hollywood's highest-paid actors is one of the greatest comeback stories in entertainment history. During the Second World War, prisoners in Canadian war camps were treated so well that they were given access to games and entertainment. including soccer tournaments and musical groups. When the war ended, many of them didn't want to leave, preferring to stay in Canada rather than return home. Airlines have a rule that pilots and co-pilots must eat different meals. This is a precaution in case one meal causes food poisoning, ensuring that at least one pilot remains unaffected and able to operate the aircraft safely. In the late 1930s, Walt Disney was awarded an honorary Oscar for Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Instead of a regular statuette, he received one full-sized Oscar accompanied by 7 miniature statuettes arranged on a stepped base, symbolizing the iconic dwarfs from the film. In 2014, Budapest set a world record for building the tallest Lego tower ever made. Constructed with over 450,000 colorful bricks, the tower stood 114 feet tall in front of St. Stephen's Basilica. A large Hungarian Rubik's Cube sat at the top as a finishing touch. Google sent a lone employee to an abandoned Japanese island called Gunkanjima in 2013 to map it for Google Street View. Once the most densely populated island in the world, it is now completely deserted, a ghost town left behind by history. Echronology is the scientific study of excretion, focusing on how the body eliminates waste through processes like sweating, urination, and digestion. In the early 1930s, a social movement gained traction, advocating for scientists and engineers to replace politicians and business leaders in managing the economy. Though it eventually faded, it reflected a belief that technological and scientific expertise could lead to better governance. Sleep deprivation can cause a phenomenon known as microsleep, where a person unintentionally falls asleep for a few seconds or even minutes without realizing it. This condition is especially dangerous on the road, making it a major cause of accidents worldwide. A competitive eater named Molly Squaler, who weighs only 126 pounds, won 4 eating contests in just 3 days in 2014. She devoured a total of 363 chicken wings, 59 pancakes, 5 pounds of bacon, and 5 pounds of barbecued meat, proving that size isn't everything when it comes to eating competitions. The Centennial light bulb in Livermore, California has been burning since the early 1900s, making it the longest-lasting light bulb in the world. According to the Guinness Book of World Records, the bulb has only been turned off a handful of times in over a century. In Osaka, Japan, there is a 16-story office building known as the Gate Tower Building, which has a highway running straight through its 5th, 6th, and 7th floors. Instead of demolishing the structure or rerouting the road, engineers designed a unique system where the highway passes through the building without touching it, using elevated supports. Blinking is an automatic bodily function, yet it causes people to miss a noticeable portion of everything they see. Since the human eye blinks thousands of times per day, these small moments add up, resulting in brief interruptions in vision that go unnoticed. This natural process protects and moistens the eyes while subtly influencing perception. A terabyte contains an enormous amount of digital storage, but scientists believe the human brain holds even more. Neuroscientists estimate that the brain's memory capacity falls somewhere between 10 and 100 terabytes, making it one of the most powerful and complex storage systems in existence. Unlike computers, however, the brain stores information in interconnected patterns rather than fixed digital files. Shockingly, a large portion of the world's population has never made or received a phone call. While smartphones and communication technology dominate modern society, billions of people in underdeveloped regions remain without access to telecommunication services, emphasizing the ongoing digital divide between different parts of the world. Every year, an immense amount of food is wasted globally, with nearly a third of all food produced for human consumption being discarded. This staggering loss amounts to billions of tons of food, valued at billions of dollars, that goes to waste. The issue stems from overproduction, inefficient distribution, and consumer habits, despite ongoing efforts to address food security. In Iceland, parents must follow strict naming rules when choosing a name for their child. The Icelandic Naming Committee maintains an official list of approved names to preserve the country's linguistic heritage. If a name is not on the list, parents must request special permission, ensuring that all names conform to Icelandic grammar and pronunciation rules. A tribe in West Africa known as the Matami tribe plays an intense version of football that is not for the faint of heart. Instead of using a traditional ball, the game is played with a human skull, a practice that is believed to have cultural and historical significance within the community. This chilling tradition has fascinated anthropologists and historians alike. New Zealand holds the historical distinction of being the first country to grant women the right to vote. This landmark decision, made in the late 19th century, was the result of years of activism and social reform movements. It set an important precedent for women's rights worldwide, paving the way for gender equality and democratic participation. According to the World Health Organization, secondhand smoke is a silent killer, causing hundreds of thousands of deaths each year. Non-smokers who are regularly exposed to cigarette smoke face severe health risks, including respiratory diseases and cancer. Efforts to ban smoking in public places aim to reduce this danger and protect public health. In the early 20th century, failing students in the United States received an E grade instead of an F. However, teachers became concerned that students might mistake the E for excellent, leading to unnecessary confusion. To make failing grades unmistakably clear, the letter F was introduced, and it has remained in use ever since. In Yoshkar-Ola, Russia, a school called Ordinary Miracle was designed to look like a fairy tale castle. Built by Sergei Mamayev for his wife, the school was meant to inspire children and make learning feel magical. Its whimsical design features colorful towers, intricate details, and enchanting architecture, making it one of the most visually stunning schools in the world. In the early 21st century, the Danish government decided to create an exact digital replica of Denmark within the game Minecraft. Using trillions of virtual building blocks, the project was meant for educational purposes, allowing players to explore the country's geography. However, American gamers invaded the map, planting flags and destroying parts of the landscape, forcing Denmark to rebuild. Every 10 seconds, people around the world upload approximately 1,000 selfies to Instagram. That adds up to a staggering 93 million selfies every single day. In a world obsessed with capturing the perfect angle, filters, and lighting, the selfie culture has reshaped how we document our lives and share them with the world. Nearly every email inbox is flooded with unwanted messages, but did you know that 97% of all emails sent globally are actually spam? These messages, ranging from fraudulent schemes to annoying advertisements, clutter inboxes, and cost businesses billions of dollars annually in cybersecurity measures and productivity losses. Digital storage doesn't increase in simple thousands like we count in everyday life. Instead, it follows a system based on multiples of 1024. A kilobyte is 1024 bytes, a megabyte is 1024 kilobytes, and the pattern continues through gigabytes, terabytes, and beyond. A group of ravens isn't just called a flock, it's known as an unkindness. This eerie name likely comes from old superstitions, as ravens have long been associated with death and mystery. These highly intelligent birds have an incredible memory, use tools, and can even mimic human speech in some cases. It sounds terrifying, but some estimates suggest that 1 in 8 babies are mistakenly given to the wrong parents at some point during their hospital stay. While most mix-ups are quickly corrected, the idea that a simple clerical error could lead to an accidental switch has fueled countless real-life horror stories and movies. The crocodile is already one of nature's deadliest predators, but here's something even wilder. Besides the soft skin on its belly and the top of its head, the rest of its body is completely bulletproof. This natural armor, made of thick bony scales called osteoderms, helps it survive even the harshest attacks. When you board an airplane, you might not realize that the air you're breathing has gone through the same level of filtration as in a hospital. High-efficiency particulate air, HEPA filters, remove almost all bacteria and airborne particles, ensuring that the air inside an aircraft is cleaner than you might expect. Even after 6 hours of death, the human body isn't completely at rest. Muscles continue to contract and spasm periodically due to chemical reactions and lingering nerve activity. This eerie phenomenon has led to myths of bodies moving after death, but it's simply the body's way of shutting down gradually. Mount Everest is the world's tallest mountain, but it is also a frozen graveyard. As of 2016, around 280 climbers have died trying to reach its peak. Due to the extreme cold, their bodies are so well preserved that they remain frozen in time, often serving as markers for other climbers. A blue whale is the largest animal on Earth, and its arteries are so massive that an adult human could literally crawl through them. These gigantic blood vessels pump oxygen-rich blood through the whale's enormous body, allowing it to sustain its massive size and deep-sea lifestyle. The nicotine from just one puff of a cigarette reaches the brain in as little as 7 seconds, triggering an almost immediate effect. Meanwhile, alcohol takes around 6 minutes to alter brain activity. These substances hijack the brain's reward system, creating addiction and influencing behavior faster than many people realize. Humans may not have the biggest brains in the animal kingdom, but in terms of brain to body ratio, we take the top spot. However, the overall largest brain belongs to the sperm whale, weighing a whopping 17 pounds, or about 7 kilograms. Despite its size, intelligence is about structure, not just volume. The United States leads the world in the number of millionaires, with millions of people reaching this financial milestone. However, when it comes to billionaires, China takes the crown, producing the most ultra-wealthy individuals due to its rapid economic growth, booming technology sector, and expanding global influence. Canada boasts the longest coastline on Earth, stretching for more than 200,000 kilometers. With thousands of islands, rugged shores, and icy Arctic waters, Canada's coastline is longer than the combined coastlines of the next several largest countries. This massive expanse contributes to its breathtaking natural beauty. Spider silk is one of nature's strongest materials, but here's something surprising. When stored inside the spider's body, it remains in liquid form. Only when it is released from specialized silk glands and exposed to air does it transform into the solid, ultra-strong fibers that spiders use to spin webs. The very first email in history was sent back in 1971, but rather than traveling across the world, it was sent as a simple test between two computers sitting right next to each other. The sender, Ray Tomlinson, had no idea his invention would revolutionize global communication forever. A broken heart isn't just an emotional feeling, it can have serious physical consequences. Known as stress cardiomyopathy or broken heart syndrome, this condition can cause chest pain, shortness of breath, and heart irregularities. In fact, a person suffering from heartbreak can have up to 3 times the adrenaline levels of a heart attack patient. The tin can was invented in 1810, revolutionizing food storage. But here's the crazy part. The can opener wasn't invented until 48 years later. Until then, people had to use hammers, chisels, and even knives to pry open cans, making food preservation a much more frustrating process. The average adult human carries around 8 pounds or 3.6 kilograms of skin, which covers roughly 22 square feet, or about 2 square meters of the body. This incredible organ constantly regenerates, with dead skin cells shedding daily, making up a significant portion of household dust. The world's first hard drive, invented in 1956, was nothing like today's sleek SSDs. It was a massive machine that weighed over a ton and stored just 5 megabytes of data. To put that in perspective, your smartphone today holds millions of times more data and fits in your pocket. Although the brain is physically developed by the age of 5, the rational part of the brain isn't fully formed until around 25. This explains why teenagers often make impulsive decisions and struggle with long-term planning, as their prefrontal cortex, responsible for reasoning and self-control, is still maturing. From a survey of 2,500 people, the average person spends 42 minutes each week on the toilet. Over a lifetime, this adds up to nearly 92 days sitting on the toilet. That's more than 3 months of life spent just answering nature's call in the bathroom. The Great Pyramid of Giza was built from over 2 million massive stone bricks, with each stone weighing more than 2 tons. Construction took approximately 85 years, and despite centuries of study, many mysteries still surround how ancient Egyptians managed to transport and assemble these gigantic stones. A lion's roar is the loudest among all land animals, reaching up to 114 decibels from a distance of just 1 meter. This powerful roar can be heard from over 3 kilometers away, helping lions communicate across vast distances in the wild without needing to move closer. Sloths can live up to 30 years and spend between 15 to 18 hours sleeping every day. Their slow movements and low-energy lifestyle help them conserve energy, making them one of the slowest animals on Earth. Even when they are awake, they rarely move faster than a few meters per minute. Only 30% of the Earth's surface is covered by land, while the remaining 70% is water. This means that most of the planet is covered by oceans, which remain largely unexplored. Scientists estimate that more than 80% of the ocean still remains undiscovered and full of mysteries. During the 14th century, the Black Death wiped out between 30 to 60% of Europe's total population. The disease, caused by the Yersinia pestis bacteria, spread rapidly through fleas and rats. With limited medical knowledge, people resorted to desperate measures, including quarantine and mass burials, to stop the deadly plague. It would take approximately 1,200,000 mosquitoes, each biting once, to completely drain the blood from a healthy adult human. While one mosquito bite is just an annoyance, a swarm of mosquitoes working together could technically leave a person completely bloodless, although such a scenario is highly unlikely. Glass can be made from almost anything that melts at high temperatures. However, when non-traditional materials are used, molten residue often remains, making it difficult to create a completely smooth, usable surface. This is why most glass products are made from silica, which provides the clearest and most durable results. Written language was independently invented by four ancient civilizations: the Mayans, the Egyptians, the Chinese, and the Sumerians. Each of these cultures developed unique symbols and scripts to communicate ideas, trade, and record history. Despite differences in their writing systems, they all played a crucial role in shaping human civilization. The Mekong River in Thailand experiences a mysterious phenomenon known as Naga fireballs, where glowing red spheres randomly rise from the water and disappear into the air. No one knows exactly why this happens, but local legends say they are caused by mythical serpents living beneath the river's surface. If you type askew into Google's search bar, the entire screen tilts slightly to the right. This hidden feature is one of many Google Easter eggs designed to surprise users with quirky, unexpected changes to the interface. Other fun tricks include searching "do a barrel roll" or Google Gravity. Mosquitoes don't just bite humans to suck blood. They also urinate on their victims before flying away. This happens because mosquitoes take in more liquid than they need and must quickly expel excess water. So every time you get bitten, you're not just dealing with an itchy bump, but also mosquito pee. The tradition of wearing wedding rings on the left ring finger comes from an ancient belief that a vein, called the vena amoris, ran directly from that finger to the heart. While modern science has disproved this idea, the romantic symbolism has endured, keeping the tradition alive for centuries. In Russian, the word vodka translates to little water. This name reflects its appearance and high alcohol content, as it looks just like water but is far from it. Russians have been distilling vodka for centuries, and it remains one of the most culturally significant alcoholic beverages in the country. Your mobile phone carries 10 times more bacteria than a toilet seat. Since people touch their phones constantly and rarely clean them, bacteria easily accumulate on the surface. Every time you bring your phone to your face, you transfer those germs, which can lead to skin breakouts and infections. A giraffe's tongue is about 21 centimeters or 8 inches long. This impressive length allows them to reach high branches and strip leaves from thorny trees without hurting themselves. Their tongues are also dark purple, which helps prevent sunburn from constant exposure while feeding in the open African savanna. The gold medals awarded at the Olympic Games today are only 1.3% gold. The last time a pure gold medal was given out was during the 1912 Stockholm Olympics. Since then, medals have been made primarily of silver and coated with a thin layer of gold to reduce costs. To lift an average-sized house off the ground, like in the movie Up, you would need more than 50 million helium-filled balloons. While the concept seems fun in animation, the sheer number of balloons and the weight of the house make it completely impossible in real life. All right, that's a wrap, but hold up. Before you scroll away, I've got something even better lined up for you. If you thought this was crazy, wait till you see this one. Trust me, you don't want to miss it. Click it now. I'll see you there. There are facts you were never meant to know. A woman who spoke in a coma, a pizza that gets you high, and Snoop Dogg's book made entirely of rolling paper. You think you know the world? You've barely scratched the surface. Like a book titled Everything Men Know About Women, with over 100 pages, completely blank. No text, nothing. Why? Because it's a satirical take that suggests men understand absolutely nothing about women. Who wrote it? A psychologist trying to highlight communication gaps through humor. But what does it say about society? A male honeybee's final moment is the definition of going out with a bang. Literally. During mating, his orgasm is so intense that his reproductive organs explode, detaching from his body. And then he dies. That's right. Nature designed this tiny creature to sacrifice itself in the name of love. But why such a dramatic end? Imagine getting shot, not once but twice, while delivering pizza. Most would quit. but not Richard Davis. He took those bullets and invented the Kevlar bulletproof vest, saving countless lives since. Who would have thought a pizza guy would revolutionize body armor? What happened in that delivery changed the world forever. Time travel might seem impossible until you fly from Tokyo to Honolulu. Leave at 7 in the morning, and thanks to the 19-hour time zone difference, you'll land around 8 the previous evening. No DeLorean required. It's not magic, it's just Earth's rotation. But does this strange loop mess with your biological clock? There are only 12 people alive who can remember every moment of their life. Every smell, every sound, every word. It's called hyperthymesia. These individuals don't just have good memories, they live inside it, constantly. Imagine remembering what you had for lunch 20 years ago. Gift or curse? That's the haunting question they ask every day. Ever notice something strange in Toy Story? Every character blinks, but never both eyes at once. Always one, then the other. Animators added this detail to give the toys a slightly surreal, quirky edge. Just human enough to feel real. Just odd enough to remind us. They're not. At the end of every year, fashion giants like Louis Vuitton and Chanel burn millions of dollars worth of unsold products. Yes, burn, not donated, not discounted. Why? To protect exclusivity and brand value. It's fashion's dark little secret. Better to destroy luxury than let it become affordable. From the sky, a rainbow isn't an arc. It's a full circle. But you can only see this if you're high above the earth, like in an airplane. Down below, the ground cuts off the bottom half. Nature doesn't bend the rainbow, we just see a limited slice. What other illusions have we been fooled by? Puma and Adidas might be rivals, but here's the shocking origin story. Both were started by brothers, Adolf and Rudolf Dassler, who were once part of the Nazi Party. A family feud split them apart, birthing two empires. Politics, betrayal, war. It's not just sportswear, it's a tale of blood, ambition, and survival. The youngest confirmed mother in medical history was only 5 years old. Her name was Lena Medina, and she gave birth in Peru in 1939. Doctors originally thought she had a tumor, but it was a baby. Her case still baffles science to this day. Ants don't just fight, they strategize. They send weaker ants first, use terrain to their advantage, and even stage surprise attacks. These tiny creatures wage wars with tactics eerily similar to human armies. Insects with military intelligence? It's not science fiction, it's nature. Dream of being an astronaut? There's a catch. If you're taller than 6 feet 2 inches, you're disqualified. Why? Because spacecraft are small and every inch matters. Tallness becomes a liability in space. So height might make you stand out on Earth, but it could keep you grounded forever. Is that fair or necessary? Jackie Chan is more than a martial arts legend. He's also a pop star in Asia. Since 1984, he's released over 20 albums and even sings the theme songs to his own movies. Who knew those intense stunts were backed by vocals just as powerful? Actor, singer, stuntman, icon. Coca-Cola was never meant to be a soft drink. In the 1880s, pharmacist John Pemberton created it as a nerve tonic to relieve headaches and fatigue. It was marketed as medicinal, and yes, it originally contained cocaine. Buying a lottery ticket? Statistically, you're more likely to die on the way to the store than actually win. Think about that. Billions hope for that 1 in 100 million chance. Yet the universe is more likely to take you out before granting it. We know more about the surface of the moon than our own oceans. That's not an exaggeration. It's a scientific fact. Only 5% of the ocean has been explored. Beneath the waves lies an alien world of darkness, pressure, and mystery. In chess, the word checkmate isn't just a fancy term. It comes from Arabic, Shah Mat, meaning the king is dead. It's not just a feat, it's execution. Chess is more than a game. It's symbolic warfare built on centuries of strategy, politics, and conquest. But in the end, the board claims every king. Voldemort isn't just a name, it's a warning. In French, it literally translates to flight of death. J.K. Rowling carefully chose every name in the series, but Voldemort stands out as a prophecy in itself, a character who tried to escape death, yet became its very symbol. Russia and Japan are technically still at war. That's right, they never signed a peace treaty after World War II. Decades of tension over disputed islands have kept diplomacy frozen. The war ended in 1945, but the paperwork never did. Potatoes, yes, potatoes, have more chromosomes than humans. Humans have 46. Potatoes have 48. Let that sink in. The humble spud is genetically more complex than the species that sent men to the moon. It's a reminder that complexity doesn't always equal intelligence, and that nature loves to play tricks on our ego. You might think no one's above the law, but in the United Kingdom, the Queen literally cannot be arrested, no matter what crime she commits. Why? Because the legal system runs in her name. The Crown prosecutes criminals, so it cannot prosecute itself. But here's the twist. This royal immunity doesn't apply to anyone else in the family, just her. Makes you wonder what secrets the Crown keeps hidden. In 2011, something strange brewed inside the White House. Literally. President Barack Obama became the first ever president to brew beer inside the iconic building. They called it White House Honey Ale, and it used honey straight from the White House garden. Who would have thought America's commander-in-chief was also its secret brewmaster? Think a pinky promise is harmless? In Japan, it used to mean something deadly serious. Breaking one meant cutting off your pinky finger. It was originally a yakuza ritual, a bond of trust where betrayal had a bloody cost. Next time you pinky swear, know that finger once held someone's entire honor. Twilight, the billion-dollar vampire saga, almost never existed. It was rejected not once, not twice, but 14 times. Publishers thought no one would read about sparkly vampires and awkward love triangles, but author Stephenie Meyer kept pushing, and that persistence birthed a franchise that took over pop culture. Rejection was just part of the prophecy. The word Google actually came from a mathematical mistake. The term Google means a 1 followed by 100 zeros, a number so huge it's basically incomprehensible. When naming the company, a spelling error on a domain search turned Google into Google, and that typo became one of the most powerful names in the digital world. What if your biggest fear was your own greatness? There's a real phobia called the Jonah complex, where people fear achieving their full potential. Why? Because success can mean change, responsibility, and the pressure to keep winning. So instead of soaring, some people sabotage themselves. The scariest battles are sometimes within. Imagine saying 700 words and walking away with $15 million. That's exactly what Arnold Schwarzenegger did in Terminator 2. His iconic line, "Hasta la vista, baby," alone cost over $85,000. That's more than most people earn in a year, just for 4 words. Being a robot really does pay. Need a hug? There's a service for that. In some parts of the world, you can hire a professional snuggler for $60 an hour. These aren't shady deals, they're cozy, regulated services for people battling loneliness or anxiety. Sometimes what we need isn't therapy or advice, but just someone to hold us. In 2010, China faced a nightmare on wheels. A traffic jam on Highway 110 stretched over 100 kilometers and lasted 11 full days. Drivers were stuck for nearly 2 weeks, moving just a few meters every hour. Locals started selling food and water at inflated prices, turning the highway into a bizarre, slow-moving marketplace. This sounds impossible, but if you removed all the empty space in the atoms that make up every human being on Earth, all 8 billion of us could be compressed into something the size of an apple. Not a country, not a car, a single apple. That's how much nothingness we're made of. There's more gold under your feet than you could ever imagine. If scientists found a way to extract all the gold from Earth's core, we could cover every piece of land in knee-deep gold. But it would also crash the economy overnight. Some treasures are buried for a reason. One blue whale dive can burn up to 480 million calories. That's the equivalent of eating over 2 million cheeseburgers, in one mouthful. These creatures are the largest animals to ever live, and they need insane fuel to power their titanic frames. Nature's giants don't snack, they devour. There are two parts of your body that never stop growing: your ears and your nose. While everything else slows down with age, those two just keep on stretching. That's why grandparents often have such distinct facial features. Time doesn't just leave wrinkles, it leaves souvenirs. Ever shopped at H&M? The name actually stands for Hennes and Mauritz. The brand began in Sweden as a women's clothing store called Hennes. It later merged with a hunting apparel store called Mauritz, creating the now famous fast fashion empire. So next time you buy that hoodie, remember it started with rifles and blouses. Here's something your PE teacher never told you. A human once jumped further than a horse. In the 1968 Olympics, Bob Beamon set a record of 8.9 meters, beating the longest horse jump by over half a meter. Sometimes evolution throws in a cheat code. Before Pixar made Finding Nemo, the entire animation team had to take graduate-level fish biology classes. Why? To make sure every movement, fin flick, and ocean detail was scientifically accurate. That's how deep Pixar goes for storytelling. They don't just animate fish, they become them. In Bern, Switzerland, there's a 500-year-old statue of a man eating a sack of babies. No one knows why it was made, who it represents, or what message it's supposed to send. It's called the Kindlefresser, the child eater. And to this day, it just stands there, silently devouring its mystery. Koi fish aren't just pond pets, they're time travelers. A koi named Hanako lived for 225 years. Born in the 1700s, she died in 1977. That means she outlived empires, revolutions, and 2 world wars, all while swimming peacefully in a pond. What stories she could have told? What if I told you the most iconic basketball film of all time didn't belong to LeBron, but to a cartoon rabbit and Michael Jordan? That's right. Space Jam still reigns as the highest-grossing basketball movie in history. It wasn't just about the game, it was Bugs Bunny, aliens, and nostalgia slamming their way into our hearts and box offices. Ever wondered what kind of beast the Beast really is? He's not just some random furry prince, he's actually a chimera, a mythological creature with traits from 7 different animals. You'll spot the mane of a lion, the tusks of a boar, and even the legs of a wolf. It's like Disney fused a zoo into one cursed prince. What do popping bubbles and interior design have in common? In 1957, 2 inventors created what we now know as bubble wrap, not for packaging, but as futuristic wallpaper. Yep, their original idea was to market it to decorators. Who knew failed wall art would become every online order's best friend? Type this in Google right now. Zerg Rush. What happens next? Google's own interface turns against you. Letters start to attack and eat your search results. It's an old Easter egg, a tribute to the chaotic swarm attacks from the game StarCraft. And yeah, your productivity is about to get wrecked. Imagine a movie theater where ninjas appear out of nowhere to silence you. In London's Prince Charles Cinema, that's not a movie plot. That's real. Volunteers dress in all black, blending into shadows, just waiting for someone to ruin the movie experience. Talk or throw popcorn. Pixar almost lost an entire film, and it wasn't because of bad reviews. During Toy Story 2's production, an employee accidentally deleted huge chunks of the movie. Rebuilding it would have taken over a year, but in a miracle move, another employee had backed it up on her personal computer at home. That's what saved the movie. The first commercial flight lasted only 23 minutes and cost more than $8,000 today. In 1914, a short hop between St. Petersburg and Tampa, Florida, changed the course of travel history. Passengers paid a small fortune just to fly less than 40 kilometers. We've come a long way since. The best French Scrabble player in the world doesn't even speak French. Nigel Richards, a legend from New Zealand, memorized over 386,000 French words in just 9 weeks. He didn't learn the meanings, just spellings, then went on to dominate native speakers in their own language. That's mental mastery. 4,000 years ago, women had pregnancy tests using grains. In 1350 BC, Egyptian women would pee on wheat and barley. If wheat sprouted, it was a girl. If barley did, a boy. No growth, no baby. Modern science actually tested this, and it was accurate 70% of the time. Martin Luther King Jr. once got a C in public speaking. Let that sink in. The man whose voice moved millions and changed the world wasn't always the best on stage. Early on, his teachers didn't see greatness, but he kept going. Proof that even legends start somewhere uncertain. Tennis balls are high maintenance. At Wimbledon, they don't just pick any ball. Now they go through over 50,000, each kept at exactly 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Why? Because temperature directly affects how the ball bounces. Even a few degrees can throw off a match between champions. Here's something most cat owners don't know. Your cat shouldn't be drinking milk. Adult cats lack enough lactase enzymes to digest lactose. That means milk makes them sick, even though cartoons taught us otherwise. If you want to treat your cat, skip the saucer and stick to clean water. There's an actual word for the art of bell ringing, and it sounds just as fancy. Campanology. It's not just about swinging bells in churches. It's a real musical discipline, involving rhythm, physics, and some seriously buff forearms. Ringing a massive bronze bell ain't light work. Popes can't be organ donors, ever. Why? Because once someone becomes pope, their entire body belongs to the Universal Catholic Church. When they die, their body has to be buried whole and intact. Even in death, their body remains sacred. It's a rule that hasn't changed for centuries. A single average tree can become over 170,000 pencils. Think about that next time you sharpen one. That humble stick you write with came from a living giant that once reached for the sky. And now it's helping people write dreams, solve problems, and doodle in class. 90% of all Earth's ice is sitting in just one place, Antarctica. That means if that frozen land ever melted, sea levels across the world would rise dramatically. It's not just cold, it's the planet's freezer. And with climate change creeping in, the countdown is very real. In Italy, the mafia isn't just crime, it's business. With a revenue of over $178 billion a year, it makes up around 7% of the country's entire GDP. That means the mob makes more than most industries and some government departments. Ever notice how Tokyo, Beijing, and Seoul all sound kind of different? What if I told you they all mean the same thing? In their native languages, each name translates to the word capital. These cities aren't just iconic. Their names literally declare them as the heart of their nations. That ocean sound you hear in a seashell? It's not the sea. It's actually the sound of blood rushing through your own veins, amplified by the shell's curved shape. Your brain interprets it as waves, but the sea is never in the shell. You are the ocean, my friend. The human brain is faster than you think. Literally. Your thoughts and neural signals race through your body at around 268 miles per hour. That's faster than most sports cars. So next time someone says you're slow, just remind them, your brain's outpacing traffic. In 1936, Soviet engineers built something that seems like pure science fiction today, a computer powered entirely by water. This hydraulic machine used flowing liquid to perform calculations. Why water? Because electricity wasn't stable everywhere yet. It was clunky, slow, and massive, but it proved one thing: genius doesn't need modern tools. Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Microsoft together store over 1.2 million terabytes of data. That's the digital equivalent of stacking every book ever written and then multiplying it by thousands. Your thoughts, your selfies, your secrets, everything lives somewhere in this unseen empire of cloud servers, silently watching the world. Cats might look curious and mischievous, but there's one thing they'll never crave: sugar. Their taste buds genetically lack the receptor for sweetness. So when your cat ignores your cupcake, it's not being picky, it genuinely can't taste it. Evolution simply didn't give felines a reason to fall in love with dessert. Your brain, that squishy 3-pound miracle inside your skull, performs over 1,000 complex processes every single second. It's faster than any supercomputer ever made. You're doing all of this thinking, blinking, reading, breathing, without even realizing. And what's wilder, it does it all while using the same energy as a light bulb. Only around 15% of the world's plants grow on land. That means the vast majority are hidden beneath the waves, thriving in oceans and rivers. From microscopic algae to sprawling kelp forests, underwater life produces oxygen, traps carbon, and shapes entire ecosystems, all while staying mostly invisible to the human eye. 7,000 years ago, long before fast food or farming machines, people were already eating potatoes. These humble roots first appeared in South America, where ancient civilizations grew and worshipped them. Over time, potatoes crossed oceans and borders to become one of the most important crops in human history, and dinner tables. Covering nearly one-third of the Earth's surface, the Pacific Ocean is so massive that all the land on the planet could fit inside it. It stretches from Asia to the Americas and is home to the deepest point on Earth. If the ocean could speak, it would tell stories older than any civilization. Brazil isn't just named after a tree, it's named after a very specific one called the Brazil wood. This tree once produced a red dye so valuable that Portuguese explorers began exporting it in the 1500s. Eventually, the region itself adopted the name, making Brazil the only country named after a plant. You are up to 14% more likely to die on your birthday than on any other day of the year. Statistically, people are more prone to strokes, accidents, and even heart attacks on their birthdays. Whether it's psychological stress or just bad luck, your big day might come with a hidden risk. India isn't just famous for spices or spirituality, it's home to more vegetarians than any other country on Earth. With cultural roots in religions like Hinduism, Jainism, and Buddhism, vegetarianism isn't just a diet here, it's a philosophy. Millions live without meat and still enjoy one of the world's richest cuisines. Beavers don't need goggles, because nature gave them something better. Their eyelids are transparent, allowing them to see underwater while keeping their eyes protected. These natural built-in swimming glasses help them build dams, escape predators, and live their entire aquatic lives without ever losing sight of their next masterpiece. Indonesia is not just one country. It's more like 17,000 tiny nations scattered across the ocean. From Bali to Sumatra to Java, these islands hold unique cultures, languages, and ecosystems. It's so massive that some islands haven't even been fully explored yet. It's like a world hidden within a country. Mandarin Chinese is the most spoken language on Earth, with over 1 billion people using it every single day. It's not just a way to communicate, it's a living puzzle of tones, characters, and cultural history. Understanding even a few phrases means unlocking one of the most powerful languages in the world. Diamonds might be marketed as rare treasures, but here's the ugly truth. They're not actually that rare. A single company, De Beers, controls about 95% of the market and limits supply to artificially keep prices high. So that 1 in a million diamond, it might be 1 in thousands just sitting in a vault. Over half of the oxygen you breathe doesn't come from forests or trees. It comes from the Amazon rainforest. Known as the lungs of the planet, this massive green engine produces breathable air, filters carbon dioxide, and supports life across continents. But it's disappearing faster than ever, putting your next breath at risk. In Japan, Burger King took fast food to a strange Gothic level by releasing 2 completely black burgers. The buns, cheese, and even the sauce were dyed black using squid ink and bamboo charcoal. Called the Kuro Diamond and Kuro Pearl, these burgers didn't just taste different. They looked like something out of a villain's kitchen. Scott Wade doesn't use canvas, brushes, or paints. His art lives on the dusty rear windows of cars. With just his fingers and a small brush, he turns dirt and grime into stunning portraits and landscapes. What most people rush to wash off, he turns into temporary masterpieces that vanish with a single wipe. Ferruccio Lamborghini wasn't born to build supercars. He started out making tractors. But after buying a Ferrari and complaining about its clutch, Enzo Ferrari insulted him, saying the problem was with the driver, not the car. Furious, Ferruccio decided to build a better car, and that's how the Lamborghini legend was born. Got a smelly shoe or gym bag? Toss in a dry tea bag. Seriously. Tea bags are powerful odor absorbers because they're full of tannins that suck in moisture and neutralize bad smells. It's one of the easiest, cheapest life hacks out there, and your nose will thank you in minutes. J.M. Barrie, the creator of Peter Pan, did something almost no one in publishing ever does. He gave away the rights to his beloved story, not to a person, but to the Great Ormond Street Children's Hospital. Since then, every ticket, every book, every adaptation helps save children's lives. A California couple named Helen and Les Brown were both born on December 31st, 1918. They were married for 75 years and passed away just one day apart in the year 2013 at the age of 94. Their life journey became widely known for this incredibly rare coincidence. In the year 1939, the New York Times published a prediction claiming that television would not succeed. Their reasoning was that the average American family wouldn't have enough time to sit around and watch a screen, which in hindsight turned out to be one of the worst technological predictions ever made. Chuck Feeney, once a billionaire worth $6.3 billion, donated over 99% of his fortune to help underprivileged kids pursue higher education. By the end of his philanthropic journey, he had only around $2 million left, demonstrating a rare level of generosity and selflessness. Before alarm clocks were invented, there was a profession known as a knocker-up. These individuals would travel from house to house, tapping on windows or banging on doors with long sticks to wake people up. This odd but essential job actually remained in practice all the way until the 1920s. Dalhousie University in Halifax, Nova Scotia, introduced a unique initiative to reduce student stress by opening a puppy room on campus. This room allowed students to interact with playful puppies, providing a scientifically proven way to lower anxiety and improve overall mental well-being during exam periods and busy college days. Tim Harris, a man with Down syndrome, owns and operates a restaurant in Albuquerque, New Mexico called Tim's Place. It's the only known restaurant in the world owned by someone with Down syndrome. The restaurant became famous not just for its food, but also for the hugs it offered customers. Scientists from ATR Computational Neuroscience Laboratories in Tokyo, Japan, developed a remarkable technology that allows thoughts to be displayed on a computer screen. This breakthrough marked an incredible step forward in brain-computer interface research and opens doors for potential communication tools for those with disabilities or neurological conditions. Joan Ginther, a former math professor with a PhD in statistics from Stanford University, won the lottery not once but 4 times. Her total winnings reached $20.4 million. Despite the astronomical odds of 1 in 18 septillion, she never publicly explained her method, sparking endless speculation. In the early 1990s, Michael Jackson attempted to purchase Marvel Comics. His goal was to produce his own film and star as Spider-Man. Although the plan never came to fruition, it remains one of the most surprising and ambitious entertainment moves ever attempted by a global pop icon. In 2013, the Netherlands closed 8 of its prisons due to a significant decline in crime rates. With fewer inmates and less need for incarceration, the country made headlines globally for being one of the few places in the world where the justice system appears to be working effectively. The word Lord appears an astonishing number of times throughout the Bible, woven deeply into thousands of verses. Its repetition symbolizes not just a religious devotion, but the cultural and historical weight it carries, emphasizing its importance in shaping entire belief systems over generations of human civilization. Ferdinand Magellan, the famous Portuguese navigator, gave the Pacific Ocean its name after experiencing its calm waters during his historic voyage. The word Pacific translates to peaceful, and this serene impression left such a mark on him that it influenced the naming of one of Earth's largest and most powerful oceans. Deep within Venezuela lies Angel Falls, an awe-inspiring natural wonder known as the highest uninterrupted waterfall in the world. Towering above lush jungles, this breathtaking waterfall seems to fall endlessly, making it one of the most majestic and powerful displays of nature anywhere on Earth. In the heart of a desert in Dubai sits the world's largest flower garden, defying logic and nature. With over 500,000 fresh blooming flowers arranged in intricate displays, it proves that with creativity, technology, and passion, even the harshest environments can become places of stunning beauty and life. You're not allowed to bring mercury aboard a commercial passenger airplane because of a surprising reason. It can corrode the aluminum used to construct the plane. This dangerous chemical reaction could compromise the aircraft's safety, making mercury one of the rare substances banned for such specific scientific reasons. If you toss an apple into the sea, it will float effortlessly on the surface. This happens because apples are less dense than water. Their airy interior allows them to stay above the waves, making them a fun, simple example of physics at work in everyday life. A newborn baby's body holds about 1 cup of blood in total, a tiny but vital amount responsible for oxygen, nutrients, and life itself. That little cup of blood is already doing everything it can to keep the baby warm, safe, and growing from the moment they take their first breath. Big Ben is one of the most iconic landmarks in London, but many people don't realize that Big Ben is not the tower. It's the massive bell inside. The tower itself is called the Elizabeth Tower, and the name Big Ben refers only to the bell that famously chimes. The literacy rate in Cuba is among the highest in the entire world. Nearly every citizen, regardless of background or income, can read and write. This achievement is the result of decades of investment in education and is a point of national pride for the Cuban people. As a human being approaches death, something profound happens. The sense of hearing is the last to go. Even when the body grows still and the eyes close for the final time, the ears may still pick up the voices of loved ones, offering one last moment of connection. Sharks are some of the most feared creatures in the ocean, yet their danger is often misunderstood. On average, they kill only a handful of people each year. Meanwhile, humans kill thousands of sharks every single hour, making us a far greater threat to them than they are to us. In a strange twist of modern danger, more people now die from taking selfies than from shark attacks. The pursuit of the perfect photo has led people into incredibly risky situations, from cliffs and skyscrapers to moving trains, showing how technology can sometimes turn everyday life into something deadly. Auschwitz was one of the most notorious concentration camps during the Holocaust. It's estimated that a significant portion of the Jewish lives lost during that time ended there. The name itself has become a chilling symbol of the horrors humanity is capable of when hatred goes unchecked. Pirates often wore eye patches, not to cover a missing eye, but to train one eye to see in darkness. By keeping one eye adjusted to the dark, they could move quickly between the ship's deck and its dim lower levels. It was a clever trick that actually worked. Astatine is the rarest naturally occurring element on Earth. In fact, the total amount of it found in the entire planet's crust is smaller than a teacup of sugar. Because it's so unstable and difficult to find, most people will never see or touch it in their lifetime. One of the strongest organisms in the world is actually a bacteria responsible for a common disease. The gonorrhea bacterium can pull thousands of times its own weight, making it one of the most powerful life forms on a cellular scale. Tiny but mighty, it redefines what strength really means. Humans and great apes are incredibly close in terms of genetics, yet one major difference separates us: our chromosomes. Humans have one fewer pair than apes. This small genetic difference may hold clues to what makes us uniquely human, including language, intelligence, and even consciousness. The Queen of England, through an ancient legal concept called Crown Land, technically holds ownership over a third of the Earth's surface. While this doesn't mean direct control, it does reflect the vast reach of the British monarchy's influence throughout history, especially during the era of colonization and empire. Ganymede, the largest moon in our solar system, is so massive that it's even bigger than the planet Mercury. Orbiting around Jupiter, this enormous moon has its own magnetic field and hidden oceans beneath its icy crust. making it a prime candidate in the search for extraterrestrial life. Antarctica might look like a land of endless ice, but surprisingly, it's actually classified as a desert. Despite all the snow and glaciers, it receives barely any precipitation in a year, making it one of the driest places on Earth. Colder than your freezer and drier than your imagination. By sheer size, Canada is almost equal to an entire continent. It stretches across so much land that it's only slightly smaller than all of Europe combined, with untouched wilderness, icy frontiers, and lakes that go on forever. It's a quiet giant in the world of geography. In the human brain, memory lives inside a part called the hippocampus. Interestingly, research has shown that this region is often larger in women than in men, suggesting there may be a biological reason why some women seem to remember every detail of an argument from 5 years ago. Amazon, once just an online bookstore, became the first company in history to reach an unthinkable financial milestone. Its growth from a garage startup to a global empire reshaped how the world shops, reads, and even talks to their smart speakers. Luxembourg holds a unique record when it comes to marriage. It has the highest divorce rate of any country. Meanwhile, in India, the bond of marriage seems to hold strong, with the lowest divorce rate in the world, showing just how differently cultures view commitment and relationships. Cats have been part of human life since ancient times. Long before modern civilization as we know it, they were already being adored and even worshipped. Thousands of years later, they still rule the internet and many people's homes. Penguins may waddle on land, but they're acrobats in the ocean. With explosive power in their tiny legs and sleek bodies, they can launch themselves out of the water in a gravity-defying leap that would make even Olympic athletes jealous. Cuba, despite being a small island nation, leads the world when it comes to healthcare access. It has more doctors per person than any other place, showing how a country with limited resources can still put human well-being above everything else. YouTube is a monster of content. With every passing moment, an overwhelming amount of videos being uploaded, and the world watches billions of clips every single day. From cat fails to life advice, it's become the most visited virtual living room on the planet. The United States, despite making up a small fraction of the world's population, holds a shocking percentage of its prisoners. Its justice system houses a staggering number of inmates, revealing deep-rooted issues in crime, punishment, and inequality. In southern India, there exists a unique place of peace, a spa not for humans, but for elephants. These gentle giants are pampered with massages, baths, and herbal treatments, honoring the role they've played in culture and religion for centuries. Mars may be a red, dusty wasteland, but if you were to step on it, you'd feel noticeably lighter. The weaker gravity would take a huge chunk off your body weight, making simple jumps feel almost like floating. A strange dream for those used to Earth's pull. When it comes to holiday tradition, fake trees have taken over. Despite the nostalgic charm of real pine, artificial Christmas trees are now the top choice for most families, offering less mess and more convenience, even if they lack the fresh scent of nature. Fort Knox is more than just a famous name. It's a fortress holding one of the largest collections of gold in the world. Hidden behind layers of steel and secrecy, this mountain of treasure represents wealth, power, and a deep-rooted obsession with shiny metal. If you're stuck in London traffic, you might as well hop on a horse-drawn carriage. The pace of the city's traffic today is no faster than it was a century ago. With horns blaring and tempers flaring, modern engines haven't done much to speed things up. When it comes to potatoes, the outside is where the magic happens. The skin holds most of the vitamins and nutrients, making it the healthiest part of the spud. So next time you peel it, remember, you're throwing away the good stuff. The Kuwaiti dinar holds the title of the strongest currency on the planet. Its exchange value makes it more powerful than even the dollar, giving the tiny Gulf nation an economic muscle that belies its size. Gravity does weird things to your body. Throughout the day, your spine compresses under its own weight, making you slightly shorter by bedtime. In the morning, you wake up a tiny bit taller, like a human accordion slowly closing. Misao Okawa of Japan earned the title of the oldest living person with a verified age. Her quiet wisdom and gentle presence reminded the world that longevity is not just about years lived, but about the stories and grace carried with every breath. Snails might move slowly, but their bodies are full of surprises. If one of their eyes is damaged or lost, they can actually grow it back. A tiny miracle of nature that shows how even the simplest creatures are full of wonder. Cats don't meow at each other the way they do with humans. That adorable sound is something they developed purely to communicate with people. Over time, they figured out it grabs our attention. It's almost like they're talking to us in a language they created specifically for their human companions. The wealthiest man in recorded history was an emperor from West Africa named Mansa Musa. His fortune was so vast that it said he disrupted economies just by visiting cities. If we adjusted for modern value and inflation, his net worth would be beyond comprehension, far surpassing today's billionaires. A large portion of all the gold ever mined came from a region called the Witwatersrand Basin. This area in South Africa was so rich in gold deposits that it shaped the economy of an entire country. Even now, the scale of mining that happened there remains nearly unmatched in history. Trypophobia is the intense fear or discomfort that some people feel when they see clusters of small holes. Things like honeycombs, lotus seed pods, or even sponges can trigger it. While it sounds unusual, it can cause real anxiety, and scientists still debate whether it's linked to evolution or psychology. Redwood trees are among the oldest and tallest living things on Earth. Some coast redwoods have lived for over 2,000 years, and they can grow taller than most buildings. These majestic giants are like natural skyscrapers, holding centuries of history in their towering trunks and silent, peaceful forests. Grizzly bears hibernate for an incredibly long period, often up to several months. During this time, they do not eat, drink, urinate, or defecate. Their bodies essentially pause normal functions while keeping them alive in freezing temperatures. It's nature's way of letting them survive long winters without a constant food source. There's a university called Oaksterdam where students can study cannabis. Yes, it's a real place, and people can actually earn degrees in cultivation and cannabis-related business. What used to be considered taboo is now part of education and industry, showing how fast perspectives can change with time and research. Strawberries are unique because their seeds grow on the outside, and the average one has around 200. But here's the twist. They're technically not even berries from a botanical perspective. Nature doesn't always follow our labels, and the more you look into it, the more you realize how strange fruits really are. Adolf Hitler once considered invading Switzerland during the war, but he abandoned the idea because the mountains made it almost impossible. The Swiss terrain was so challenging and fortified that even one of history's most aggressive leaders decided it was not worth the effort. Sometimes nature is the best defense. A group of ferrets is called a business. It sounds like something out of a cartoon, but it's the real term. These energetic little animals scurry around in chaos, so calling them a business feels ironic and hilarious. Still, it's a fun example of how quirky the English language can be. During the Cold War, the United States used a launch code for nuclear missiles that was just 8 zeros in a row. The reasoning was that it needed to be easy to remember and fast to input in an emergency. It's a chilling reminder of how close the world came to danger. Only a tiny fraction of an atom is actual matter. Almost all of it is just empty space. That means everything you touch, see, and feel, including yourself, is mostly made up of nothing. It's one of those strange scientific truths that completely changes how you see the physical world. There are millions of apps available to download on both the Apple and Android platforms. Every possible use, like from entertainment to productivity to learning, is covered. We live in a time where tools, games, and entire lifestyles exist inside phones, shaping how humans connect, learn, and entertain themselves every single day. There are over 20 countries in the world that operate without having a formal army, navy, or air force. These nations prioritize neutrality, diplomacy, or simply cannot afford a military. They prove that it's possible to maintain sovereignty and peace through alliances and policy, rather than sheer military strength. The Voynich manuscript is a mysterious book from the Italian Renaissance that no one can read. It's written in an unknown language or code, and despite centuries of attempts by cryptographers, it remains unsolved. Filled with strange illustrations and symbols, the book feels like it belongs to another world altogether. Yonge Street in Canada is the longest continuous street in the world, stretching from the shores of Lake Ontario all the way north through Ontario. It covers a distance that rivals major highways, connecting communities across a vast landscape and becoming a historic and cultural landmark in its own right. No one can fully explain why mosquitoes don't exist in Iceland. Despite the presence of stagnant water and relatively mild summers, the insects never established a population there. It might be the weather patterns or something about the water cycle, but it remains one of nature's odd little mysteries. Stephen Hawking was diagnosed with a life-threatening illness in his early 20s and was told he would only live a few more years. But he defied every expectation, surviving for decades while transforming our understanding of physics and black holes. His mind stayed sharp long after his body began to fail. In emergencies, planes have a system that lets them dump fuel from their wings. This is done to reduce weight before landing, especially if there's a risk of crashing. Lighter planes are less likely to explode upon impact. It's one of many safety systems built into commercial aviation. The sentence, "Sir, I demand, I am a maid named Iris," holds the record as the longest palindromic sentence. It reads the exact same way forward and backward, word for word and letter by letter. This kind of wordplay is incredibly rare, especially at this length, and requires careful planning to create. Cows are far more emotionally intelligent than many people realize. They form close bonds with each other, often picking a best friend in the herd. If they are separated from their chosen companion, they show signs of stress such as restlessness and lower milk production. Their social lives are surprisingly deep. A baby octopus can be so tiny that it fits right on the tip of your finger. At birth, many species are barely visible, smaller than a coin. Despite their size, they are already capable of swimming, hunting, and using camouflage. Their rapid growth and intelligence make them fascinating marine animals. In New Jersey, there is a restaurant owned by musician John Bon Jovi, where meals come without fixed prices. Instead of paying a bill, customers are encouraged to donate what they can or volunteer their time. It is a heartfelt project aimed at feeding those in need with dignity and care. Internet addiction disorder, often called IAD, is a recognized mental health condition where a person develops an uncontrollable urge to be online. It can severely disrupt daily life, from sleeping patterns to personal relationships. As our lives become increasingly digital, understanding and treating this disorder has become more important than ever. Cameron Diaz and Snoop Dogg were classmates back in high school in California. In a twist that sounds straight out of a movie, Cameron once revealed that she actually bought weed from Snoop. This fun and surprising bit of celebrity trivia shows how unexpected their early lives and connections really were. In 1961, Mel Blanc, the iconic voice of Bugs Bunny and many other cartoon characters, was in a terrible car crash that left him in a coma. Doctors couldn't reach him until they spoke to him as Bugs Bunny. He responded in character, and this bizarre method helped wake him up. The name Wendy was first introduced to the world through the classic story of Peter Pan. Before the publication of that book, there were no records of anyone named Wendy. The author essentially invented it, and since then, it has become a beloved name around the world thanks to the story. While it might look like a regular fruit, the pineapple is actually classified as a berry in botanical terms. This is due to how it forms from the fusion of many flowers into a single fruiting body. Nature often ignores human categories, and pineapples are a delicious example of this fact. Besides orange and purple, many other English words have no rhymes. Words like silver, month, ninth, pint, and wolf simply don't have any perfect rhyming partners. The English language is full of unique oddities like these, and poets often avoid such words because they are difficult to work into rhyme schemes. The word rhythm is the longest word in the English language that does not contain any traditional vowels like A, E, I, O, or U. Instead, it relies on the letter Y, which sometimes acts as a vowel. It's a strange and interesting word that highlights how flexible English spelling can be. Although these brands seem separate, companies like Audi, Bentley, Bugatti, Ducati, Lamborghini, and Porsche all fall under the same corporate umbrella, Volkswagen. This powerful automotive group owns some of the world's most luxurious and fastest vehicles, showing how large and connected the car manufacturing industry truly is behind the scenes. The word almost holds a special place in the dictionary because all of its letters appear in perfect alphabetical order. While it may seem like a simple term, it's a rare linguistic example where spelling and the order of the alphabet align in a way that's both clean and natural. The word uncopyrightable is the longest common word in the English language that doesn't repeat any letter. Although subdermatoglyphic is even longer, it's used mostly in medical fields. Uncopyrightable, and on the other hand, is something people actually use, especially in legal or creative contexts. It's a perfect example of linguistic uniqueness. I am is considered the shortest complete sentence in the English language. Despite being only 2 words long, it contains both a subject and a verb, meeting all grammatical requirements. It's a powerful and profound phrase that has been used in philosophy, religion, and literature to express identity and existence. Jacqueline Lucas, during World War II, faked his age and joined the United States military at just 14 years old. By 17, he earned the Medal of Honor after throwing himself onto 2 live grenades to protect his fellow Marines. Incredibly, he survived the blast and became a national hero. Out of the thousands of prisoners held at Auschwitz, a total of 144 managed to escape successfully. Each escape was incredibly dangerous, requiring stealth, bravery, and often outside help. Malaria has been one of the deadliest diseases in human history. Some researchers estimate that it is responsible for nearly half of all deaths throughout human existence. Transmitted by mosquitoes, it continues to affect millions even today, especially in tropical regions. Its long-term impact on global populations is almost unimaginable. Apples, peaches, and raspberries may seem completely different, but they are all members of the rose family of plants. This botanical relationship explains their fragrant flowers and sweet taste. Many popular fruits share this floral lineage, which surprises people and reminds us how deeply plants are connected in unexpected ways. The pygmy marmoset, also called the pocket monkey, is the smallest species of monkey in the world. These tiny primates grow to only about 5 inches in length and weigh just over 3 ounces. Despite their size, they are agile climbers and live high in the trees of the Amazon rainforest. All presidents of the United States, regardless of wealth or status, are required to personally pay for their own food while living in the White House. This includes their meals and groceries unless it's a formal event. It's a surprising but long-standing tradition that emphasizes the separation between government resources and personal expenses. Overmorrow is an Old English word that means the day after tomorrow. Although it's no longer in common usage, it still appears in dictionaries and is sometimes used in literature or poetic writing. Words like this show how language constantly evolves, leaving behind beautiful but forgotten gems from earlier times. José Mujica, former president of Uruguay, was widely recognized as the world's poorest president. During his time in office, he lived on a modest farm, drove an old car, and donated most of his salary to charities. His humble lifestyle stood in contrast to most political leaders and earned him global admiration. In Cambodia, some restaurants serve a dish famously called Happy Pizza. It appears like a regular cheese pizza, but is uniquely garnished with marijuana on top. This controversial food item draws attention from tourists and locals alike, and its legality varies depending on the amount of cannabis and how it's prepared. Snoop Dogg, known for his music and love of cannabis, once released a book called Rolling Words. The book features the lyrics of his songs, but it's not just for reading. The pages are actually made of rolling paper, so fans can tear out sheets and use them to roll joints. In the animated series SpongeBob SquarePants, one background fish character has appeared in multiple episodes with an oddly placed and clearly visible bulge. While likely unintentional, this detail sparked discussions among fans and conspiracy theories about hidden adult humor in the otherwise family-friendly show. The strongest beer in the world is called Snake Venom. It was created by a Scottish brewery and contains an astonishing alcohol content of 67.5%. This drink is so powerful that it's sold with a warning label and is typically consumed in very small quantities due to its potency. Every year on November 19th, people around the world can ironically observe Have a Bad Day Day. Unlike typical positivity-based holidays, this unofficial occasion embraces frustration and sarcasm, encouraging people to simply acknowledge when life isn't going their way and share some humor around daily misfortunes. Remarkably, the structure of a single human brain cell, the cosmic web of the universe, and the architecture of the internet all share similar patterns. These networks branch out in nearly identical ways, hinting at a deeper connection in the way nature, intelligence, and technology organize complex systems. The Indonesian Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries found that while a single manta ray might fetch as little as $40 if killed, its lifetime value in tourism could exceed $1 million. As a result, they established the largest protected manta ray sanctuary in the world to conserve the species. A group of turkeys is called a rafter. Though many people refer to turkeys in groups as flocks or gangs, rafter is the official collective noun. This term dates back to the 16th century and remains a quirky yet accurate piece of trivia for bird lovers and word enthusiasts alike. Russi Taylor, who voiced Minnie Mouse, was married in real life to Wayne Allwine, who provided the voice for Mickey Mouse. Their love story mirrored their iconic characters, and they worked together for decades, spreading joy through animation. Their marriage became a charming piece of Disney history that fans continue to adore. In Singapore, one Coca-Cola vending machine made headlines for offering drinks in exchange for hugs. Passers-by simply had to wrap their arms around the machine, and it would dispense a free Coke. The campaign promoted happiness and connection, blending clever advertising with a genuinely heartwarming experience for anyone who participated. Jim Cummings, the voice actor behind Winnie the Pooh, has made special calls to children's hospitals to comfort sick kids. Speaking in Pooh's voice, he brings joy and calm to those struggling with illness. His heartfelt outreach goes far beyond the microphone, making him a real-life hero in many children's eyes. In 1919, a young Walt Disney was fired from the Kansas City Star newspaper. His editor told him he lacked imagination and had no good ideas. Ironically, this harsh critique came before he built one of the most iconic creative empires the world has ever seen. History had other plans. Black tomatoes may look genetically engineered, but they are completely natural. Their dark color comes from high levels of anthocyanins, which are powerful antioxidants. These tomatoes are believed to offer health benefits like reduced risk of obesity, cancer, and diabetes. They're nutritious, beautiful, and a stunning twist on a garden classic. Most cats prefer not to drink water that's located near their food bowl. This instinct likely developed in the wild, where water near food could be contaminated. To keep your cat hydrated, it's best to place their water source in a separate area from where they eat. They'll appreciate the distance. The Bible holds the record as the best-selling book in all of history, with around 5 billion copies sold over time. Its influence spans centuries and continents, touching billions of lives. From literature and law to personal belief systems, its words have shaped cultures and civilizations in countless ways. DC Comics once explored an alternate universe where young Bruce Wayne dies instead of his parents. In this dark version, Thomas Wayne becomes a vengeful Batman, and Martha Wayne descends into madness, becoming the Joker. The emotional reversal adds depth and tragedy to the Batman mythos in a hauntingly creative twist. The average iPhone, despite being sold for several hundred, or even over $1,000 depending on the model, only costs around $200 to manufacture. This cost includes the components, labor, and assembly. The high retail price mostly comes from research, branding, software development, marketing, and profit margins. Some truths don't scream, they whisper, hidden in the weird, the wild, and the wonderfully pointless. And once you start noticing them, the world never looks the same again. But if you thought these were strange, wait till you hear about the things we believed for centuries. That turned out to be completely false. Click right here, and I'll show you. You asked for it, so here it is. Over 385 random, ridiculous facts packed into one mega compilation. Somewhere in this video, we've hidden a secret word. Find it, comment it, and prove you made it all the way through. Let's get useless.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
Somewhere in Japan, giant hornets are roaming with venom so potent it can melt human skin. In Canada, there's a place where gravity mysteriously weakens. Meanwhile, in Turkey, rare roses bloom so dark they appear completely black. Never heard of them? The heaviest drinkers in the world are found in Belarus, where the average person consumes approximately 17.5 liters of alcohol each year. This makes Belarus the country with the highest per capita alcohol consumption, with vodka and other spirits being particularly popular. The country's drinking culture is deeply ingrained in its traditions and social life. Polar bears evolved from brown bears approximately 150,000 years ago in the region surrounding Britain and Ireland. Over time, they adapted to the Arctic environment, developing thick white fur for camouflage, a layer of fat for insulation, and specialized hunting techniques. These adaptations allowed them to survive in some of the harshest conditions on Earth. The cheetah holds the title of the fastest land animal, capable of reaching speeds of approximately 75 miles per hour in short bursts. However, the fastest bird, the peregrine falcon, can reach astonishing speeds of 242 miles per hour when diving to catch prey. This makes it the fastest creature in the animal kingdom overall. Despite being a living organism, a jellyfish lacks many of the features found in most animals. It has no ears, eyes, nose, brain, or heart, yet it can still move, hunt, and reproduce. Instead of a brain, it relies on a simple nerve net to detect stimuli, and it moves using pulsations of its bell-shaped body. The largest earthquake ever recorded occurred in Chile in the year 1960, measuring between 9.4 and 9.6 on the magnitude scale. This massive quake lasted for 10 minutes and triggered devastating tsunamis that affected coastal regions as far away as Hawaii and Japan. It remains one of the most powerful natural disasters in history. Facebook had around 2,320 million monthly active users as of December 31st, 2018. This makes it the largest social media platform in history, connecting people from all over the world. With billions of posts, messages, and videos shared daily, Facebook continues to shape global communication and social interactions. The African driver ant is one of the most prolific insect species, capable of producing between 3 to 4 million eggs every 25 days. These ants live in massive colonies and are known for their aggressive swarming behavior, which allows them to overwhelm and consume prey much larger than themselves. They are a key part of many ecosystems. Over recent decades, the average intelligence quotient, or IQ, has been declining, a phenomenon sometimes called the reverse Flynn effect. One possible explanation is that people with higher intelligence are choosing to have fewer children. This shift in birth rates has contributed to a gradual decrease in overall IQ scores across multiple generations. Football is the most popular sport in the world, attracting billions of fans across different continents. Cricket comes in second place, followed by field hockey in third. These sports have rich histories, deep cultural significance, and massive followings. Football alone has more than 4 billion fans, making it the most widely played and watched sport globally. Each human sperm cell carries approximately 3 billion base pairs of genetic information, which is equivalent to about 750 megabytes of digital storage. This means that a single ejaculation contains multiple terabytes of genetic data, storing all the information necessary to create a unique human being. This incredible biological system ensures genetic diversity and reproduction. 1 out of every 4 construction cranes in the world is located in Dubai, highlighting the city's rapid urban development. The Palm Islands, one of the most famous artificial land projects in Dubai, required enough sand to fill 2.5 Empire State Buildings. This ambitious engineering feat has transformed the city's coastline significantly. Humans have between 12,000 to 60,000 thoughts per day, with approximately 80% of them being negative. This suggests that our brains are naturally wired for critical thinking, problem-solving, and self-preservation. While negative thoughts help us identify dangers and challenges, too much negativity can contribute to stress and anxiety, affecting mental well-being. The human brain contains around 100 billion neurons, each forming thousands of connections with other neurons. These connections create a vast network that allows for complex thought, memory, emotions, and decision-making. The brain is one of the most energy-intensive organs in the human body, consuming about 20% of the body's total energy supply. The highest cheese consumption per capita occurs in European countries, with France ranking as number 1. The average French person eats approximately 25 kilograms, or 57 pounds, of cheese per year. Cheese is an important part of French cuisine, with hundreds of varieties available, ranging from soft and creamy to hard and aged cheeses. The highest temperature ever recorded on Earth was 136 degrees Fahrenheit, or 58 degrees Celsius in El Azizia, Libya, on September 13, 1922. This extreme heat remains one of the most intense natural temperatures recorded, demonstrating the power of Earth's climate and the potential for extreme weather conditions in desert regions. A single teaspoon of soil contains more living organisms than the total human population on Earth. These microorganisms include bacteria, fungi, and tiny invertebrates, all of which play a crucial role in maintaining soil health. This hidden ecosystem is essential for plant growth, nutrient recycling, and supporting life on land, making soil one of the most vital resources. Despite being widely associated with vitamin C, oranges do not even rank among the top 10 foods for vitamin C content. Many other fruits and vegetables, such as bell peppers, kiwis, strawberries, and guavas, contain significantly higher amounts of this essential nutrient. This challenges the common belief that oranges are the best source of vitamin C. The Milky Way galaxy is home to an estimated 100 to 400 billion stars, and the observable universe contains more than 100 billion galaxies. This means there are an unimaginable number of stars in existence, with many potentially hosting planets capable of supporting life. The vastness of space remains one of the greatest mysteries of science. Astronomers have discovered what is believed to be one of the oldest stars in the universe, located approximately 6,000 light-years from Earth. This ancient star is estimated to have formed shortly after the Big Bang, around 13.8 billion years ago. Its existence provides valuable insight into the early formation of stars and galaxies. Penguins are excellent divers and can hold their breath underwater for up to 20 minutes. This ability allows them to hunt for fish and other marine life in the cold waters of the Antarctic. Their streamlined bodies and strong flippers make them highly efficient swimmers, capable of reaching impressive depths in search of food. Scientists estimate that the average cloud weighs approximately 500,000 kilograms, which is equivalent to the weight of 100 fully grown elephants. Despite their massive weight, clouds appear to float effortlessly in the sky because the water droplets inside them are spread out over a large area, making them less dense than the surrounding air. Research suggests that around 95% of the decisions humans make are influenced by the subconscious mind before they even reach conscious awareness. This means that most of our daily choices, ranging from what we eat to how we react to situations, are guided by deeply ingrained habits, past experiences, and instinctual responses. By the time a child reaches the age of 2, their brain has already grown to approximately 80% of the size of an adult human brain. This rapid development is crucial for early learning, as neural connections form at an astonishing rate during infancy, laying the foundation for language, problem-solving, and motor skills. Birds that migrate long distances often fly in a V formation to conserve energy. The bird at the front experiences the most wind resistance, while those behind benefit from the air currents created by their wing beats. To prevent exhaustion, birds take turns leading and move to the back when they become tired, ensuring efficient travel. Liking the facts so far? Show some love with a like. The average human tongue contains approximately 10,000 taste buds, which allow us to experience a variety of flavors such as sweet, sour, bitter, salty, and umami. These taste buds do not last forever. They regenerate every 2 weeks, ensuring that our sense of taste remains sharp and continues to function throughout our lives. If all the stored batteries in the world were to be used at the same time for power consumption, they would be completely drained within 10 minutes. This demonstrates how reliant we are on continuous electricity generation and highlights the limitations of current battery storage technology when compared to the global energy demand. The Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, stands at a staggering height of 2,700 feet, or approximately 830 meters. Construction of this iconic skyscraper began in the year 2004 and took 4 years to complete. Today, it remains a symbol of modern engineering and architectural achievement. Almost 10% of all people in China have the last name Wang, which translates to king. Due to the country's vast population, this means that tens of millions of individuals share the same surname, making it one of the most common last names, not just in China, but in the entire world. Humans process an astonishing 11 million bits of information every second, but the conscious mind is only aware of approximately 40 of these pieces of information at any given moment. The vast majority of data is filtered out by the brain automatically, allowing us to focus only on the most relevant stimuli. Russia is so vast that its total landmass is approximately 1.8 times the size of the United States. It stretches across 11 time zones and covers a significant portion of the Northern Hemisphere, making it not only the largest country in the world, but also one of the most geographically diverse. Air pollution in Beijing, China, has become so severe that locals have coined the term Beijing cough to describe the persistent respiratory issues caused by inhaling the polluted air. The city frequently experiences dangerously high levels of smog, which can significantly impact health, causing lung diseases and other long-term complications. In the year 1967, the Prime Minister of Australia, Harold Holt, mysteriously disappeared while swimming off the coast of Victoria. Despite extensive search efforts, his body was never found. It took nearly 4 decades for authorities to officially confirm that he had drowned, making his disappearance one of history's greatest mysteries. Martial artist and actor Jackie Chan has an unusual family history. His mother was a drug smuggler while his father worked as a spy. In a twist of fate, they met when Jackie Chan's father arrested his mother for smuggling opium. Despite this unusual beginning, they later fell in love and married. Filmmaker George Lucas originally envisioned the role of Mace Windu in the Star Wars franchise to be played by legendary rapper Tupac Shakur. However, Tupac tragically passed away before he had the chance to audition for the role. As a result, the part was ultimately given to actor Samuel L. Jackson. Japan has an unusual approach to handling crime statistics. In many cases, police officers officially classify murder cases as suicides to maintain the perception of low crime rates. This practice is intended to protect the reputation of law enforcement, but often results in inaccurate crime data and unresolved investigations. Scorpions are incredibly resilient creatures, capable of surviving in some of the harshest environments on Earth. One of their most impressive abilities is their capacity to hold their breath underwater for up to 6 days. This adaptation allows them to survive flash floods and other environmental challenges in their natural habitats. Ethiopia follows a unique calendar system that differs from the one used in most of the world. Due to its 13-month year, the country is currently in the year 2006 rather than 2025. This traditional calendar, based on the ancient Coptic system, remains in official use today. In the year 1853, the city of New York purchased the land that would become Central Park for $5 million. Today, that same land is valued at approximately $530 billion, making it one of the most expensive real estate properties in the entire world. The oldest known musical instruments date back approximately 43,000 years. Archaeologists have discovered flutes carved from bird bones and mammoth ivory, suggesting that early humans had a deep appreciation for music and possibly used it for rituals, communication, or simple entertainment, long before the development of modern civilization. In zero gravity, fire behaves differently than it does on Earth. Instead of flickering with an elongated shape, a flame in space appears round and blue. This occurs because, without gravity, hot air does not rise, and the fire burns in all directions evenly, creating a unique spherical appearance. Studies have shown that people with highly creative minds often struggle to fall asleep at night and naturally prefer to stay up later. This phenomenon is linked to increased brain activity, as creative individuals tend to have a more active imagination, leading to a constant flow of thoughts that make it difficult to wind down. During the 1950s, studies revealed that patients in mental asylums experienced stress levels comparable to modern-day high school students. This highlights the immense pressure placed on students due to academic expectations, social dynamics, and future uncertainties, which can have serious effects on mental health. A group of lemurs is called a conspiracy, a name that perfectly matches their secretive and coordinated movements. These highly social primates live in close-knit groups and rely on teamwork for survival, making their collective name both fitting and amusing. The longest prison sentence ever recorded was an astonishing 320,000 years, given to a man named Gabriel Grandos. He was convicted for failing to deliver over 70,000 letters, an offense that led to a historically extreme punishment, far exceeding a normal human lifespan. The United Arab Emirates is currently developing an advanced city designed to run entirely on renewable energy. With a zero-waste ecological system, this city aims to set a new standard for sustainability, reducing dependence on fossil fuels and minimizing environmental impact. A study by the Bureau of Economic Research concluded that firstborn children tend to have higher IQs than their younger siblings. Researchers suggest this may be due to increased parental attention and responsibility placed on the eldest child, leading to cognitive advantages. The world's smallest poisonous frog measures just 10 millimeters in length. Despite its tiny size, this frog secretes a powerful toxin from its skin as a defense mechanism, making it highly dangerous to predators in its natural rainforest habitat. In Iraq, there is a natural gas vent known as the Eternal Fire that has been burning continuously for over 4,000 years. The flames emerge from underground gas pockets and were even referenced in ancient texts, making it one of the longest-lasting natural fires on Earth. Believe it or not, farting has been shown to help reduce blood pressure and contribute to overall health. The release of gas relieves internal pressure and can also indicate a well-functioning digestive system, though it may not always be the most socially acceptable health benefit. The artificial sweetener Splenda was discovered entirely by accident. A researcher misheard instructions to test this chemical as taste this chemical, leading to the unexpected realization that the compound had a sweet taste. This fortunate mistake resulted in the creation of one of the most widely used sugar substitutes. Before Sylvester Stallone sold the script for Rocky, he was so broke that he had to sell his beloved dog for $50. Just a week later, after selling the script, he tracked down the new owner and bought his dog back for $3,000, proving just how much he loved his pet. Chinese soldiers use an unusual technique to maintain a straight posture during military parades. They place small needles in their shirt collars, forcing them to keep their chins up and their backs straight, ensuring perfect discipline and uniformity. Following Hurricane Katrina in 2005, a bizarre and concerning event occurred: the disappearance of 36 armed dolphins trained by the U.S. Navy. These dolphins, equipped with toxic dart guns capable of killing a person with a single shot, vanished into the Gulf of Mexico, raising fears about their potential use in unintended situations. A Dutch artist discovered a way to create clouds indoors by carefully controlling humidity, temperature, and lighting. This artistic technique allows him to produce stunning floating clouds in the middle of a room, blurring the line between art and science. The largest cemetery in the world is the Wadi al-Salam Cemetery in Iraq, spanning approximately 6 square kilometers. It holds an unknown number of bodies, estimated to be in the millions, with an additional 500,000 burials occurring each year. Before receiving his infamous facial scar, the character Scar from The Lion King had a very different name: Taka. In Swahili, Taka means garbage, giving his backstory an even darker undertone and making his transformation into a villain more symbolic. Benjamin Franklin, despite his brilliant mind, was not entrusted with writing the U.S. Declaration of Independence. The reason? His colleagues feared that he might sneak a joke into the historical document, as he was well known for his wit and humor. At its peak, the mobile game Candy Crush was generating an astonishing $956,000 per day. This simple yet addictive puzzle game became a global sensation, proving that mobile gaming could be incredibly lucrative. Some of the most successful figures in history, including Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Walt Disney, and Mark Zuckerberg, all dropped out of school. Despite not completing formal education, they went on to revolutionize their respective industries, proving that success is not solely dependent on academic achievement. The world's deepest indoor pool, named Nemo 33, is located in Brussels, Belgium. It reaches a depth of 108 feet or 32 meters, making it a popular destination for professional divers and underwater training exercises. The torrent site Pirate Bay once attempted to purchase its own island to establish a country free from copyright laws, aiming to create a digital haven where online piracy would be legal. Their ambitious plan, however, never came to fruition due to legal and financial obstacles. Prairie dogs have a unique way of greeting each other that might surprise you. Instead of a simple nuzzle or sniff, they actually kiss when they meet. This adorable behavior helps them recognize one another and maintain strong social bonds within their communities. Humans possess the ability to see ultraviolet light, but this capability is naturally blocked by the lens in our eyes. However, individuals who undergo lens removal surgery, often due to cataracts, gain an unexpected ability to perceive ultraviolet wavelengths, revealing a world of colors invisible to most people. The flag of the Philippines serves as more than just a national symbol. It is also a signal of the country's state of peace or war. In peacetime, the blue stripe is displayed on top, but during times of war, the red stripe is positioned above, signifying conflict and readiness to defend the nation. In the Northwest Territories of Canada, license plates are not just standard rectangles like in most places. Instead, they are uniquely shaped like polar bears, a fitting tribute to the region's wildlife and its deep connection to the Arctic environment. Crows possess an extraordinary ability to recognize human faces and remember those who have wronged them. These intelligent birds can hold grudges, warn other crows about specific people, and even pass this knowledge down to future generations, ensuring that the perceived threat is never forgotten. Jaguars in the wild are known to seek out and consume hallucinogenic roots, an unusual behavior that heightens their senses and enhances their hunting abilities. This natural psychedelic experience gives them an edge in detecting prey, making them even more formidable predators in their ecosystem. The book Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire became significantly longer than the previous 3 books because J.K. Rowling made an unintentional plot hole midway through writing. To fix the issue without disrupting the overall story, she had to go back and rewrite portions, ultimately expanding the book's length. Cherries contain 2 powerful compounds that have been scientifically proven to inhibit tumor growth. Remarkably, these compounds can even cause cancer cells to self-destruct while leaving healthy cells unharmed, making cherries a fascinating natural food with potential cancer-fighting properties. On the planet Venus, the atmosphere is so extreme that it snows metal. The scorching surface temperatures and high-pressure conditions cause metallic compounds like lead and bismuth to vaporize, later condensing and falling like snow, creating an otherworldly landscape. The United Nations has officially recognized access to the internet as a fundamental human right. This declaration emphasizes the importance of digital connectivity in modern society, ensuring that people worldwide have the ability to access information, communicate, and participate in global discussions. Unlike many other animals, crocodiles do not have sweat glands to regulate their body temperature. Instead, they keep their mouths wide open to cool down, a behavior often mistaken for aggression, but actually serving as a natural air conditioning system to prevent overheating. A sloth's digestive system is incredibly slow, taking an astonishing 2 weeks to fully process a single meal. This sluggish metabolism helps conserve energy, allowing sloths to survive on a minimal diet while spending most of their lives hanging motionless in trees. On Valentine's Day in the year 2014, a group of single men in Shanghai decided to take action against romance. They purchased every odd-numbered seat in a theater showing Beijing love story, ensuring that couples could not sit together, making it a symbolic gesture in support of single people. In the year 2014, the Department of Transportation in Colorado had to make a bizarre adjustment to deter theft. The iconic mile marker sign reading 420 kept getting stolen due to its association with cannabis culture, so officials replaced it with a sign labeled 419.99 instead. Naked mole rats are one of the few animals that seem to possess an incredible biological advantage. They are highly resistant to cancer. Their unique genetic makeup allows them to live exceptionally long lives without developing tumors, a trait that continues to intrigue scientists studying longevity and disease resistance. LSD has been reported to have therapeutic effects on post-traumatic stress disorder. One notable case involved Yehiel Denur, a Holocaust survivor who had suffered from nightmares for 3 decades. After taking LSD, he was finally able to sleep peacefully for the first time in 30 years without experiencing traumatic visions. In the year 1983, a 61-year-old potato farmer named Cliff Young shocked the world by winning the Sydney to Melbourne Ultra Marathon. Unlike other athletes, he did not take breaks for sleep and simply kept running while the rest of the competitors rested, ultimately securing his victory in the grueling 544-mile race. A penguin's legs are much longer than they appear at first glance. Their bodies are covered in dense layers of feathers which hide the full length of their legs. If you could see beneath the fluff, you'd realize that penguins are much taller in structure than they seem. Queen Elizabeth never needed to carry a passport when traveling abroad. Since British passports are issued in her name, she was exempt from needing one herself. However, all other members of the royal family are required to possess passports when traveling internationally. Adam Rayner is the only known person in history to have been both a dwarf and a giant during his lifetime. At age 21, he was just 3 feet 8 inches tall. However, due to a medical condition, he experienced an extreme growth spurt and reached 7 feet 6 inches before his death. During World War II, 2 Japanese officers, Tokiyashi Mukai and Tsuyoshi Noda, held a competition to see who could kill 100 people first using only a sword. This brutal contest was reported in Japanese newspapers like a sports event, with regular updates on their kill count, making it disturbingly publicized. In the year 2006, the FBI planted an undercover agent in a Southern California mosque, pretending to be a radical extremist in hopes of catching real threats. However, the plan completely backfired when the mosque members became suspicious and reported him to the FBI, believing him to be a genuine extremist. Coal power plants emit up to 100 times more radiation into the environment than nuclear power plants producing the same amount of energy. Despite the common fear surrounding nuclear energy, coal ash contains radioactive elements like uranium and thorium, which are released into the air when burned in large quantities. A group of owls is called a parliament, a name derived from old folklore that associates owls with wisdom. This naming convention reflects the common perception of owls as highly intelligent creatures, often depicted in literature and mythology as symbols of knowledge, insight, and even mystical abilities. In the year 1987, a German shepherd named Gabby became a hero when she saved a zookeeper by fighting off an escaped jaguar at the Belgrade Zoo. She bravely defended the zookeeper, preventing a fatal attack. To honor her bravery, a statue was later built in her memory at the zoo. Cats are among the few animals that domesticated themselves, choosing to approach humans on their own terms. Unlike dogs, which were selectively bred for traits over generations, cats gradually adapted to human environments due to the abundance of rodents. Over time, they formed a mutually beneficial relationship with humans, leading to their domestication. Journalist Sarah Bongiorni and her family attempted to live without purchasing any products made in China for an entire year. They quickly found this nearly impossible due to the global reliance on Chinese manufacturing. Their experience, which highlighted the deep economic ties between countries, was documented in the book A Year Without Made in China. Japan is home to themed cafes unlike anywhere else in the world, including unique owl cafes. These establishments allow visitors to interact with real owls while enjoying a drink or meal. Guests can sometimes pet or hold the owls, making for a fascinating experience that blends relaxation with an up-close look at these majestic birds. In the mid-20th century, a man named John Thomas Doyle tragically took his own life by jumping from the Golden Gate Bridge. What made his case particularly unusual was the note he left behind, which contained only a single sentence: "I have a toothache." The meaning behind his words remains a mystery to this day. Lobsters were once considered undesirable food, often referred to as the cockroaches of the sea. Between the 17th and 19th centuries, they were so abundant that they were commonly fed to prisoners and servants. Over time, culinary advancements and changes in perception transformed them into a luxury food item enjoyed around the world. A tiny species of antelope, known as the dik-dik, gets its name from the sound it makes when alarmed. These delicate creatures are found in Africa and are among the smallest antelopes in the world. Despite their size, they have remarkable survival skills, using speed and agility to evade predators in the wild. Scientists are researching termites as a possible renewable energy source due to their ability to produce hydrogen. By consuming just a single sheet of paper, they can generate nearly 2 liters of hydrogen, making them one of the most efficient bioreactors on the planet. This research could help advance sustainable energy solutions. The first ticket ever purchased for the first Comic-Con in New York was bought by George R. Martin. At the time, the event was in its infancy, with only a small number of attendees. It has since evolved into one of the largest pop culture conventions in the world, drawing thousands of fans. In modern society, more people are affected by obesity than by hunger. While hunger remains a global crisis, the rise of processed foods, sedentary lifestyles, and poor dietary habits have led to an increasing number of obesity-related health issues. This shift has made obesity one of the most pressing public health concerns today. An inventor named Mike Warren Madden created a device called the aquatic pram, which allowed people to take their pet fish for a walk. The invention functioned as a mobile fish tank with wheels, making it possible for fish owners to transport their aquatic pets while giving them exposure to fresh surroundings. Several countries, including Quebec, Sweden, and Norway, have laws that prohibit advertising directly to children. These restrictions aim to prevent companies from encouraging children to pressure their parents into buying products. By limiting exposure to aggressive marketing tactics, these laws help promote healthier consumer habits and reduce childhood commercialization. Studies have shown that smokers are much more likely to develop gray hair prematurely compared to non-smokers. The chemicals found in cigarettes can cause damage to hair follicles, accelerating the aging process. This means that, in addition to the well-known health risks, smoking can also lead to visible signs of aging much earlier in life. Marshmallows were originally created as a remedy for sore throats. For centuries, juice from the marshmallow plant was used for medicinal purposes. In the 19th century, it was combined with egg whites and sugar to make a soothing treatment for children. The recipe became so popular that it evolved into the sweet treat known today. Skunks have highly developed muscles around their scent glands that allow them to spray their noxious fluid with incredible accuracy. They can hit a target from several meters away, making them one of the most precise animals when it comes to self-defense. This ability helps them deter predators and stay safe in the wild. Gorillas are among the sleepiest animals in the world, often resting for more than half the day. These great apes require long periods of sleep to recover from their highly active movements. Similar to humans, they create comfortable nests out of leaves and branches, ensuring a restful and secure sleep in their forest habitats. If all the blood vessels in the human body were laid out end to end, they would stretch an astonishing distance, circling the Earth more than twice. This intricate network plays a crucial role in delivering oxygen and nutrients to every cell, highlighting the complexity and efficiency of the human circulatory system. Kangaroos are a diverse group of marsupials, with a wide variety of species ranging in size and habitat. From the small tree-dwelling kangaroos found in dense forests to the large red kangaroos that roam the open plains, these unique animals have adapted to different environments, making them one of Australia's most iconic creatures. Sharks have one of the most diverse reproductive systems in the animal kingdom. Depending on the species, some sharks give birth to live young, while others lay eggs. Those that lay eggs produce protective cases, often called mermaid's purses, which safeguard the embryos until they are ready to hatch into the ocean. A man in Wisconsin once captured a rare photograph featuring 3 albino deer standing together in the woods. The chances of such a sighting occurring are astronomically low, making it one of the rarest wildlife encounters ever recorded. Albino deer are uncommon, and seeing multiple in one place is almost unheard of. An elephant drinks an enormous amount of water every day, enough to fill multiple large containers. This is necessary to keep its massive body hydrated, especially in hot climates where it loses water rapidly. Their trunks, which act like built-in straws, allow them to gulp down water in huge quantities within minutes. Wearing headphones for an extended period creates a warm, moist environment in the ears, which is the perfect breeding ground for bacteria. The number of bacteria can multiply significantly in just an hour, making it essential to clean headphones regularly and allow ears to breathe. Camels have an extraordinary adaptation for desert life. 3 eyelids that protect their eyes from harsh winds and blowing sand. These extra eyelids function like built-in goggles, keeping vision clear even in the most intense sandstorms. Donkeys have an incredibly wide field of vision due to the unique placement of their eyes. This allows them to see all their feet at once, which helps them navigate tricky terrain with remarkable precision, avoiding obstacles and ensuring steady footing. Slugs are far more complex than they appear. They have retractable tentacles that function like eyes, tiny blowholes for breathing, and thousands of razor-sharp teeth arranged in rows. These teeth help them grind down food with surprising efficiency. Praying mantises have a brutal mating ritual where a significant number of male mantises meet their end. The female often begins by biting off the male's head, which strangely enough enhances the mating process. Despite this, males still willingly approach females, ensuring the continuation of the species. Flamingos are not naturally pink when they hatch. Their vibrant color develops over time due to their diet, which is rich in brine shrimp and algae. Without these food sources, flamingos would remain a pale, grayish-white shade. The loneliest creature in the world is a whale in the North Pacific that sings at a unique frequency no other whales can hear. This means it calls out endlessly without ever receiving a reply, making it a heartbreaking symbol of isolation in the vast ocean. The largest living organism is not an animal but a massive underground fungus in Oregon. It stretches across a vast expanse of land, covering more ground than multiple city blocks combined. Despite appearing like separate mushrooms on the surface, it is a single interconnected organism beneath the soil. If you learned something new, hit that like button. Much like fingerprints, every human tongue has a unique pattern. The ridges and textures differ from person to person, making it possible to identify individuals just by examining their tongues. A newborn human has significantly more bones than an adult. Over time, many of these bones fuse together, particularly in the hands and wrists, which make up a large portion of the body's bones. Throughout a human lifetime, enough saliva is produced to fill multiple swimming pools. This constant production of saliva plays a crucial role in digestion, keeping the mouth moist and breaking down food. A group of parrots is fittingly called a pandemonium, a term that perfectly captures their noisy, energetic nature. When several parrots gather, their loud and chaotic chatter makes them live up to the name. Sterling silver is not made entirely of silver. Pure silver is too soft, so a small amount of copper is mixed in to give it the necessary strength and durability for making jewelry and household items. Chewing gum while cutting onions can prevent tears by forcing a person to breathe through their mouth. This reduces the amount of onion fumes reaching the eyes, making the experience much less tearful. Honey is the only food that never spoils. Archaeologists have discovered jars of honey in ancient Egyptian tombs that are still perfectly edible after thousands of years thanks to its unique chemical properties. When Coca-Cola first launched, it was not an instant success. In its first year, only a handful of bottles were sold. Today, it is one of the most consumed beverages in the world, with millions of bottles sold every day. There are no truly blue foods in nature. Even foods that seem blue, like blueberries, are actually closer to shades of purple. This rarity of blue in natural foods is why it is one of the least appetizing colors in food presentation. Bees work tirelessly to produce even the smallest amounts of honey. It takes the combined efforts of many bees working their entire lives just to produce a single teaspoon of honey. Long ago, enormous ducks the size of horses roamed what is now Australia. These massive birds, known as Dromornithidae, lived tens of thousands of years ago and were among the largest flightless birds to have ever existed. For those who love extravagance, gold glitter pills are available online for an outrageous price. These capsules claim to turn waste into something dazzling, proving that luxury can be taken to some truly bizarre extremes. The anxiety of being without a phone has a name: nomophobia. With smartphones becoming an essential part of daily life, this fear is more common than ever, especially among younger generations. The modern flush toilet owes its creation to Thomas Crapper, whose name became humorously linked to the very function of the device. Although he did not invent indoor plumbing, his contributions popularized its use. At the University of Victoria in Canada, students can enroll in a course dedicated to the science of Batman. This unique class explores human physical limitations in psychology, using the Caped Crusader as a reference. The Philippine island of Luzon is home to a geographic wonder, a lake that contains an island which contains another lake, which itself has yet another island inside. This fascinating chain of nested landforms is a rare natural occurrence. There is a place in Canada where gravity is weaker than the rest of the planet. Scientists believe this anomaly found in Hudson Bay may be caused by slow-moving convection within the Earth's mantle, subtly affecting gravitational pull. Red hair is exceptionally rare, with only a tiny fraction of the world's population possessing this fiery genetic trait. This uniqueness has led to myths and legends surrounding redheads in different cultures. A daring extreme sport called banzai skydiving exists, where participants throw their parachute out of a plane before jumping after it. The challenge is to catch and strap into the parachute mid-air before reaching the ground. In Ecuador, thrill seekers can experience the swing at the end of the world, a seat hanging from a treehouse perched on the edge of a cliff with no safety harness. As it swings out over the abyss, riders get a breathtaking view of an active volcano. Sunflowers have an astonishing ability to clean up radioactive waste. Their stems and leaves absorb harmful pollutants, making them a natural tool for environmental restoration. This is why the sunflower has become a global symbol for nuclear disarmament. Doctors with illegible handwriting have been responsible for thousands of preventable deaths each year. Misinterpreted prescriptions have led to patients receiving the wrong medications, proving that clear communication in medicine can be a matter of life and death. Applying sugar to an open wound can reduce pain and promote healing. Sugar absorbs moisture, which prevents bacteria from thriving, making it a simple but effective remedy for minor injuries. Real diamonds do not appear in X-ray scans. Unlike most gemstones, their unique atomic structure makes them invisible to this type of imaging, a fact that has occasionally been exploited in smuggling attempts. Germany was one of the first countries to recognize the link between smoking and lung cancer. Even Adolf Hitler led an anti-smoking campaign, believing tobacco to be harmful, an irony considering the many other harmful policies he supported. The creator of Pringles, Frederick Bohr, was so dedicated to his invention that he requested to have his ashes stored inside a Pringles can after his passing. His family honored his wish, placing his remains in the very container he designed. In the 1990s, Marvel and DC Comics collaborated on a crossover, merging Wolverine and Batman into a single character named Dark Claw. Deep in Turkey, there exists a rare type of rose that is entirely black. Found only in the town of Halfeti, these flowers achieve their unique coloration due to the specific pH levels in the soil. Sweden's recycling system is so efficient that the country actually runs out of garbage to process. To keep its waste-to-energy plants operational, Sweden imports trash from neighboring Norway, turning waste into power. While most people are familiar with identical and fraternal twins, there are several other types of twin births, including mirror twins, superfetation twins, and superfecundation twins. These rare variations occur due to complex biological processes during pregnancy. There exists a perfume that captures the exact scent of a freshly opened Pizza Hut pizza box. Initially created as a joke, it quickly became popular among fast food lovers who enjoyed the warm, cheesy, and slightly spicy aroma. Although it was released as a limited edition item, its popularity led to an overwhelming demand, with many people wanting to experience the scent of their favorite comfort food. The blue whale, the largest animal to have ever existed, has body parts that are almost beyond belief. Its tongue alone weighs more than an adult elephant, making it one of the heaviest body parts of any living creature. Even more astonishing is its heart, which weighs more than a small car. This massive organ pumps nearly 2,000 gallons of blood throughout its enormous body every single minute, allowing the blue whale to sustain its incredible size. Some people have an unusual hobby known as laborphilia, which involves collecting and studying beer bottle labels. These collectors appreciate the history, branding, and artistic designs of different breweries from around the world. Some labels date back centuries and provide valuable insights into cultural drinking habits. Enthusiasts often trade, buy, and showcase their collections at special events, with some rare labels becoming highly valuable among collectors. Dolphins do not drink water in the way humans or land animals do. Since seawater is too salty and could dehydrate or even kill them, they get all their hydration from the food they eat, mainly fish and squid. Their bodies have adapted to extract enough moisture from their diet, ensuring they remain hydrated without ever needing to take a sip of water. Japan is home to a terrifying insect called the giant hornet, whose venom is so potent that it can dissolve human flesh. Their sting is not only excruciatingly painful, but can also be deadly if multiple stings occur. These hornets are highly aggressive and are known for their ability to take down entire colonies of bees within hours, making them one of the most feared insects in the world. Before the 17th century, carrots were not orange as we know them today. Instead, they were mostly purple, white, or yellow. The bright orange variety we commonly see now is the result of a genetic mutation that later became the preferred type due to its sweetness and uniformity. Over time, farmers selectively bred orange carrots, which eventually replaced the original colors in most parts of the world. Despite being marketed as a healthier alternative, diet soda can be just as harmful to teeth as cocaine or methamphetamines. The artificial sweeteners and acids in diet soda erode tooth enamel at an alarming rate, increasing the risk of cavities and other dental issues. Studies have shown that excessive consumption of diet soda can cause significant damage to teeth, making it just as bad as some of the most harmful substances known to man. Okinawa, Japan, is considered one of the healthiest places on Earth, with over 400 people living beyond 100 years old. Their secret to longevity lies in their plant-based diet, an active lifestyle, and a strong sense of community. Many Okinawans follow a principle called hara hachi bu, which means eating until they are only 80% full, helping them maintain a balanced and healthy life. The glossy shine on Skittles and jelly beans comes from an unexpected source: insect secretions. The coating, known as shellac, is derived from the resin secreted by the lac bug, which is harvested and processed to create a shiny surface. While it is considered safe for consumption, many people are unaware that their favorite candies contain insect-derived ingredients to achieve their appealing look. Coca-Cola still uses coca leaves in its formula today, but with an important modification. A company in New Jersey first extracts the cocaine from the leaves before passing them on to Coca-Cola, ensuring that the final product remains legal and non-narcotic. This process has been in place for decades, allowing the company to maintain its signature flavor without the effects of the original coca plant. The honey badger is one of the toughest animals in the world, with skin so thick that it can withstand machete blows, arrows, and even spears. Their natural armor makes them incredibly difficult to kill, and they are known for their fearless and aggressive nature. In the wild, they have been seen attacking much larger animals, including lions, without hesitation, making them one of the most resilient creatures in nature. If the sun were scaled down to the size of a single cell, the Milky Way galaxy would be the size of the entire United States. This staggering comparison highlights the mind-blowing vastness of the universe, showing just how tiny our solar system is within the grand scale of space. Even at the speed of light, it would take over 100,000 years to travel across the Milky Way, proving how unimaginably massive our galaxy truly is. Grammatical pedantry syndrome is a form of obsessive-compulsive disorder that causes sufferers to feel an overwhelming need to correct every grammatical error they see. While this can be useful in editing or proofreading, it can also make social interactions difficult as those affected struggle to ignore even the smallest mistakes in speech or writing. This compulsive need to correct grammar can often annoy others, making it both a blessing and a curse. Each year, the Netherlands sends 20,000 tulip bulbs to Canada as a symbol of gratitude for their help during World War II. This tradition began after Canadian forces helped liberate the Netherlands from German occupation, and as a token of appreciation, the Dutch royal family gifted Canada with tulips. The annual Tulip Festival in Ottawa continues this tradition, celebrating the strong bond between the two countries. There is a flower called the chocolate cosmos that smells exactly like chocolate, yet it is completely inedible. Despite its rich cocoa-like fragrance, the plant does not produce any actual chocolate compounds. Native to Mexico, this rare flower is often sought after by gardeners who love fragrant plants, though it remains a purely decorative curiosity rather than a sweet treat. Amsterdam is home to an Adidas store that is shaped like a giant shoebox. This massive building-sized replica of a shoebox serves as both a retail store and a striking landmark, drawing sneaker enthusiasts from around the world. The unique design makes it one of the most eye-catching brand stores in the world, blending architecture with creative marketing. Ben & Jerry's has a unique flavor graveyard where they honor all their discontinued ice cream flavors with actual tombstones. Located at their headquarters in Vermont, this quirky cemetery allows fans to visit and pay their respects to lost flavors such as peanut butter and jelly or wavy gravy. Some flavors have even been resurrected due to popular demand, proving that even ice cream can get a second chance. Donald Duck comics were once banned in Finland for a rather bizarre reason. He wasn't wearing any pants. While this story has been exaggerated over the years, there was a controversy surrounding the character's lack of trousers, leading to debates about appropriate content for children. Although the comics were eventually allowed, the myth of Donald Duck being banned for not wearing pants continues to amuse people worldwide. If the 1st of January in a leap year falls on a Sunday, then the months of January, April, and July will each have a Friday the 13th. This rare calendar occurrence happened in 1928, 1956, and 1984. The average commuter spends nearly 2 full days a year stuck in traffic. That's a whole weekend lost to honking horns, slow drivers, and existential crises about life choices. The Eiffel Tower isn't as rigid as it looks. On scorching summer days, the heat makes the iron expand, causing it to grow a few inches. When the wind is strong enough, it sways slightly, proving that even one of the most famous landmarks in the world has to go with the flow sometimes. Hollywood loves recycling, even when it comes to movie sets. The eerie and mysterious home of Sirius Black in the Harry Potter films was actually the same set used in the Sherlock Holmes movie. A little movie magic can turn the same place into 2 completely different worlds. A prison in Brazil found a creative way to rehabilitate inmates while also benefiting the community. In exchange for reduced sentences, prisoners can pedal stationary bikes to generate electricity for a nearby town. Every few hours of cycling earned them a day of freedom, making it a workout with real stakes. A man in China went all out when proposing to his girlfriend. To make the moment unforgettable, he had thousands of red roses sewn into a dress for her before asking for her hand in marriage. She said yes, probably because when someone goes that far, how can you say no? Long before modern laws existed, ancient civilizations already had systems in place to ensure justice. The Code of Hammurabi, written thousands of years ago, included progressive rules like minimum wage and personal freedoms. This legal system was around long before the Bible and shows how advanced ancient societies really were. The original Forrest Gump novel took the story in a much wilder direction than the film. At one point, Forrest joins NASA, goes to space, crash lands on an island, and ends up playing chess with the leader of a group of cannibals. Somehow, winning those matches became a matter of survival. McDonald's has a secret menu item that few people know about. If you ask for a special combination, you might get a McChicken sandwiched between a double cheeseburger. It's a fast food experiment that only the truly curious and very hungry dare to try. A hacker group once took down Papa John's website over something incredibly petty. Their motivation? The pizza delivery was 2 hours late. Rather than just leaving a bad review, they decided to go full cyber attack mode. The world's largest privately built nuclear fallout shelter isn't just a bunker. It's an underground fortress. Made using dozens of old school buses and covered in concrete, this massive shelter includes its own radio station, decontamination room, and even a chapel. Some people take disaster preparedness very seriously. Dubai takes luxury to another level, even when it comes to law enforcement. Police officers don't just drive regular cars. They cruise around in Lamborghinis, Bentleys, and Aston Martins. When the cops drive supercars, high-speed chases must look like action movie scenes. A prince in Abu Dhabi wanted a car that would break all expectations. He ended up commissioning a custom Mercedes-Benz with a ridiculously powerful engine that could go from 0 to 100 in under 2 seconds. To top it off, the entire car runs on biofuel, because even royalty likes to be environmentally friendly. Some artists don't use paint or spray cans to create their work. Instead, they clean parts of dirty surfaces to make images, a technique called reverse graffiti or clean tagging. It's art that appears by removing filth, turning city grime into something beautiful. A Turkish artist has been painting for decades, despite never having seen his own work. Completely blind, he taught himself to draw and paint, relying purely on touch and memory. His pieces prove that vision isn't just about what the eyes can see. Aerogel, also known as frozen smoke, is one of the lightest materials on Earth. It's almost impossible to see or feel, yet it's strong enough to support thousands of times its own weight. Something so fragile looking shouldn't be this tough, but nature loves paradoxes. A golden-haired Tibetan Mastiff once sold for millions of dollars, making it the most expensive dog in history. With its massive size and luxurious mane, it looked more like a lion than a pet. That's one lucky dog, literally worth its weight in gold. Unlike most of their feline relatives, tigers absolutely love water. They often take long swims to cool off, proving that not all cats are afraid of getting wet. Watching a tiger gracefully glide through the water is a sight that completely changes how people see big cats. South Korea has a special cereal that can't be found anywhere else. It's based on the Baltimore Orioles baseball team, creating the perfect mix of sports fandom and breakfast food. A crime reporter spent years covering gruesome murder cases, gaining recognition for his detailed reports. The shocking twist: he turned out to be the serial killer himself. Writing about his own crimes helped him stay ahead of the police, until his obsession with the details gave him away. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to check out this one next. There's a whole world of unknown facts waiting to be discovered, and you won't believe some of the things you've been unaware of until now. What if everything you thought was boring actually blew your mind? What if a girl vanished for a decade and was found living in gaming cafes? Dolphins had names like humans, and a war-blinded man saw again thanks to a horse headbutt? This isn't fiction. These are real facts, but not like you've ever heard them before. Here comes the first one.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The useless show.
In Europe, a company made a straw that's not just a straw. It's called Life Straw, and you can use it to drink dirty, yucky water and still be safe. No batteries, no magic potions, just sip, and it removes almost all germs. It even gives you clean water for a whole year. Here's something wild. One of the things you need to make dynamite is peanuts. Not peanut butter or anything, just the peanut itself. Something inside it helps create powerful explosions. So yeah, the little nut you eat might also help blast holes in mountains. Dubai once said, "Lose weight, get gold." They had a real contest called Your Child in Gold. Families that lost weight got real gold coins, like a treasure hunt, but with treadmills. It was a cool way to make people healthy and rich at the same time. Once, a guy sold pet rocks, yes, just normal rocks in a box, and people went crazy for them. In just 6 months, he made millions of dollars. The rock didn't move or bark, but it became the coolest pet ever. Sometimes simple ideas win big. When you fall into deep sleep, your nose kind of goes to sleep too. Even the worst smells like burning socks or skunk spray won't wake you. That's why smoke alarms are so important, because your nose takes a break when you dream. A beer company owner once made a special beer bottle that could also be used like a brick to build houses. He thought people could drink and build at the same time, but it never became popular, so the only beer walls now are in a museum and his old house. There's a magical lake in Australia that glows in the dark. When tiny little creatures in the water get disturbed, they light up like stars. It's called bioluminescence, and it looks like the lake is filled with blue fairy dust whenever you splash it. In Texas, some scientists created something wild, a spray made of real skin cells. It's like magic mist that you spray on wounds to heal them faster. No bandages, just science and protein in a can that helps your skin grow back like a superhero's. Andre the Giant was a huge man, both in size and in heart. He passed away in a hotel room in Paris while there to attend his dad's funeral. It's kind of sad and strange, like life gave him one last goodbye with his family. There's a math proof so long, it could be a whole library. It took more than 100 super smart people over 30 years to finish. And when they did, it was 15,000 pages long. That's like reading 1,000 comic books just to say, yep, it works. There's a spider that doesn't live alone. It builds giant webs with tens of thousands of its buddies. They're called social spiders, and they build one huge web together like a city in the sky. When they get too crowded, they just move and start building a new one somewhere else. Apples actually come from a place called Kazakhstan, and wild ones there taste like roses, strawberries, popcorn, even candy. Almost all apples today can be traced back to just 2 old trees. It's like the entire apple family tree started with 2 magical grandparents. In a city called Rotterdam, they decided to make a floating forest, not on land, but on water. They took trees and put them on boats so they float across the harbor. It's like tree pirates sailing around, just chilling and being eco-friendly. And everyone says don't eat yellow snow, right? But scientists say even white snow is kind of dirty. Snow acts like a magnet and grabs nasty stuff from car fumes in the air. So yeah, snow might look like frosting, but your body won't thank you for eating it. Bhutan is the only country that doesn't just care about money or buildings. Instead of measuring how rich they are, they measure how happy their people feel. They call it gross national happiness. Imagine a country that's more about smiles than skyscrapers. In England, if your house gets sunlight through the windows for 20 years straight, the law says no one can block that light. You earn your right to sunshine. If someone tries to build in front of you, you can say, "Back off." The light is mine. Turns out ancient Greek statues were not boring white like we thought. They used to be painted in super bright colors. Time just faded their colors away, and now they look like they're made of plain stone. But back then, they were colorful like candy. Vikings get shown in movies wearing horned helmets, but that's totally made up. The only real Viking helmet ever found is just a smooth metal dome, no horns at all. So those horns you see? That's Hollywood's costume department, not history. Back in the old Soviet Union, a plane crash killed almost the entire hockey team. The manager, who was Joseph Stalin's son, didn't want his scary dad to know. So he secretly built a whole new team fast, and Stalin never noticed the difference. There's a tiny country called Liechtenstein that you can actually rent for a night. Yeah, the whole country. One time, Snoop Dogg wanted to rent it for a music video, but they said no because he didn't ask early enough. Even a whole nation needs notice. One day, Australia's Prime Minister went swimming and just vanished. Poof. No one ever saw him again. His name was Harold Holt, and it happened in the 1960s. Imagine a country losing its leader to the ocean like he just dove into a portal and never came back. Your coffee can predict the weather. If the bubbles in your cup float toward the center, a storm might be coming. If they hang around the edge, it's usually clear skies. It's like your morning coffee becomes a tiny fortune teller in a mug. Elephants are like giant emotional memory banks. They remember their family members, and when one dies, they mourn deeply, even years later. Some stand near the bones and gently touch them, like they're saying a soft goodbye. These creatures feel more than we ever imagined. A boy once got hit by a baseball bat and almost died, until a woman named Penny gave him CPR and saved his life. Years later, she started choking, and that same boy, now older, saved her life by doing the Heimlich. It's like the universe said, now it's your turn. There's a creature people believe lives in the Gobi Desert, and it's called the Mongolian deathworm. It's like a horror movie snake that can zap its prey with electric shocks from its eyes. Scientists aren't sure it's real, but locals swear it's no bedtime story. Once in Germany, a sleepy bank worker dozed off on the number 2 key and accidentally sent out over 200 million euros. The payment was supposed to be just 62. The wildest part? The person who missed the mistake got fired, not the guy who dozed off. Every single day, people upload around 350 million photos to Facebook. And in total, more than 250 billion photos have been posted there. That's like trying to look at every photo ever taken by everyone, everywhere, and never finishing. Before Johnny Depp became Captain Jack Sparrow, the role was offered to Jim Carrey, but he chose to play Bruce Almighty instead. Imagine a totally different Jack Sparrow. Less pirate swagger, more talking fast and making wild faces. That one choice changed movie history forever. Reindeer are cooler than you think. Literally. Their eyes change color with the seasons. In summer, they turn golden to handle all the sunshine. In winter, their eyes become deep blue to see in the Arctic darkness. It's like their eyeballs come with built-in sunglasses and night vision. During a war, a homesick soldier named Carl got injured and was stuck at an air base, so he put up a sign with his hometown's name on it. Others copied him, and now there's a forest full of signs from all over the world, like trees holding stories. Since the first time humans tested a nuclear bomb back in the 1940s, at least 8 countries have gone boom over 2,000 times. These tests weren't video games. They were real explosions tested across deserts and oceans. Earth has had quite a few loud science experiments. There's a way of raising babies where you don't use diapers at all. Parents just learn to watch for tiny signals like baby wiggles or faces and take them to pee or poop on time. It's called elimination communication, and yeah, it's kind of like potty telepathy. Jackrabbits are like the superheroes of hares. They're not regular rabbits, and they can run faster than most dogs and jump higher than your dad can throw a ball. These long-eared athletes zoom across deserts like 4-legged rockets with built-in springs. In a Chinese zoo, the people are the ones in cages, and the animals roam free. Visitors ride inside special cars while lions and tigers walk around outside. It flips the whole zoo idea upside down and reminds everyone, nature isn't here to perform for us. Sea lice sound tiny and boring, but the baby ones are terrifying. Before they're born, they chew their way out of their mom's insides. Imagine growing babies with jaws that say, okay, time to escape. And boom, she's split open from the inside. Nature doesn't always play nice. In 2016, a 63-year-old woman in Tasmania had her first baby. Yeah, first baby ever. She became the oldest new mom in Australia. Everyone else was retiring, and she was just getting started with diapers and lullabies. According to health reports, the average American man now weighs more than ever, almost 200 pounds. Women, too, are heavier than 20 years ago. It's like portion sizes got bigger, chairs got wider, and snacks became a daily celebration instead of a treat. There's a flower out there that smells like a zombie's armpit. It's called the corpse flower, and it only blooms once every 7 to 10 years. When it does, it fills the air with a stink so strong it makes people gag. Yet, weirdos still line up to sniff it. A Japanese scientist found that when people look at cute animals like puppies or baby pandas while working, they actually do better. Your brain focuses harder just from seeing those little fluffy faces. It's like your heart says aw and your brain says let's go. A guy named Patrick built Hogwarts Castle out of 600,000 matchsticks. That's not even the craziest part. He also used nearly 60 liters of glue to stick it all together. That's like swimming in a pool of glue and still coming out with pure magic. Sugar gliders are tiny flying fluff balls, but they're also super emotional. If they don't get love, attention, or a friend to snuggle, they get so sad they can actually die. These little creatures are basically flying hearts with huge eyes and bigger feelings. Back in the Middle Ages, people thought farting into jars could save them from the plague. Yeah, they'd literally capture farts, seal the stink, then sniff it like perfume. Doctors believed the smell of human gas was stronger than the Black Death. Welcome to the weirdest medicine ever. The richest woman in Germany met her husband while working secretly at BMW using a fake name. He had no idea she was worth billions until she was sure he liked her for who she was. Only after that, she dropped the truth. Talk about a billionaire love test. There are more insects on Earth than your brain can imagine. 10 quintillion of them. That's 10 with 18 zeros. For every one human, there are 200 million bugs. They're in the air, in the dirt, and maybe even watching you read this right now. In the early 90s, a bunch of yellow rubber ducks fell off a ship into the ocean, and they've been floating around the world ever since, washing up on beaches, helping scientists track ocean currents, and becoming the cutest accidental explorers in history. A group of researchers discovered something amazing. Teams made of people from different races solve problems better than teams where everyone looks the same. Different minds mean better ideas. It's proof that mixing cultures doesn't just feel good, it's smarter too. Clint Eastwood looked like a smoking badass in old movies, but in real life, he didn't smoke at all. He's actually super healthy, practiced meditation, and cared a lot about clean eating. The cigar was just an act. Behind the scenes, he was zen and sharp. In South Korea, kids under 17 can't play online games after midnight. Their IDs are tracked, and the game shuts off automatically. It's like your computer telling you, hey, go to bed. Whether they listen or not, that's another story. Once, billionaire Richard Branson flew a hot air balloon shaped like a UFO. Inside, it was a little person dressed like an alien. He landed in a field just to prank people on April Fool's Day. Imagine walking your dog and suddenly thinking aliens are here. The band Blink-182 made their company name so silly that lawyers had to say it with a straight face. They called it Pennywise Poo Poo Butt Incorporated. Imagine being a banker and having to ask, "Excuse me, are you from Poo Poo Butt?" When Daniel Craig ran off with Rachel Weisz, he kind of forgot to tell his fiancée. When she found out, she went full revenge mode and spent $1 million using his credit card. Talk about a breakup with a boom. She didn't cry, she just swiped. Back in old London, a man named Robert Hubbard was blamed for a massive fire. They said he tossed a firebomb into a bakery window. The twist? The bakery had no windows, he was too crippled to throw anything, and oh yeah, he wasn't even in the country. In China and Hong Kong, people jokingly called Jennifer Lopez something wild, Lord of Butt. It's not mean though, it's because of how insanely famous her backside is. To them, it's like royalty, and honestly, that title might be more powerful than Queen. Before he was a music superstar, Pharrell Williams worked at McDonald's. Actually 3 McDonald's, but he got fired from all of them for being lazy and stealing chicken nuggets. Imagine getting booted 3 times just for loving McNuggets more than minimum wage. Every December, a town in Peru has a wild tradition. People settle their beefs with full-on fistfights in the street. It's called takanakui. They punch it out, hug it out, then drink together. Imagine ending your grudge with a punch in a party. That's a real-world reset button. Doctors now use a checklist before surgery that asks stuff like, is this the right patient? And what are we even doing? It might sound simple, but this list cuts surgery deaths nearly in half. One small habit now saves tons of lives every day, like magic through common sense. A long time ago, the Great Pyramids weren't just dusty triangles. They were shiny, like mirrors. Workers polished every stone until it gleamed in the sunlight. The whole thing sparkled like a diamond in the desert. Imagine walking past a building that blinds you with its shine. In 2010, the toy company Mattel sold something totally invisible. It was Wonder Woman's invisible jet, and the box was literally empty. But it had weights to make it feel like something was inside. People actually bought air. That's how powerful imagination can be. One day, an actor asked the wild writer Hunter S. Thompson, "What's the sound of one hand clapping?" Hunter didn't say a word. He just smacked the guy in the head. Lesson learned. Don't ask a strange question to a stranger who owns guns and weird wisdom. Blind people often lose memories because they can't see them again like others do. But a company called Touchable Memories helps by turning old photos into 3D printed objects. So now, blind folks can feel their memories, like holding a hug that time forgot. There are a few places where the boss is more likely to be a woman than a man. In Jamaica, Colombia, and St. Lucia, girl power rules the office. It's not just a small thing, it's the normal thing. Those countries know who really gets stuff done. Crickets can actually tell you the temperature. Just count how many chirps they make in 25 seconds, divide it by 3, then add 4. Boom, that's the temperature in Celsius. It's like nature gave these bugs tiny weather apps built into their legs. There's a secret rainbow that only shows up at night. It's called a moonbow. You need a full moon, dark sky, and just the right amount of rain. Then, like magic, a ghost rainbow appears in the night. It's rare, beautiful, and feels like a fairy tale came true. The longest solar eclipse of this century lasted a little over 6 minutes. That might not sound like much, but for those few moments the sky went dark in the daytime, and the whole world paused to stare. And no eclipse will beat it for more than 100 years. Most planets spin one way, but Venus and Uranus said nah and spin the opposite. It's like the whole solar system is dancing left, and those two are busting moves to the right. Just to be different, even in space, rebels exist. Pope Francis set a record just by joining Instagram. In half a day, he had over 1 million followers, more than anyone ever before. And his first post wasn't a selfie. It was a simple prayer with a caption asking everyone in 9 languages to pray for him. Before he was yelling in movies, Samuel L. Jackson was just standing still. Literally. He worked as Bill Cosby's camera stand-in. That means he stood in one spot while the camera guy focused. Quiet, still, no snakes on a plane. Just patience and lighting checks. Leonardo da Vinci didn't just paint stuff. He wrote all his private notes backwards. You had to use a mirror to read them. He wasn't hiding secrets from enemies, just writing in a way only he could quickly read. Oh, and he was dyslexic too, brain-wired like a riddle. Long ago, students could pay off college with just a summer job. In the late 70s, it only took a few hundred hours a year to cover tuition. Now, students have to work 5 times more just to survive college. Back then, books and beer. Now, stress and debt. There's a chemical called Penguin 1. And yes, it's named that because its molecule shape looks like a little penguin waddling around. Science doesn't always have to be serious. It can be adorable and nerdy at the same time. The heaviest man ever weighed as much as a small truck, over 600 kilograms. His name was John, and later he dropped nearly 400 kilos. That's the biggest weight loss ever recorded. His body was like a mountain, and then he climbed down from it. The guy who made the horror movie The Human Centipede got the idea from a dark joke. He said child predators should be punished by being stitched together. Somehow that joke became a film. Proof that not all thoughts belong outside your head. In South Africa, a baboon named Jack worked for the railway. Yes, an actual baboon. He pulled levers, signaled trains, and never made a mistake. Jack worked until he died and even got a paycheck. Monkeys can mess around, but this one had a career. Scientists now say we have more than 5 senses. There's one that tells you time is passing, and another that helps you feel Earth's magnetic field. So yeah, your body might secretly be a clock and a compass too. You're more high-tech than you think. Back in the day, a company thought it could fix addiction with heroin. Seriously, in the late 1800s, they sold it as a cough syrup and a cure for morphine cravings. People didn't know better yet, but the result was, well, chaos. An engineer in Argentina built a machine to make it rain. And guess what? It worked. He made the skies pour water in several places. Then he vanished. Just disappeared. One day he's controlling clouds. Next day, gone. It's like he rained himself off the map. In 2012, shawarma got famous overnight thanks to the Avengers. After saving the world, the superheroes chilled at a shawarma joint. That 10-second scene made the food so popular that restaurants across America couldn't keep up. Iron Man sells sandwiches now. There's a tiny island near Colombia that's more packed than a music festival. It's called Santa Cruz del Islote, and it's smaller than a football field but holds thousands of people. There's barely space to breathe, but somehow it's a home full of life. A company started printing fake rhino horns that look and feel like real ones. Why? To flood the market in countries where they're used in traditional medicine. If prices drop and buyers can't tell the difference, poaching real rhinos might finally stop. Science is fighting back, cleverly. The movie Straight Outta Compton didn't play in Compton. Why? Because there are no movie theaters there. The film about their own story couldn't be seen by the people who lived it. That's like throwing a party but locking the host outside. In the UK, a guy got so sick of potholes never getting fixed, he started spray painting wieners on them. Yep, giant glowing penises. Suddenly, the city rushed to cover them up. The guy became a legend and earned the nickname Wanksy. Sometimes you gotta be weird to get results. Off the coast of Iceland, there's a rock that looks exactly like a giant elephant. Not kinda elephant, full elephant. Big head, trunk dipping into the sea, the whole deal. It's not art, it's just nature saying, I can sculpt too. The rich bully Biff in Back to the Future, totally inspired by Donald Trump. Same gold obsession, same loud mouth, same smug face. The writers didn't even hide it. Trump became a time-traveling villain without even knowing it. There's a bookstore in Australia where you can't judge a book by its cover. Literally. Every book is wrapped in paper with just a few words to describe what's inside. So when you choose one, it's all about mystery, not flashy covers. Feels like a lucky dip for your brain. In Albania, things get real confusing. Nodding your head means no, and shaking your head means yes. Imagine trying to order food there and looking like you're having a full-on meltdown. It's like their heads speak a different language. Your taste buds live a short, exciting life. They last about a week or two, then get replaced like little flavor soldiers. Rats' taste buds can last just a few days or sometimes almost a month. So yeah, your tongue is constantly under construction. Over a dozen honeymooning couples were on the Titanic when it sank. Not one of them survived. They boarded the ship dreaming of forever and ended up becoming part of a story no one ever forgets. Love met tragedy in the coldest waters. Dogs go nuts for anise, an herb that smells sweet and spicy. It's like catnip, but for dogs. In fact, the fake bunny used in greyhound races covered in anise scent. It makes dogs chase it like their life depends on it. Instant canine obsession. The hardest bone in your body isn't your skull, it's your jawbone. It's like the built-in armor of your face. It lets you chew, yell, and bite with power. So when you clench your jaw during an argument, just know. It's the strongest muscle in your head joining the fight. Believe it or not, licking a stamp burns calories. In the US, it's barely a sliver of 1 calorie. But in Britain, it's way more. Up to 14 calories if you lick a big commemorative stamp. So, if you're dieting, maybe stop licking Queen Elizabeth's face. Camels have not 1, not 2, but 3 eyelids. They've got a special thin one they can see through, like a windshield in a sandstorm. Blowing dust can't touch them. Their eyes are basically tanks and desert goggles. Quit smoking, and in just 2 days, your sense of taste and smell wake up like they've been on vacation. Food tastes richer. Smells get sharper. Your body basically says, thanks for not poisoning me today. Potatoes are almost a complete food. A man once ate nothing but potatoes for 60 days straight, baked, mashed, boiled, and stayed totally healthy. Proof that sometimes the most boring food is secretly a superhero in disguise. A goat farm in Virginia once posted online asking people to come snuggle baby goats. No surprise, the sign-up list filled instantly. Who wouldn't want to cuddle tiny fluffy goats for a living? It's like heaven with hooves. After Borat's wild movie made Kazakhstan famous for all the wrong reasons, something strange happened. Tourism exploded. The country actually thanked the actor. 10 times more people started visiting, proving that even satire can make your homeland trend. A woman moved into a nursing home and had to leave her cat behind, but 2 weeks later the cat showed up, at the exact place even though she'd never been there before. She waited on a bench like, hey, I found you. Now they live there together. In Mumbai, artists are turning regular taxis into moving masterpieces. They redecorate the entire inside with bright colors, patterns, and stories. It's called the Taxi Fabric Project, and it turns your daily ride into a mobile art museum. In Italy, there's a tree growing on top of another tree. For real. It's a cherry tree sprouting out of a mulberry tree's trunk. No science experiment. Just nature doing a double-decker surprise. They call it the double tree of Casorzo, and it's as cool as it sounds. Some people need barely any sleep and still feel awesome. They're called the sleepless elite. Their brains work fast, they stay sharp, and they get up early with energy to spare. While the rest of us hit snooze, they're already winning the day. A brain scientist scanned his own head as a test and discovered he had the same brain patterns as a psychopath. When he told his family, they weren't shocked at all. They just said, that explains a lot. Imagine realizing your own brain is the villain in the story. Argentine ants don't just rule one place. They have a mega colony that spreads across continents. If one ant hopped on a plane to another country, the ants there would actually welcome it like family. It's the world's biggest friendship circle, made of ants. A study once tested rats on different music while sober and on cocaine. Guess what? Sober rats liked peace and quiet. But give them a little cocaine and suddenly they were all about jazz. So even rats have wild party personalities hidden inside. 2 scientists once raised a baby chimp alongside their real human son to see if the chimp would act more human. But after 9 months, it was the kid who started acting like a chimp. They had to stop before their son joined the jungle. In Japan, gun laws are so strict that even after a police officer died by suicide with a gun, he was still legally charged after death for breaking the law. That's how seriously they take rules. Not even death lets you off the hook. Ravens are genius-level birds. They hide food from each other using clever tricks. But the twist is, other ravens are just as smart. They'll secretly watch and then steal it later. It's like a battle of bird brains with sneaky minds and sharp beaks. Coffee isn't just a wake-up drink. It's a health booster. Studies say it helps fight cancer, reduces the risk of diabetes, and even improves how your body functions. So next time someone says too much coffee is bad, just sip and smile like a healthy wizard. John F. Kennedy's grandmother outlived him, but she was never told about his assassination. Her family wanted to protect her heart. So while the whole world mourned, she never knew the tragic truth. Sometimes silence is the only way to shield love. Looney Tunes weren't just made to make people laugh. Back in the early days, the company behind them used cartoons to sneakily promote their own music. Bugs Bunny and Friends were basically walking, talking jukebox ads with hilarious timing. When Gmail was first announced, it offered 1 gigabyte of storage. People thought it was a joke, especially since Hotmail gave you barely anything. But nope, it was real. A funny name, a wild offer, and boom! Google changed the email game forever. If you could drive a car straight up at normal speed, you'd reach space in just 1 hour. That's right. Outer space is basically a sky-high road trip away. Earth's ceiling isn't as far as you think. It's just a very vertical commute. Napoleon wanted a way for his soldiers to communicate silently at night. No light, no sound. So a special system of touch-based code was invented. That same idea later became Braille. So yeah, military missions helped blind people read. Niccolo Paganini was so good at playing the violin that people thought he made a deal with the devil. To prove he was human, he had to show letters from his mom. Imagine being so talented that people think you're possessed. During a Cold War meeting, the leaders of the US and the Soviet Union casually agreed, if aliens ever attack Earth, we hit pause on the fight and join forces. Enemies on Earth, but united against little green guys from space. There's a toxic lake in England that looked so pretty, people kept swimming in it despite danger signs. So they dyed the water black to make it look gross. Now, no one wants to take a dip. Safety by ugliness. Clever and weird. 70 meters underground, there's a hotel room inside a cave that's millions of years old. It's dark, cold, quiet, and kinda spooky. But if you like your sleep with ancient vibes, this is the most peaceful and creepy place on Earth. Silk was once China's biggest secret. For thousands of years, they didn't let anyone else know how to make it. If you even whispered the secret, you'd be sentenced to death. That's how much power one shiny thread held. A Japanese gymnast broke his knee during the Olympics, but didn't tell anyone. He kept flipping, jumping, and landing like a superhero in pain. His team won gold, and no one knew he was hurting until afterward. His toughness is the stuff of legend. In one town in Australia, everyone lives underground. Yup, houses, shops, even churches are inside old opal mines. It's cool, quiet, and sometimes they even find more opals while remodeling. Who needs sunlight when your home might contain treasure? An artist named Susan Beatrice turns old watch parts into tiny steampunk animals. She uses bits of broken time to create new life. It's like turning junk into art and forgotten gears into dragons, owls, and magic. When he was just 17, a kid named George unlocked the very first iPhone and traded it for a car. A real one, a Nissan sports car, and 3 more locked phones. Who needs money when you've got skills and Wi-Fi? In Japan, there's a sneaky pepper called the shishito. Only 1 in 10 is actually spicy, but you never know which one. It's like a chili pepper version of Russian roulette. Take a bite and pray your mouth doesn't catch fire. Some people daydream so much that it becomes a disorder. It's called maladaptive daydreaming, where the brain creates fantasy worlds to escape real-life pain. It's not laziness, it's the mind building castles to survive storms. More people have died taking selfies than from shark attacks. Yep, phones are more dangerous than fins. So next time you lean over a cliff or stand on train tracks for a photo, just remember, Jaws isn't the real villain. Treadmills weren't made for fitness. They were actually invented to punish prisoners in Old England. People walked endlessly on them as a form of hard labor. Imagine thinking you're getting fit, but you're actually doing time. A doctor once tried to weigh the human soul. He put dying people on scales and claimed the moment they died, the weight dropped slightly. People still debate it, but the idea that the soul has mass? That's science meets mystery. The things you go through in life don't just affect your memory, they leave marks on your DNA. It's like writing stories inside your cells. So when something hits you hard, that impact might be passed down, like emotional fingerprints to your future family. A photographer named Champu Baritone made a project that exposed how fake Instagram can be. She showed what's just outside the fancy frame: messy rooms, boring scenes, and reality. It's a reminder that behind every perfect post might be a pile of laundry. Some organ transplant patients suddenly crave new foods or feel strange thoughts. It's called cellular memory. Scientists think the organs carry tiny bits of the donor's feelings. It's like your body keeps secrets, then shares them when it moves into someone new. There's a rare fish called the blue lingcod, and yes, its flesh is actually blue. But once you cook it, the color disappears like magic. It's like eating a fish made from ocean sky that turns normal on your plate. Nature's trick food. The first cloned mammal was a sheep named Dolly. Scientists made her from a single adult cell, and they named her after Dolly Parton because the cell came from a mammary gland. Science with a sense of humor. Mosquitoes can smell the carbon dioxide from your breath from over 20 meters away. That's how they hunt you down at night. They don't see you, they sniff you. So, every breath is basically a dinner bell for these little vampires. A galactic year is how long it takes our solar system to go all the way around the Milky Way. That trip takes about 200 million Earth years. So yeah, you're moving through space, but the road trip is longer than dinosaurs' entire history. The aorta is the biggest, thickest highway in your body. It's your main artery, and it's as wide as a garden hose. That giant pipe helps pump blood from your heart to every part of you, your very own high-pressure delivery system. There's a dog breed called the Basenji that can't bark. Instead, it makes a weird yodel squeal. It's like the dog wants to be a singer but forgot how to woof. It's small, square-shaped, and sounds like it came from another planet. The Japanese made a toy called Mugen Puti Puti that lets you pop pretend bubble wrap forever. It's a little plastic gadget with poppable buttons that never wear out. For anyone addicted to popping bubbles, this is your forever fix. Some Mexican shamans started using Coca-Cola in healing rituals. When Pepsi heard, they offered money to get shamans to switch brands. Yup, even in spiritual ceremonies, the soda wars were real. Keiko, the whale from Free Willy, got released into the wild after 2 decades in captivity. But guess what? He missed humans. He swam back to people, gave kids rides on his back, and looked for hugs. Real life had a happier ending than the movie. When it comes to job hunting, your resume isn't the golden ticket. Knowing someone at the company boosts your chances way more. It's not always what you know, it's who you know that gets your foot in the door. In China, a blind man and a man with no arms teamed up to plant 10,000 trees. One couldn't see, the other couldn't dig, but together they became unstoppable. They didn't wait for help, they became the help. In 2014, Scotland topped the charts. Not in music, but in cocaine use. According to World Reports, they were using more than any other country. The land of bagpipes had another darker rhythm going. On his deathbed, the French philosopher Voltaire was asked if he'd renounce Satan. He smirked and said, "Now is not the time to be making new enemies." Yep, even dying, he dropped one last mic. The clown in American Horror Story was so terrifying that even the crew got scared. Some people had nightmares, and others literally walked off set. That's when you know your acting is too good. H.G. Wells, the father of science fiction, spent his last breath telling people, "Go away, I'm all right." Like, bro, what a way to leave. Calm, sharp, and done with the drama. Studies in the UK found that short women who sit close to the wheel are most likely to be hurt by airbags. Turns out sometimes being small and safe-looking actually puts you in the danger zone. McDonald's in Hong Kong offers weddings. For just over $1,000, you get food, drinks, decorations, and 50 guests chowing down on apple pie, love, fries, and a budget-friendly ring. A report once found that more than half of pilots admitted to falling asleep mid-flight. Even crazier, almost a third said they woke up to find their co-pilot asleep too. So yeah, autopilot is doing more than just cruising. A German company made an elevator that doesn't need ropes. It uses magnets to move, and it can even go sideways. It's like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory meets engineering. Elevators that zip around like trains. Professors found that people who spend less money on their weddings and rings are less likely to get divorced. Turns out, happily ever after doesn't need diamonds. It just needs people who don't empty their wallets to say, "I do." Only one fish on Earth is warm-blooded. It's called the opa, and it looks like a big, shiny coin. While all other fish feel the cold, this one swims around like it's wearing an invisible heater suit. Pixar took 3 years just to get Merida's curly hair right in Brave. They didn't just draw curls. They studied the physics of how each strand moved. That fiery red mess of waves took more science than some rockets. If you ever see a dolphin washed up on the beach, don't rush to push it back. Sometimes dolphins beach themselves on purpose because they're sick or hurt. It's their way of saying, "I need rest, not water." Helping might actually make things worse. Way back in Germany, a pigeon owner and a beekeeper decided to race their animals over 5 kilometers. They wanted to know who was faster. Shockingly, the bee won by a few seconds. So, yeah, tiny wings beat feathers that day. During wartime, when the Confederate Army ran out of gunpowder, they raided bat caves, not for bats, but for poop. Bat poop has a chemical that helps make explosions. So, yeah, in that war, even poop had a part to play. Pablo Escobar once built his own prison. It had a soccer field, a jacuzzi, a bar, and even a waterfall. He called it La Catedral. He lived there like a king until he got bored and walked out. Jail? More like jungle resort. Wild chimpanzees don't just swing and scream. They actually look both ways before crossing the road. A museum study showed that more than half of them even run to be safe. These apes are basically jungle traffic experts. Somewhere out in space is a star made of diamond. It's huge and shines like a jewel. And scientists named it Lucy. Yes, after the Beatles song. It's 10 trillion billion carats. That's not just a rock, it's the biggest bling in the universe. In 2013, a dog named Killian started growling whenever the babysitter showed up. He stood between her and the baby like a little bodyguard. The parents set up a camera and caught her being abusive. The dog didn't bark. He spoke loud with loyalty. In one magical spot in Panama, you can actually watch the sun rise on the Pacific Ocean and set on the Atlantic. It's the only place where the sun plays both sides, saying hello and goodbye from opposite oceans. A kid named Frank accidentally invented the popsicle. He left some sugary soda outside with a stick in it overnight. In the morning, it was frozen. He called it the Epsicle, but people renamed it Popsicle, and the name stuck harder than the stick. There's a real fear called allodoxophobia. It means you're terrified of other people's opinions. For people with this phobia, even simple feedback can feel like a personal attack. Their brain shouts danger at every "I think," someone says. When a bunch of flamingos get together, they aren't called a flock. They're called a flamboyance. That's right, they even sound fabulous in groups. Bright, pink, and dramatic, like a fashion show with feathers. One guy had the hiccups for nearly 70 years. Charles Osborne hiccuped over 40 times a minute, and no one could fix it. Then one day, they just stopped. No warning, no cure, just poof. Silence after a lifetime of hiccup beats. A hospital in New York turned their scary CT scan room into a pirate adventure. Kids walk the plank and lie on a boat to get scanned. It's less beep boop and more ahoy matey. That's how you mix medicine with magic. A man named Stephen escaped from prison 4 times, like it was a game. Once he walked out. Another time he pretended to be a judge, then a doctor. Then he faked his own death. But eventually the law said, "Nice try," and gave him over a century behind bars. Dave Grohl once landed in the hospital not from drugs, but from drinking too much coffee. He was recording an album and chugging cup after cup until his heart said, "Chill." Turns out even rock stars can overdose on espresso. Researchers found that trusting people doesn't make you dumb. It actually makes you better at spotting lies. The more you believe in good, the faster you notice bad. Kindness can sharpen your instincts more than suspicion ever could. One Japanese soldier stayed on duty for 30 years after World War II ended. He lived on a jungle island, still wearing his uniform, waiting. His old commander had to personally travel there to tell him, "Hey, the war's over." In the 70s, scientists found a family in Siberia who had lived alone in the wilderness since the 1930s. No TV, no radio, no other people. Just them, trees, and survival. It was like discovering humans hidden in time. Pumbaa, the funny warthog from The Lion King, made history by being the first Disney character to fart on screen. Before him, Disney kept it classy. But Pumbaa broke the gas ceiling with pride and grunts. Purple used to be the color of kings. It came from sea snails, and making even a tiny amount required thousands of them. Only royals could afford it. So wearing purple wasn't just stylish, it was like shouting, "I'm richer than all of you." If you drop an ant from any height, even a tall building, it won't get hurt. They're so light, gravity doesn't bother them. They just float gently to the ground like little bug parachutes. The Concorde jet flew faster than sound. It could take people from London to New York in just 3 hours. That's half the time of normal planes. It was like riding thunder with wings before it retired in the early 2000s. On the set of Apocalypse Now, things got real, literally. The props team used real dead bodies instead of fake ones. They didn't even know until the smell got too strong to ignore. That's when they realized the horror had crossed the line. There's a conference that's all about boring things. People give talks about barcodes, sneezes, even vending machine sounds. It's called The Boring Conference. And it's weirdly popular, because even boring stuff can be oddly fascinating when you dig deep enough. Scientists discovered that your brain, the internet, and even the entire universe all grow in the same weird, webby way. Like, no joke, they share the same patterns. Tiny nodes, giant webs, constant expansion. It's like everything is connected by invisible spaghetti. In Norway, if you drive an electric car, you get free parking, free charging, and even access to the bus lane. So many people jumped on it that the government had to dial the perks back. Saving the planet became the new traffic jam. The guy who invented shopping carts had to hire models to pretend they liked using them. People were weirded out at first, but once they saw stylish folks rolling carts around the store, they thought, hey, maybe I should push one too. The first 3D movie ever was called The Power of Love and premiered in the early 1920s. Sadly, the 3D version disappeared, and the regular version was later renamed. It's like a movie that peeked into the future, then vanished into history. Christopher Robin from Winnie the Pooh was real, and he didn't like the books. The stories were based on his childhood, and he felt like his dad used his life to make money. Imagine growing up as a character you didn't ask to be. After a tsunami, a baby hippo got separated from his mom and found a giant tortoise. Thinking it was a fellow hippo, he followed it around, and they became best friends. A tiny mammal and an ancient reptile. Nature's odd couple. In 2005, an artist painted Facebook's first office and got paid in shares instead of money. That guy is now worth over $200 million. His brushstrokes became gold. Literally. There's a bird with a sword for a nose. It's called the sword-billed hummingbird, and its beak is longer than its entire body. It looks like someone glued a fencing sword to a bird's face and gave it wings. A high schooler named Hayden saved up for over a year, worked multiple jobs, and bought a flower for every girl in his school, over 800 of them, just so they'd all feel special. Real-life kindness level, superhero. Watching your favorite movie again and again isn't lazy. It's therapy. Knowing how it ends gives your brain comfort and control in a world that feels wild. It's like emotional popcorn with a hug inside. After Finding Nemo came out, everyone wanted a clownfish in their home tank. The demand for those little orange fish tripled, and that led to overfishing, hurting wild populations. A movie about saving fish ended up putting more of them in danger. Even Al-Qaeda once said that ISIS was too extreme. When terrorists say, whoa, that's too much, you know something has gone completely off the rails. A guy named Seth once wrote a song saying comas were stupid. Then he actually went into a coma. When he woke up, someone asked him what it felt like. He said, it was just as stupid as I wrote it was. Mona Lisa wasn't always a superstar painting. She became world famous only after being stolen in the early 1900s. The theft made headlines, and when she was found, the world couldn't stop staring. So basically, she got famous for going missing. Hyenas don't really laugh, they giggle. That's what scientists call the sound they make. It's loud, creepy, and can travel super far. When you hear that sound echoing across the savannah, it's not a joke. It's wild communication. Your bones are tougher than you think. Just a tiny cube of human bone can hold the weight of 5 pickup trucks. That's stronger than concrete. So yeah, under all that skin, you're part superhero. Barbie's full name is Barbara Millicent Roberts. Ken's is Ken Carson. Their creator named Barbie after her own daughter. So even plastic dolls have full names and family roots. High up on an Australian mountain live giant pink slugs. Yes, real pink slugs like gooey bubblegum with eyes. Some grow almost as long as your forearm. They're slimy, weird, and weirdly adorable. On D-Day, fake soldiers were dropped to confuse the enemy. These dummy paratroopers were called Ruperts, and they had sound effects and self-destruct features. They were like inflatable secret agents made of canvas and trickery. Believe it or not, penguins and chimps sometimes trade favors for food or nesting materials. Scientists have seen it, exchanging stones or treats for attention or, well, mating time. Nature invented a strange economy long before humans did. Ed, leaving no trace. This wasn't in a spy movie, it was a real tool created by agents, revealed years later during a government meeting. A guy in China had both his current and ex-girlfriend jump into a river just to see who he would rescue. He only saved the one he was dating. The other swam back out alone. Sometimes love gets ridiculous, and sometimes it turns into a swimming contest no one wins. When a tiny grain of sand sneaks inside an oyster, it hurts. So the oyster covers it in smooth layers like wrapping a blanket around a splinter. Over time, that coating becomes a pearl. Something painful slowly transforms into something beautiful, all thanks to a sea creature's clever survival trick. Long ago, squirrels weren't city animals. People in America wanted to make parks more exciting, so they brought squirrels in for fun. Before that, these little guys lived mostly in forests. Now, thanks to that experiment, they're part of almost every urban park across the country. Believe it or not, the milk of a hippo isn't white. It's pink. Nature didn't go with the usual color. This special shade comes from chemicals in their body that mix with the milk. It's like bubblegum-colored nutrition, straight from the wildest animals on the riverbanks. Cold weather might make you shiver, but your fingernails actually grow faster when you're chilly. Scientists think it has something to do with blood flow or energy use. Either way, your body responds to the cold by speeding up nail growth, even while your teeth are chattering. Snails can sleep longer than most animals can live. Some naps last for years. When the weather's not right or conditions get rough, they simply shut down. While the world keeps spinning, they rest quietly, waiting for the perfect time to come back out. Crocodiles are scary fast on land, but they're not very good at turning. If one ever chases you, don't run in a straight line. Zigzag. That weird little movement confuses them and helps you escape. It's not just a trick, it actually works in real life. Vending machines seem harmless, but more people have died trying to shake snacks out of them than from shark attacks. They're heavy, they tip over, and they crush. That chocolate bar might cost your life if you get too aggressive trying to make it fall. In the ocean, dolphins use names. They create unique whistles for each other, and those sounds stick for life. It's their way of saying, "Hey, that's me." Like humans calling each other by name, dolphins swim through life with personal sounds that help them stay connected. A grenade that explodes underwater is more dangerous than one on land. That's because water doesn't give the shockwave space to escape. Instead, the force slams straight into anything nearby. So even though it's underwater, the damage is even worse than you'd expect. If a crocodile bites you, there's one place you can press that will make it let go: its eyes. As terrifying as it sounds, pushing your thumbs into a crocodile's eyes can free you. It's the one spot their power can't protect, and they hate being touched there. The voice behind Bugs Bunny had a strange problem. He was allergic to carrots. Every time he chomped on one for a recording, he had to spit it out immediately. Even though his character loved carrots, the actor himself couldn't stand more than a bite. Because the Earth spins, objects thrown west actually go farther than those thrown east. The spin gives westward throws a secret boost. It's like tossing a ball while the ground beneath you is quietly moving in your favor. Space physics playing on your team. Most of the food we eat today comes from farmers who lived high in the Andes Mountains. Things like potatoes, peanuts, beans, and strawberries were all discovered or cultivated there. Those ancient farmers shaped the entire world's diet without ever knowing it. Right-handed people tend to live longer than left-handed ones. It might be because tools and machines are designed for the majority, or maybe it's just weird luck. But year after year, the numbers say that being right-handed gives you a better shot at old age. If you start spelling out numbers with words, you won't find the letter A until you hit 1,000. That's a lot of counting without the most common vowel. It hides in the background, letting other letters do the early work while it waits its turn. Vodka is so important to one country that it provides a huge chunk of government income. It's not just a drink, it's a source of cash. Bottles get poured, glasses get raised, and somewhere behind the scenes, national budgets get balanced. Back in old times, if a clan wanted someone gone but didn't want to kill them, they'd burn down that person's house. That's where the term "got fired" came from. It wasn't about jobs. It was about setting flames to someone's home and forcing them out. People often say humans only use a tiny part of their brains, just a sliver of what's really there. While it's not exactly true in a scientific sense, it's a reminder that the brain holds more power, creativity, and potential than most of us will ever actually tap into. A single bag of potato chips can cost hundreds of times more than the potatoes inside it. That crunch, that salt, that fancy logo, it all adds up. Somewhere along the way, simple farm food became a gold-plated snack. Marketing, packaging, and convenience turned cheap roots into pricey temptation. If someone loses sight in one eye, they don't lose half their vision. They only lose a small slice, but depth disappears. No more judging how close something is, no more catching easily. The world stays mostly visible, but suddenly flat, like watching life on a television screen. Celery is like a fitness test disguised as food. It has so few calories that your body actually burns more energy chewing and digesting it than it gains. Eating it is like doing a tiny workout with your jaw. It's not just crunchy, it's practically negative fuel. Kids laugh way more than adults. Hundreds of giggles burst out of them every day, while grown-ups average barely a dozen. That laughter helps children stay curious, optimistic, and creative. Somewhere along the way, adults lose that spark, but maybe laughing more is the secret to bringing it back. So that's it for today. Hope you liked watching this video. But don't stop now. Before you go, hit that next video, because if these facts blew your mind, the next one might just blow your body.